Hello and welcome to How to Knit a Cardigan. My name is Jessica McDonald. I'm a knitting pattern designer and educator, and in this class I'm going to walk you through the entire process of knitting a cardigan from start to finish. You do need to know how to knit and purl before you begin this class, but that is literally all you need to know is how to knit and purl. I'm going to go through the entire thing with you. I'm going to hold your hand every step of the way. I'm going to explain absolutely every single thing. You don't have to have any experience knitting anything shaped or fancier than a scarf. Like I said, you just need to know how to knit and purl, and I'll show you how to do all the rest. The cardigan we are going to knit in this class is called Jane, and it is the one I have on. It is a top-down raglan cardigan, and it has sleeves that are shaped gently so that you have the right amount of ease in the sleeves to wear it over sleeves, and you have a gentle but not overwhelming amount of volume right here before the cuff, just a nice feminine little bit of volume there. So this is Jane. This is the adult version. I'm going to be knitting the kids version, which is called Little Jane. I'm going to be knitting one for my daughter for this whole class. It's the same design, just different sizes. Jane is the adult version, Little Jane is the kids version. You can use this class with Jane or Little Jane, whichever one you prefer. First thing you need to do is get the pattern. In the description box down below this video, there are links to the pattern. You're gonna need to purchase the pattern. There is a coupon code in the description box by the pattern link that will allow you to have 20% off your purchase of this pattern for this class. So head down into the description box, follow the link to the Jane or Little Jane, whichever one you prefer, purchase your pattern and print it off. And then once you've got your pattern printed off, come back here and we're going to go through the entire thing. You don't have to have your yarn picked out. You don't have to have anything figured out. Grab your pattern, print it out, and meet me back here. And we're going to start with reading page 1, picking your size, and choosing your yarn and figuring out how much yarn you need to buy. You have your pattern and you have it printed out. The very first page here is just a cover page. It's got the name and a pretty picture and my logo. You don't need to keep this for any reason. This is the first page of the pattern. It has all of the meat and details that you need to know before you begin your pattern. This is the kids version. It's still missing the yardage because I'm going to calculate that based off of the sweater I knit here. So I'm pulling in the adult version's first page. So if you chose the adult version of the pattern, this is exactly what your page 2 will look like. I'm calling it the first page of the pattern because it is the first page that has information on it. The other page 1 is technically a cover sheet. All right, so here we have on our very first page the sizes here. You can see we've got 10 sizes and they're put inside the parentheses. Now, do you see how I have the sizes 34.25, 36.5, etc.? That is the finished chest circumference in inches, and I've just popped that up there as the size name. How I do my sizes is I take the finished chest circumference and call that the size name. I prefer to do this over calling it small, medium, large, because depending on the design, not everything is fitting a small, medium, large range very neatly. So here's the sizes. Then right underneath that we have the finished measurements. It's in inches and centimeters. Now this is the finished measurement of the sweater. When you're done knitting your sweater and you lay it flat, buttoned up, this is how far around it will measure at the chest. Now right here underneath the finished measurements, we have intended to be worn with 2 to 4 inches or 5 to 10 centimeters of positive ease. So how you choose your size is you measure your chest, measure your upper bust, which is right underneath your armpits. So take your tape measure. I flipped around my camera before I did this to show you, but I want you to measure right underneath your armpits. This isn't the fullest part of your bust, but I want you to measure right underneath your armpits. And then I want you to measure your full bust. And I want you to look at those 2 numbers, and I want you to choose your size based off of the larger number. I always choose my size based off of my upper bust measurement, which is the measurement right underneath my armpits, because I tend to have I do have a small bust line. So if I choose based off of my upper bust measurement, then I'm getting a more accurate reflection of how big my shoulders are. But if you are a large chested person or average chested person, you might have a larger full bust measurement, and you want to go based off of that measurement so that you can actually close your cardigan and button it up without it straining at the buttons. So measure your upper bust and your full bust, choose your size based off of the larger number. So now I have a 36 inch, ooh, it's not writing, 36 inch upper bust measurement. So for 2 to 4 inches of positive ease, I'm gonna add 2 inches to that. That gives me a 38 inch, or I could add 4 inches to that, and that's a 40 inch. So I have 38 to 40 is my range of what size I want to choose. So I'm looking here on my sizes. I've got 34, 36, 38, and then 41. I chose the third size, which is the 38.75. So that gives me about 2.75 inches of positive ease, which is kind of a classic fit. You've got some room in it, but it's not super tight and it's not oversized. So take your chest measurement, figure out how much ease you want to wear it with, and then choose your size. Now you see I've circled that. That's the 1, 2, 3, third size here, and I circled that. Before I even begin knitting, I'm going to go through the entire pattern and I'm going to circle the numbers that relate to my size. That way I don't have to worry about any other numbers in the pattern. I can just very quickly see the numbers for my size, and I won't accidentally read another size's instructions or another size's stitch counts. So I made the third size, that's the size I'm wearing. So now I'm gonna come down here to yarn, and this is gonna tell you how much yarn you need. So I chose the third size. So I need 8 skeins of yarn from the recommended yarn, or here is the yardage. So here is the yarn information for the yarn that I used in the pattern, but you don't need to use that yarn. If you want to use a different yarn, you come down here, or it tells you so many yards or so many meters of DK weight yarn. Right here is where I tell you the yarn weight. This pattern uses DK weight. If it uses worsted weight, it will say worsted weight right here. So I'm doing a third size, so I need 1,625 yards of whatever DK weight yarn that I choose. Now, as I'm circling these numbers, please be aware that this yardage estimate information is probably going to change in the final pattern because the test knit is ongoing, so these numbers may change based off of test knitter feedback, okay? So if you're looking at the pattern and there are different numbers here, don't panic. It's just because this was not the finished version of the pattern. This is the test knit version, and this yardage estimate might be a little bit off. So you're gonna figure out how many yards you need, and then you're gonna shop for your yarn. You're gonna find the amount of yarn that you need when you're shopping for yarn. So this is the yarn I'm going to use for the kids version that I'm knitting for my daughter. This is North Bay Fiber Heritage DK. You can come over here to the information on the yarn tag. You can see this is 150 yards per skein. So you would take your number of yards that you need for your size and divide it by the number of yards per skein of your chosen yarn to figure out how many skeins that you need to buy. So on here, on a yarn tag, you will have, oop, I'm moving the wrong way. You will have the yardage, and it will also be in meters, and it will also tell you how many grams it is, how many grams per skein. 50 gram skeins and 100 gram skeins are pretty standard. So this is a heavy DK light worsted. This is the one that I'm using for the kid size. This is actually a really nice yarn. I mostly chose it because it's soft and it's a color that I know my daughter will love. So once you've figured out how much yarn you need, purchase your yarn. If you have to wait for it to come in the mail, you can hit pause here and well, let's talk about whatever else you need, and then you can go buy all your stuff at once. So you know how much yarn you need now. Let's talk about your needles. So for this pattern, you need one 32-inch or 80 centimeter US size 6, 4 millimeters. I give the size in US sizes and also metric sizes. Or size needed to obtain gauge. That is a very important note, and we'll talk about it in a minute. And one 32-inch US size 4 knitting needle, or 2 sizes smaller than the gauge needle. And these are circular knitting needles. Here's my 2 needles here. So here's my size 4, here's my size 6. These are my favorite brand, the Chiagu red cord. They're the red lace circular needles, so I've got my needles. The cord length mostly is important in that you need a cord long enough to accommodate all of your stitches. So if you have a 40-inch circular needle in the appropriate size, don't run out and buy a 32-inch cord. Just use your 40-inch long circular needle. So I've got my needles. Now here I need notions. I need 8 stitch markers, which I have right here. I prefer these removable style stitch markers, the light bulb style ones. You need waste yarn. That is for when you split for sleeves. When I need waste yarn, I just snag a piece off of another skein that I've got in my knitting bag. Tapestry needle. I've got all of my tapestry needles in this handy dandy little thing. And buttons. I don't have my buttons yet because I just didn't think about buying them yet. But you will need buttons, and it will tell you how many buttons you need and what size of buttons you need. Then we come down here to the gauge information. You're going to knit a gauge swatch, okay? But before we discuss that, I'm going to switch over to the kids version on here. So our gauge for the kids version is 19 stitches and 33 rows per 4 inches or 10 centimeters. Oh, and this is the wrong needle size. This should be 6. Do I have that wrong? So it will have, see US size 6 right here? The needles that we need, US size 6 or size needed to obtain gauge. That's the size that you use to knit your gauge swatch. Now when you knit your gauge swatch, you're not gonna just cast on 19 stitches and knit for 4 inches and see if it measures right. No, I want you to cast on extra stitches. So here is my gauge swatch. I'm gonna back up just a little bit so you can see the whole thing. This is my gauge swatch, and it is just over 6 inches wide, and it is 5 inches tall. I like to knit a big gauge swatch. You see how big this is? And there's no border. There's no borders at the top, bottom, or the sides. I think it's very important that you do not knit a garter stitch border alongside your gauge swatch, because when you knit garter stitch next to stockinette, the garter stitch has a shorter row gauge, and so it will act like a little bit of elastic, and it will pull these sides down a little bit and compress them, which means you won't have a very accurate gauge measurement if you have a garter stitch border along the sides of your swatch. So I just cast on, I think I cast on 30 stitches for this one. I'll cast on 30 or 40 stitches, and I'll knit for about 5 inches, sometimes more. Depends on how quickly I get bored, but at least for 5 inches. And then I'll bind off, and I'll wash it, and I'll block it, and I'll lay it flat. And sometimes I'll pin the edges just to make sure they're not rolling while it dries. But I always unpin it after a few hours and then let it just lay flat and dry completely. And then you measure your gauge. You want to knit a nice big gauge swatch, because whether or not your sweater fits depends entirely on the information you figure out in your gauge swatch. So your gauge needle is the US size 6. Then you're gonna need 2 sizes smaller. So if you don't get gauge with a US size 6 and you have to use a US size 5 or a US 5/7 needle instead, you're not going to use a US size 4 for your second needle. You're going to go down 2 sizes from whatever needle you got gauge with. So if you got gauge with a US size 7, you're going to use a US size 4 for your smaller needle. Now let's talk about how to, actually let's talk about another section that I have here on here. Wrong way. On my patterns, I always put in the skill level and skills required. So this one is easy plus, it's pretty easy. And then these are the skills that you're gonna need beyond basic casting on and knitting and purling. So you have to increase with these increase methods and decrease with these decrease methods. And then here's your list of abbreviations that are used throughout the pattern. And sometimes they'll even go on to page 2, this is page 3. But here is where we begin the instructions. So let's talk about how we measure our gauge. Here's our gauge swatch. Again, I'm going to back up just a tiny bit. Let's measure this gauge swatch. So I've got my gauge swatch laying flat. I'm going to count with a ruler. I usually just use my flexible tape measures, but I think it's easier for you to see on camera if I count with this ruler. So I'm going to count with this ruler. I'll lay it on here. We're going to count over 4 inches. So this is 4 inches here. I'm going to roughly center it in the gauge swatch. And I like to get something pointy because it's a lot easier to count your stitches when you've got something pointy in your hands. So usually I use a pen or a knitting needle. I've just grabbed one of my big tapestry needles here. So we're going to come over here to where you begin. You can begin on the left or on the right. It doesn't matter to you, really. You just have to measure over 4 inches. I'm going to start over here on the left, and you're going to line the very edge of your ruler up alongside a column of stitches. So this is getting a full stitch inside of it, and it's just to the left of that first stitch. And now we're going to count across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and a little tiny bit. But we're at 4. So 4 falls about 1/4 of an inch past 19. So we're about 19.25 inches on that count. But that's only one count. I'm going to move it to another spot. And I'm going to count again. I'm going to count like 3 or 4 times because sometimes you can maybe have distorted one part of your gauge swatch, so I'm going to count several times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. This one is just 19. I'm going to count again up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I messed up. I'm going to start over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and a little tiny bit. I don't know if I put my head in the camera on that one. I'm going to zoom in closer so you can see. Oh yeah, you can see the whole 4 inches. So you can see very clearly. I've got it lined up right along the edge of the stitch over here. And now I'm going to count. You can see them clearly right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, a tiny little bit. So I've got like a 1/4 stitch over 19 stitches for 4 inches, and the 19 stitches is my gauge. I'm gonna call it good enough. That 1/4 of an inch isn't going, or 1/4 of a stitch over 4 inches isn't going to make much difference in the final sweater, so I'm not going to worry about it. Now I have to count rows. So I turn it this way. We're going to count over 4 rows. This one is a little bit finickier. All of my rows are a little bit wonky. Let's find a straight one. I'm not even on camera. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. I'm going to start over here on the right this time. I'm going to put my 4-inch marker right at the bottom of this stitch here, and I'm going to count my way up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. I've got 33 rows in the pattern. I may have counted wrong. Here we go, let's count in another spot. I'm not in the camera anymore. You can see the columns of stitches aren't perfectly straight, so that's why we count in multiple spots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. If I was counting before writing this pattern, I would count in 2 or 3 different spots, and then I would choose the one that I get most often, and that's how you measure your gauge swatch. So now that we have chosen our size, bought our yarn, collected all of our tools, knit our gauge swatch, we are ready to cast on. But before we cast on, what we need to do, nobody ever does this, but this is what you need to do. So I'm doing size 12 ears for my daughter. So I am going to go through the entire pattern, and I am going to circle the numbers for size 12 ears. This will help you see just the numbers for your size. You just want the numbers for your size. You don't want to worry about the rest of the sizes. So if you just go through and you circle all of the numbers for your size, everything else can kind of disappear and you can just knit. So I'm going to go through and circle all of them. All of the repeats, all of the stitch counts, all of the detail stitch counts, the yoke depth. Then here's where we separate the sleeves, all of those numbers. Circle them all. When it's a measurement, it's presented in both inches and centimeters, depending on your preference. Just circle the inches or the centimeters. You don't have to circle both. And here's the sleeves. There. So I've circled all of the numbers for my size through the whole entire pattern. And it is also a good idea to kind of read through the pattern and see where you're going. Most people don't, but it is a good idea to do it if you would like to know what's coming up, and you're not going to have any surprises and get stuck somewhere. So here we are. Zoom in so you can see. Work seamlessly from the top down. This is kind of a basic overview of how the pattern is constructed, and then we're going to begin at the top with larger needles and using the cable cast on 42 stitches for my size. Now I want you to pay attention to what I'm saying here. I'm telling you to use the cable cast on. Do not use a different cast on. You need to use the cable cast on here. I know it's not the easiest cast on in the world. I have a really detailed tutorial for this cast on that I will link in the description box below, and it's also linked in, it will be linked in the pattern. I don't have the tutorials linked in the pattern yet, but it will be in the pattern right here between skill level and abbreviations. It will be in there eventually. There will be a link to the cable cast on tutorial. I'm going to show you how to do it now. The reason why we use the cable cast on is because the entire sweater is going to hang from this neckline, and it needs to be strong or it's going to stretch out and the sweater is going to fall off your shoulders. So make sure you use the cable cast on. Don't use a different cast on for this. So here's my yarn that I'm using for this sweater. My larger needles, which is the US size 6. The cable cast on is not a long tail cast on, so you only need a tail that's about 4 to 6 inches, just long enough to weave end. And now we're going to make a slip knot, and we're going to put that slip knot on our left hand needle, snug it up a little bit, not super duper tight, but snug it up a little bit. So the slip knot is on our left hand needle, and we're going to cast on 1 stitch with the knitted cast on. We're going to zoom in some more here. Here we go. So we're going to insert our needle, draw up 1 stitch, and then place, this is too loose here, hang on. I made my slip knot backwards. I need to make it the other way around so that the tail is what tightens it, not the working yarn. There we go. Okay, starting over. My slip knot is on there. I'm going to insert my needle knitwise, draw through a loop. This is the knitted cast on. And we're gonna put that loop onto the left hand needle. Now don't pull that tight. We're going to take our right hand needle, insert it between these two. You can see it's coming between our first and second stitch that's on the left hand needle. We're going to draw up another loop. And as I'm drawing up that loop, I'm going to pull to tighten the second stitch. And I'm going to put that loop onto my left hand needle. Get this out of the way so it's easier to see. Actually, might be easier to see with a white background. Does that make it easier to see? So we're going to insert the needle between now it's the second and third. Draw through a loop. Put that on the left hand needle. Insert your needle. Pull up a loop. As I am pulling up the next loop, so see how it's really loose? I insert my needle while it's really loose, and then I pull up my next stitch, and then I tighten this as I'm pulling up my next stitch. I tighten this stitch that's on the needle. That way it's a lot easier to insert my needle as I'm working. So I'm inserting, pulling tight, grabbing the yarn, bringing up a new stitch, putting it on the left hand needle, inserting my right hand needle, pulling tight, pulling up another loop. And this is how you do the cable cast on. If this is confusing to you, still pause this video and go down into the description box down below and find my lengthy and very detailed cable cast on tutorial video and watch that one while you're casting on here. So I need 42 stitches, and I'm just going to pause this video for the sake of time so that you're not, this isn't like a 20-hour long video. I'm going to pause here. You continue casting on, and when you have your cast on number casted on, when you have the appropriate number of stitches cast on, hit play again, and we'll move on to our setup row together. But I'm going to pause here and finish casting on myself. Here are my 42 stitches cast on, and we're going to work on the setup row, which is right here. Now, see here this WS in parentheses, this means we're working on the wrong side of the sweater. Since this is a cardigan, it will have a right side and a wrong side. The right side faces out, the wrong side faces into your body when you're wearing it. So when we're working on the wrong side, since this is purely stockinette, we'll be purling. And when we're working on the right side, here's a right side notation, we'll be knitting. So on our wrong side, we're going to take our You gotta have your stitch markers handy right now. They're all over here. I'm not gonna try to pull them in, I'll make a mess. Okay, we're on our wrong side. First, we're going to purl 2. This is the front, this purl 2 is the front. And since we're increasing on the front for the front neckline, we only have 2 stitches on the front when we begin. So we're gonna purl 2, and then this next notation, that's PM, stands for place marker. So purl 1, 2. Now I'm gonna place a marker on my right hand needle. Now I'm gonna purl 4 stitches for my size. This is for the sleeve. 1, 2, 3, 4. Place my next marker. Now I'm purling 30. This is the back here. 1, 2. I'll count quietly so you can count too. There's 30 stitches. If you haven't knit your whole back section, you can pause this video and catch up to me. Since I'm knitting a smaller size than I imagine most of you are, since I'm thinking most of you are going to be knitting an adult size, make sure you pause anywhere you need to so that you can catch up, because I have fewer stitches to knit than you do. So here's place marker, and now we're coming here, purl 4 again. This is the second sleeve. Oh my, I have 3 stitches left. That means I counted wrong somewhere. Okay, let me count. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 29. Ah, I was short 1 stitch on the back. So I'm gonna tink backwards. Tink is knit spelled backwards, and tinking is knitting backwards. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to insert my left hand needle back into the loop below what's on my right hand needle, and then just scooch my right hand needle backwards and pull that yarn out, and you've unknit a stitch. So I'm gonna go backwards over here to the back. All right, I'm gonna go one more, purl 1 more stitch. These are removable stitch markers, so it just occurred to me that I could have just moved the marker. But now you got a good demonstration of what tinking is. All right, 4 stitches for the sleeve, place the marker, then purl the last 2 stitches for the front. And now we are done with our setup row. So this is a raglan shaped cardigan. So a raglan increases at 4 points. And each of these points where it increases is marked with these stitch markers. So you have the front, the top of a sleeve, the back, the top of the next sleeve, and the other front. And that's how that's set up. So now we're gonna move on to row 1. Row 1 is where we work our first raglan increase round. You can see 8 stitches increased. On a raglan construction, each raglan increase round will increase by 8 stitches. Now when we're increasing on the neckline rows as well, we'll increase by 10 stitches because we're increasing along the neckline as well as along the raglans. But for a raglan, you increase 8 stitches on each increase row. So we're looking at it here. Knit to 1 stitch before the marker, make 1 right, knit 1, slip marker, knit 1, make 1 left. And then you see how you have these instructions inside the brackets? You're gonna repeat the instructions that are inside the brackets 4 total times, and then you'll knit to the end. So I'm gonna show you what that means. So here we have our front. We're now on the right side. Let me get things untangled here. We're gonna knit to 1 stitch before the marker. So our first marker is right here. We're gonna knit to 1 stitch before it, which since we have only got 2 stitches for the front, that means we only knit 1 stitch. So now we're 1 stitch before our marker. We're gonna make 1 right. To make 1 right, you take your left hand needle and you put it underneath this bar between the stitches, taking it from the back to the front. Now sometimes when you're picking it up, will it focus? You see how I got it through the middle of the piece of yarn there? I've kind of got it messy. I'm gonna use my right hand needle just to lift up that bar and slide it over top of the left hand needle so that I can have the whole strand of yarn there instead of grabbing just 1 ply. Now we're going to knit into the front of this bar that we've picked up. You kind of have to push it around a little bit with your finger to get your needle in there, and then you knit. You've increased 1 stitch. Now you knit this 1 stitch that's before the marker. You slip the marker from your left hand needle to your right hand needle. You knit 1 stitch. So you made 1 right, knit 1, slip to the marker, you're knitting 1 stitch. Now you're going to make 1 left. So to make 1 left, you insert your left hand needle underneath that bar between the stitches, coming from the front to the back, and then you knit into the back of that stitch. Now we have repeated the instructions between the brackets 1 single time for this 1 single marker, but there are 3 more markers, and so we're going to repeat this instruction 3 more times. So we're going to knit to 1 stitch before the next marker. Here we are, 1 stitch before the next marker. I should have used all white markers because these markers are kind of hard to see. Now we're going to make 1 right. Remember, we take our left hand needle and put it underneath the bar between the stitches, going from the back to the front. Now we knit into the front of that stitch, and it tends to be pretty tight on the front, so I'll use this finger here, my middle finger on my left hand, to kind of push that bar up and around a little bit to get myself a little bit of slack so that I can get the tip of my needle in there. There's 1 increase. Then we knit 1, slip the marker, knit 1. Now we're going to make 1 left. To make 1 left, we take our left hand needle, insert it under the bar between the stitches coming from the front to the back, and then we knit into the back of that stitch. We've now repeated the instructions in the brackets 2 times, and we've increased by 4 stitches. So on either, you will increase on either side, on both sides of these markers. So now we're going to knit across the back until we're 1 stitch before the next marker. Remember, you can pause, or I guess you can fast forward 10 seconds if you have a smaller size than me. You can pause if you have more stitches that you need to knit than I do. Okay, we're 1 stitch before the marker. We're going to make 1 right. Bring your left hand needle underneath the bar between the stitches, coming from the back to the front, and knit into the front of that stitch. Oops, I didn't have the whole thing. I was kind of splitting the plies there. There we go. Now I knit 1, I slip the marker, I knit 1, and I'm going to make 1 left by bringing my left hand needle underneath the bar between the stitches, coming from the front to the back. Then I'm going to knit into the back of that stitch. Now I knit to 1 stitch before the marker again. Make one right by bringing my left hand needle under the bar between the stitches, going from the back to the front, knit into the front of that stitch, knit 1, slip the marker, knit 1, make one left by bringing your left hand needle underneath the bar between the stitches. Now this is where the very beginning of our cast on is, so it's a little bit finicky right here because it's just like the first row, so I'm gonna have to hunt a little bit for that bar just because it disappeared into the stitch next to it. And then we knit into the back of that stitch. There we go. And there is our first row done. Now look here, we have a stitch count given, so I should have 50 stitches now. I try to put stitch counts wherever we're going to change our stitch count. So here's 50 stitches. We're going to count 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48, 50. Now it is really good practice to count your stitches every time there's a stitch count given to you in the pattern to make sure you don't end up way off. You can catch your errors pretty quickly if you count your stitches whenever there's a stitch count given in the pattern. Now row 2, on the wrong side, we're going to purl. From here on out, we're going to just be purling on the wrong side. The right side is where all the action happens. That's where all of the increases are. But the wrong side is mostly just purling. So we're gonna purl that row together really quick, and then we're going to work on shaping this neckline right down here. So I'm gonna knit this, well, I'm gonna purl this real quick, and then we'll shape the neckline. Make sure you slip your markers as you work so that they stay in the exact same spot, because you need those markers exactly where they are. You're going to use them to determine where you make your raglan increases. And they're also really helpful when it comes time to separate body and sleeves, because they nicely mark off your fronts, sleeves, backs, etc. If you're curious about how I purl, I also have a tutorial on that in my tutorials playlist. Okay, if you are not coming to the end of row 2, remember that you can pause this video and catch up if you need to. We're going to start row 3 now, which is shape the neckline here. So now you see the bracketed instructions here. I'm gonna grab my pen real quick. These bracketed instructions that start right here and right here, they are identical to the bracketed instructions from right up here in row 1. Those are your raglan increase instructions, and they're just going to be repeated over and over and over again as you work through the pattern. So here, you're going to knit 1, make 1 left. This knit 1, make 1 left is shaping your neckline. And over here at the end, you knit to 1 stitch before the end, and then you make 1 right, knit 1. This make 1 left up here and make 1 right here, this is how you're shaping the neckline. So these are your neckline shaping, and then inside the brackets is all of your raglan increases. So since you're working neckline shaping and raglan increases in the same row, you're increasing by 10 stitches per repeat of row 3. So you have 1, 2 neckline increases plus the 8 raglan increases. So we're going to work this together so you can see what that means. So here we are at the beginning of row 3. We're going to knit 1, make one left. Remember, bring your needle under the bar between the stitches going from front to back, knit into the back of that stitch. Then we're going to knit to one stitch before the marker. Since we have increased, we'll have a different number of stitches that we have to knit right here on every single row. So we're going to knit just one, we just need to knit one, and now we're one stitch before the marker here. So we're going to work our make one right. Bring your left hand needle underneath the bar between the stitches going from back to front and knit into the front of that stitch. Then you knit one, slip the marker, knit one, and you make one right, or nope, this is left. Make one left by bringing your left hand needle underneath the bar between the stitches and from front to back, and then knit into the back of that stitch. And now we just repeat between the brackets 4 times. So we're going to repeat the bracketed instructions until we get past our last raglan marker, okay? So we're going to knit to one stitch before the marker. We're going to make one right. Knit one, slip the marker, knit one. This keeps tangling around my finger. And then we're going to make one left. That's 2 repeats of the bracketed instructions because we have 2 markers that we've gone past. Now we're going to knit to one stitch before the next marker. I also have a tutorial on how I knit. This is continental knitting if you would like to knit the same way I do. I'm just trying to find things to say because I have to knit across a bunch of stitches and I don't want to sit here too quietly. Okay, we're one stitch before the next marker. We're going to make one right. Remember that you can pause if you need to at any point in time. So we're going to make one right, knit one, slip the marker, knit one, make one left. And now we knit across the sleeve. This is our second sleeve until we're one stitch before the marker. We're going to make one right. Knit one, slip marker, knit one, make one left. Now we need to knit to one stitch before the end. So as you're working through the repeats of row 3, you're going to end up with more stitches here that you have to knit here. Right now we only have to knit one, but next time you repeat row 3, there will be more for you to knit there. So we're knitting until we're one stitch before the end. So this is one stitch before the end. We only have one stitch on the left hand needle. Now we're going to make one right. Oh, these stupid flies. We're going to make one right, and that's our second neckline increase. Then we knit the last stitch, and that is row 3. Now row 4 is to purl. We did that on row 2, so you just need to purl row 4. Now come down here. We're talking about how many times we're going to repeat rows 3 to 4. So rows 3 to 4 are this right here, row 3 and row 4. So we're going to repeat this section, row 3 and 4. How many more times? Now take note of this. I like to say more times. Some people say total times. So we're going to repeat rows 3 and 4 7 more times. We've done it once, we're going to do it 7 more. That's 8 total repeats of rows 3 and 4. After you've repeated rows 3 and 4 8 total times, which is 7 more than what you've done here, you will have, I will have 134 stitches. This fly is driving me crazy too. So we're gonna go and we're gonna repeat rows 3 and 4. I'm gonna turn you loose to do this on your own, and I'm gonna go sit and watch a knitting podcast, and I'm gonna repeat rows 3 and 4 8 total times, so 7 more than I've already done. And then we're gonna come back and we're gonna count the stitches together. So I want you to pause this video and I want you to go work all of the repeats of rows 3 and 4, and then we will meet back up right here and we'll talk about all of these stitch counts to make sure you have the right stitch count after working these repeats. I have just finished the repeats of rows 3 and 4, and I should have showed you this before I turned you loose. Wrong way. When I am marking off how many repeats I've done, I just use tally marks and I just mark on the pattern itself. After I've finished row 3, I'll put another tally mark to mark that I've done another repeat. I can easily tell whether my next row is a right side or a wrong side, so I make sure to always make my tally mark after I finish row 3, so I don't accidentally forget to mark off that repeat, which I've done in the past. So that's why I mark little tally marks on my paper so that I can see easily how many repeats I've done. Now I'm going to show you an overview of this here. So you can see it's coming together really nicely now. We've worked these increases, and so now it's taking its shape. So you can see here, these are the fronts, these are the sleeves, and this is the back. And here are our 4 increase points that form our raglan lines here. So now that we've finished our repeats of rows 3 and 4, and we've finished the front neckline increases, what we're going to do at this point is we're going to count our stitches. Now let me show you, I keep zooming the wrong direction. So here we have, I'm going to move my yarn over, it's in the way. You have a total stitch count here. So you have this many stitches increased. That's total increased in all of the repeats of rows 3 and 4. And this is your total stitch count here. But also it's broken down. Each front should be this many stitches, each sleeve should be this many stitches, and the back should be this many stitches. So you can count your stitches, which I've already counted my stitches, so I won't bore you by doing that. But count your total stitches and make sure that it matches your total stitch count number. And if you are messed up, you can also look, each front needs to be 19 stitches. So you can count the front and make sure it's the right number of stitches, or the sleeves and make sure it's the right number of stitches. So you can find exactly where your issue is. So count your stitches and make sure you have the correct stitch count at this point. Like I said, I'm not going to do it because that would be kind of boring for you, but I have the correct number of stitches because I counted as soon as I finished my last repeat of row 3. So count your stitches, make sure you have the right stitch count, and pause the video while you do that. And then as soon as you're done with that, hit play. And now we're moving on to cast on for the center front of the neck. So when you're knitting a cardigan, in this construction method, you work increases to shape part of the neckline, but then when you get down here to the bottom of it, you're going to add some stitches in one round to make the very bottom of the neckline. Let me pull over here at the grown-up size one. I'm going to do the top button so you can see what I'm talking about. So here is the one that's finished. Oop. Let me zoom out a little bit. So you can see this is where we worked the increases of the neckline here. And then at the very bottom, we increase a little bit right here. Well, we don't increase, we add stitches by casting on both sides right here at the bottom of the neckline to just form the bottom of this curve. Because if you just keep increasing until you have increased the right number of stitches, you'll end up with a V-neck shape. So if you want a round shape, you increase for a little while and then you cast on stitches to do the bottom of the curve so that you have a round shape instead of a V shape. So that is row 5, where we're going to cast on for the center front of the neck. Now we're casting on for the center front of the neck. Let me zoom back in. Hopefully I'm not making you seasick with my zooming. But you see inside of the brackets here, we also have raglan increases because it is a right side row. So we're going to cast on stitches for the front neck, at the center front of the neck at the beginning. And also this row is split into two. Also at the end of the row, we're going to add stitches for the center front of the neck while also working our raglan increases on this row since it's a right side row. Okay, I'm going to get ready to go, push my stitches up so that I can start knitting. Here we go. Okay, let me back up just a little bit. Okay, we're going to start using knitted cast on 5 stitches for me. I cast on 5 stitches. You'll cast on whatever stitches you need to use for your size. The reason we're using knitted cast on here is because that just works best for right here. So we're beginning a row here, so we're going to use the knitted cast on here at the beginning of the row. So to do the knitted cast on, we're going to knit a stitch. We're going to start like we're knitting a stitch. But instead of kicking this stitch off the left-hand needle, we're going to just take our new stitch and pop it onto our left-hand needle. So we've added 1 stitch. Let me do that again. Maybe I can explain it better. Insert your right hand needle knitwise, draw up a loop. Don't put this stitch on your left-hand needle off of the needle, and take your loop on your right-hand needle, put it onto the left-hand needle, and you've just increased by 1. And then in that new stitch that you have just added, you're going to do that again. Draw up another loop, put it on your needle. There's 2, draw up another loop, put it on your needle. There's 3. How many do I need? 5. So here's 4 and 5. Okay. Now I have added 5 stitches. But you can see they're all on my left-hand needle, so I'm going to knit them now. So I'm going to start, so I've used the knitted cast on and I've cast on my 5 stitches, and now I'm beginning the raglan increases. So knit to 1 stitch before the marker and then make one right. So I am knitting these stitches that I have just cast onto my left-hand needle. It might be a little bit finicky since these are new stitches that you've added. So I like to go slow as I'm working through those. Now we're not going to do any neckline increases right along the front edge anymore. We just cast on those stitches at the bottom. And now we're knitting to our first marker. Here we are, 1 stitch before our first marker. We're going to make one right. Knit 1, slip the marker, knit 1, make 1 left. Then we're going to knit to 1 stitch before the next marker as we do our raglan increases here. Remember, you can pause this video if I'm going faster than you. All right, here I am 1 stitch before my marker. I'm going to make one right. Knit 1, slip marker, knit 1, make 1 left. Now I have to knit across the back. Sorry, I was moving my knitting so that I could read the pattern whilst I was knitting across. Now I am to my next marker. Well, not quite, I spoke too soon. Now I am to my next marker, make one right, knit one, slip marker, knit one, make one left, and knit across the next sleeve. I'm sorry if this is very boring. You just get to watch me knit, as hopefully you're knitting too. This yarn is a really pretty color, and it goes very nicely with the dress I have on, and I'm kind of wishing that I was knitting myself a cardigan in this color instead of knitting it for my daughter. Maybe I'll have to add it to my knitting wish list and make myself one someday. Okay, so we're going to make one right, knit one, slip marker, knit one, make one left. And now we're going to knit to the end. So you can see up here, knit to end. So we're just going to knit to the end. All right, here we are at the end here. Now, using backwards loop cast on, we're going to cast on the other half of our front neckline stitches. So that's another 5 stitches that I need to cast on here. So I'm going to have my right hand needle in my right hand, and then in my left hand, I hold my yarn like I'm going to knit, and then I just curl. So I wrap the yarn around my pinky finger, and then it comes up over my pointer finger. That's how I hold the yarn while I knit. Then when I do the backwards loop cast on, I just curl my pointer finger in, and you can see that I've made a loop there. And so I put my right hand needle in there and I pull it tight. Basically what you're doing is you're taking your working yarn and you're making a loop such that the working yarn is coming. So let me start over. You take it and you twist it so that the working yarn is pinned between your previous stitch and the yarn itself so that you have a loop. Just like so. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now I have my 5 stitches added, and you can see I have another stitch count presented here. I have my number of stitches increased, and I have 8 stitches increased at the raglans, 10 stitches added at the center neck, and then the total number of stitches is 148 stitches. And then also right down here, I've got the detail. Each front, each sleeve, and the back are so many stitches. I'm gonna count and see if I have 148 stitches. So I'm gonna start over here and count away. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48, 50, 52, 54, 56, 58, 60, 62, 64, 66, 68, 70, 72, 74, 76, 78, 80, 82, 84, 86, 88, 90, 92, 94, 96, 98, 100, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48. So 148 stitches. That's the correct stitch count for right here. So now I'm going to move on to row 6, which is to purl. And since that would be very boring for you to watch, I'm going to turn this off and I'm going to purl row 6 real quick. You purl row 6 real quick. And then we will come back together and we will do continue raglan increases. Okay, you should have finished row 6 now, and we're ready to continue the raglan increases. Now this won't be anything new or scary to you, so Here you worked a raglan increase, then here you added front neckline shaping to the raglan increases. And now you're just taking that front neckline shaping away and you're just working the raglan increases by themselves now. So you can see row 7, you have the bracketed, where's my pen? You have the bracketed instructions here again, the knit to 1 stitch before marker, make 1 right, knit 1, slip marker, knit 1, make 1 left. So we have been doing that all along. So now you're just going to work this raglan increase repeat. So you have row 7 where you are on the right side and you knit the increases, and row 8 you're on the wrong side and you're purling. So you work these 2 rows once and then you repeat rows 7 to 8 however many times your size calls for. And remember, this is more times. This is more times. So we work it once and then we work it 9 more times. 9 is the appropriate number for my size. You will probably have a different number if you're doing a different size. So you work it once, then you work it 9 more times. So that's 10 total times that I'm going to have to repeat rows 7 through 8. And then you can see here that we've got the stitch counts presented again, the total stitch count, and also broken down for fronts, sleeves, and the back. So let's work row 7 together to make sure that you are in good shape, and then I'm going to turn you loose to work the repeats of rows 7 and 8, and then we'll come back together at the complete yoke section once we're done with rows 7 and 8. But here we go. Row 7, we're going to knit to 1 stitch before the marker, which we have done before, so this shouldn't be scary to you. Okay, here we are, 1 stitch before the marker, and it is now time for us to work our first raglan increase, which is make 1 right, knit 1, slip marker, knit 1, make 1 left. Then we knit to the next marker, to 1 stitch before the next marker. We're going to knit across over there. Scooching my paper around. Now we're 1 stitch before the marker, make 1 right. Remember, you can pause if I'm getting ahead of you and you want to catch up. Knit 1, slip marker, knit 1, make 1 left, and now across the back. The children are at Grandma's house today, which is why I'm able to sit down and film so much all at once. Well, I guess it's not really all at once, but in one day, film so much in one day. I don't know that I'm going to be able to get all of the yoke done today, though, before I have to go pick them up. So we'll see how far I get. I should see if Grandma will be willing to feed them dinner. That would be very nice for me. My mother-in-law is wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Okay, we're nearly across the back. One stitch before the marker, make 1 right. Make sure I'm still in the camera. Knit 1, slip 1, knit 1, make 1 left. And untangle my yarn. Now we'll knit across this sleeve. It's all, it keeps making a knot. I'm not sure why. it didn't do this to me last time I knit with this yarn. I wonder if I wound this ball of yarn a little too tight and it's messing up because of that. All right, make one right. Knit one, slip marker, knit one, make one left. And then we just knit to the end. And this is row 7, and row 8 is just purling across the whole row. It's a little bit finicky. These are the stitches that we cast on with the backwards cast on, and they're a little bit finicky the first time you, or second time you knit them. They're a little bit wonky, but they start behaving once you get going. Okay, now that was row 7, and now we're gonna go on to row 8, which is just purling all the way across, so I'm not gonna make you watch me do this whole thing. If I had you watch me knit this whole sweater, we'd be here for 40 hours, and I don't think YouTube will do a 40-hour video. Maybe they do, but maybe not. So you just purl the whole way across like you have been doing on the wrong side ever since you started. So I want you to go and I want you to work all of the repeats of rows 7 and 8. So I have done the first repeat, so I need to do 9 more repeats, and then we'll come back together after we have finished the repeats of rows 7 and 8, and we'll make sure we have the right number of stitches, and we'll talk about the complete yoke section after that. So off you go to knit. I'm gonna go turn on a knitting podcast and see if I can get through all of these repeats before I have to go get my children. You should be done with your repeats of rows 7 and 8, this continue raglan increases section. If you have not already done so, I need you to count your stitches. You need to count the total stitch count, and I also want you to confirm that you have the correct stitch count for each front, each sleeve, and the back. This may seem like it's annoying, but it will be handy when you come around to separating for sleeves, which I'll tell you about in a minute, not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but make sure you have the correct stitch count there. Remember, I'm gonna back up here. These are our fronts. This first section is the front, then the sleeve, then the back, then the sleeve again, and then the front again. So count all of your stitches and confirm that you have the correct stitch count. You can see here, this is my sweater. It's gotten quite big here. Now we're going, once you've made sure you have the correct stitch count, we're gonna come down here to wrong direction, and we're gonna read this complete yoke section. Continue in stockinette by knitting every right side row and purling every wrong side row until the yoke measures 6 inches for my size, measured straight down at center back, ending after a wrong side row. This bit is very important. I'm telling you where to measure, and I'm telling you if you need to end after a wrong side row. Here it is very important to end after a wrong side row because you want to split for sleeves on a right side row. Wrong side row is your purl row. Okay, so we're gonna measure our yoke here. I'm gonna back up a little bit. Now when you're measuring, I want you to make sure that the section you're measuring is laying flat. So this is the back here, this is the cast on edge, this is where my knitting needle is. I've smoothed it out. Now notice this part is all bunched up and this part is all bunched up. That's fine, we're not measuring there, so it's fine to be bunched up. But you don't wanna measure an area that's bunched up like this because it's not gonna give you an accurate measurement. So spread out the stitches on your needle so that you have a smooth area, a flat area that you can measure from so you can get an accurate measurement. So I've got my tape measure here. I'm gonna put it right at the cast on edge and I'm gonna measure straight down. Now I have 6 inches here. I'm gonna be honest with you. I filmed this section 10 minutes ago and I was at 5.75 and then I knit 2 more rows. So if you're here and you're not to the correct measurement and you need to knit more rows to get to your yoke depth, I want you to just knit every right side row, purl every wrong side row. Don't work the increases around the stitch markers like you were doing previously, but make sure you leave the stitch markers there. They're going to be very handy when you're splitting for sleeves. So just keep the stitch markers in their place, but don't increase on either side of them as you're knitting whatever rows you need to knit to get to the appropriate yoke depth. Now, if you're here and your yoke measures a little bit too deep, that's okay. Just go ahead and split for sleeves. But if you're here and your yoke measures way deeper than the measurement listed in the pattern, you're probably going to need to start over again. Rip out your sweater, solve your row gauge issue, and then knit it again. Because if your yoke is way too deep, it's not going to fit right. So the thing that determines the depth of your yoke is your row gauge. That's how many rows per inch. So if you have a much different row gauge than what's listed in the pattern, you can end up with a shorter yoke or a longer yoke at this point. A shorter yoke isn't that much of an issue because you can just knit more rows to reach the appropriate length. But if you're much, much longer, that's a problem. If you don't mind that the yoke is going to be deeper and you think it's going to fit you okay, or you just want to move on, that's fine too. But if it's really going to bother you, if your yoke is way too deep, you're going to need to solve your row gauge issues first. And I'm not going to talk about solving row gauge issues in this video because that's a whole nother topic. But I'm going to assume that you're roughly to the appropriate measurement for your yoke here. And we're going to move on to separate body and sleeves. I need to make sure that I have my tapestry needles still here. Oh, where did I put them? I do not have them still here. I'm gonna go grab them real quick and be right back. I'm filming this video over the course of several days, so sometimes things disappear. So I need a tapestry needle. I'm going to take this one. You might hear my children making a bunch of noise in the background. So here we are to separate body and sleeves, which is this section here at the top of page 4 on this one here. Removing raglan stitch markers as you come to them, knit a certain number of stitches. Now notice, this number of stitches that you come to first is the same number of stitches as your front. All of the children are now outside, so it should be quieter now. So we're talking about separating the body and sleeves. You notice here the first knit number of stitches. That's the number of stitches, oops, that's the wrong spot. That's the number of stitches you have in your front. Then the next section of stitches, to place the next number of stitches on waste yarn for sleeves, that's the number of sleeve stitches. And then you're doing your backwards loop cast on for the underarm stitches. Then you're knitting across so many stitches, and that's your back number of stitches. Then you place stitches on waste yarn again. That's the next sleeve. Then you knit to the end, which I don't have that listed, but that's your next front number of stitches. So if you've already counted your stitches over here after rows 7 and 8, and you've made sure that your fronts, sleeves, and back have the right number of stitches, you don't need to count the stitches as you separate for sleeves in this section. Now note, this is just for this pattern, and this is just because you've got the stitch markers marking off each section. If you're knitting a different sweater where you don't have stitch markers marking off these sections, you may have to count these number of stitches as you're separating off the sleeves, particularly if you're knitting a circular yoke pattern after you're knitting this one. Those ones don't have stitch markers to mark the increases, so you would have to count the number of stitches that's listed here. But in this pattern, since you've already made sure you have the right number of stitches, and since you have a stitch marker marking off each of these sections, you can just follow your stitch markers instead of counting the number of stitches. So we're going to do that together here. Move that to the side. First of all, I'm going to back up a little bit so you can see this better. We need some waste yarn to put our sleeves onto. I've got my tapestry needle here, and for waste yarn I just grab another skein of yarn and I just pull off a piece. You need enough to put all of your sleeve stitches on plus a little bit. I just use a little bit of yarn that I've got in my bag, which is usually the same yarn that I'm using for the pattern, just in the next skein. or you can use yarn that you have left over from another project. Just make sure that it's not mohair, because that's a pain in the butt to remove, and it's the same or larger gauge or size of yarn as you're using in your project. That way your stitches will stay held nice and plump instead of being pulled down skinny. And that will make it easier when you're picking up your sleeve stitches again. So here we go. We're going to knit 35 stitches, which is the stitches on the front. This is for my size specifically. So we're gonna knit the stitches for the front, which is 35 stitches is to this first stitch marker. So I'm gonna knit across the front. And you're going to get to watch me do that, because there's no good way to speed this process up and show it to you in all of its glorious detail. Remember, if you're knitting a larger size, you can always hit pause to catch up if I get across this front faster than you do. My mother actually bought this color of yarn, but in the sport weight version to knit a sweater. Okay, we've reached the stitch marker. Here's the stitch marker, and now remember, removing raglan stitch markers as you come to them. So here I am at the stitch marker. I'm going to take it off and I'm going to set it to the side. Now I'm to the sleeve stitches, and I need to place all of these stitches on hold. So here I am, all my sleeves. I've got my tapestry needle, and it's already threaded with my waste yarn, and I'm just going to scooch these up to the end of my needle, and I'm just going to slip them onto the tapestry needle and pull the waste yarn through. Let me zoom in closer so that you can see, whoop, wrong direction. So you can see this a little more detailed. I'm just transferring them from my knitting needle onto my tapestry needle, and then I pull the yarn through. And since I've already counted all of my stitches, and I know I have the right number of stitches for my sleeve, I can just move across to the stitch marker. Okay, there we go. I've got all my stitches on waste yarn. Here's my next marker. I'm going to set it to the side. Now I have, let me back up just a tiny bit so you can see this easier. I have my stitches on this waste yarn, and I have a little bit of yarn coming out each side. Now, if you want to, you can tie them in a knot just to keep them from sliding out. Make sure that you have enough yarn that you're not bunching this up super tight, and you want to have a little bit of room so that you can actually try this on later. But I don't ever tie it in a knot anymore. I used to do it every time, but now I just leave it loose like this. This is a wool yarn. It's not slippery. If you're using a slippery yarn, make sure you tie a knot in it, but this isn't going to slide out super easily. You can see it's got resistance there. I'll just leave it hanging like that, and I'm not too worried about it. So my children are my children are older, so I don't have to worry about a toddler grabbing hold of this and running off with it and messing things up. So I just leave the ends hanging there. Now my sleeve stitches are on waste yarn. Now we're going to cast on our underarm stitches, and that's the section where it says using backwards loop, cast on 8 stitches for my size in underarm. So here I am, this is my right hand needle, I've knit across the front, and I'm here, but I've put all of my sleeve stitches on waste yarn. I'm just gonna take my working yarn, and like I showed you at the neckline, let's see, let's turn this over. I'm gonna bring my finger into my palm so that I'm making a backwards loop, and I'm just gonna put that onto my right hand needle. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's how many underarm stitches I have, and that covers the span right underneath your armpit, so your sleeve isn't pinching there in your armpit. Now we're coming across over here, my left hand needle, this is my back stitches. These are all of my back stitches, and we're just going to start knitting. And you want to make sure that this is kind of snug between your stitches that you just cast on and your back stitches, otherwise you'll end up with it loose and wonky here in the underarm. Notice the sleeve stitches I've kind of pushed in away from me. You can also pop them out this way. It doesn't really matter this way, they're kind of a little more out of the way. They're just kind of hanging down over here. And I'm just gonna start knitting, and I'm gonna pull that snug and make sure it's tight as I start the first stitch or two. And then we knit across the back stitches. And if we didn't have the markers, you would need to be counting, but since we have the markers, we can just knit away. My mother was just here for a visit, and she brought me some really beautiful flowers that are here on the table next to me. It is my birthday tomorrow, so she came to visit me for my birthday. But she had to come before my birthday because she has to babysit my niece for my sister. So she has to go home again to babysit the niece. She actually bought some sheep too. I have a small flock of Finn sheep, in case you didn't know that, and I have apparently convinced my mother to get some too. So she brought her 2 new Finn sheep to my house so that they can get bred by my rams. So we have some visiting sheep for a month or 2. Okay, I'm almost to the stitch marker here. Remember, you can pause if you need to. I was not as close as I thought I was to the stitch marker. Okay, now I'm to the stitch marker. I've also ordered fly tape for all these stupid flies. Okay, I'm taking the stitch marker off. Here's my sleeve stitches. I'm going to get another piece of waste yarn from my ball of yarn here and thread my tapestry needle and transfer all of these sleeve stitches onto this waste yarn. You can use like barber cords, or you can buy stitch holders. Barber cords will work nicely, but I don't want to spend money on more things, so I just use waste yarn because I've always got extra yarn hanging around. And I would advise against using those stitch holders that are straight and stiff, because it makes it very, very difficult to knit when you've got a very, it's just holds it straight, so you can't move your sleeve out of the way, and it's just, you can't cast on your underarm stitches nicely. So use something flexible instead of something straight and stiff. So here's all of my sleeve stitches on waste yarn. Set my next stitch marker to the side, and now I need to cast on my underarm stitches again, and it's 8 for my size, so I'm holding my yarn, bringing my finger into my palm and just picking up that loop, or dropping that loop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now I've got all of my underarm stitches on. Oh, I lost a stitch there. Now I'm going to knit the last section of stitches, which is my second front piece. And remember to pull this tight as you knit the first stitch or two, so you don't end up with loose and wonky underarms. And then we're going to knit across the front. And that is how you separate for the sleeves. I'll lay it out nicely for you in just a minute. Just so you know, one of the most frequent questions is, how do you prevent holes in the underarm? And that's something that we do when we pick up the sleeves, so that's not something you need to worry about doing something for right now. When we pick up for the sleeves, to knit the sleeves, I'll show you what to do there to prevent the holes in the underarm, and also what to do to fix the holes if you've got them. So here we are to the end of the front. I'm gonna move this to the side. And here we go. We have our little sweater. Here it is. It doesn't look super fancy yet because we've just got a little bit here in the underarm. Once you've knit another inch or so, it will start to look really put together. So here we go. Here are the sleeves. The sleeve is on hold over here to the side. And here is the body. We're going to knit straight down now. You can see the neckline coming together nicely. We'll pick up for the ribbed neckline later. I'll walk you through that whole process now. All right, so we've separated for body and sleeves, and now the next instruction is to work the body. Wrong direction again. Continue in stockinette by knitting every right side row, purling every wrong side row until the body measures a certain, that's 12 inches for my size. Or, look here, or 2 inches / 5 centimeters shorter than desired length, ending after a wrong side row. I should do that as an abbreviation instead of writing it out. So this 2 inches or / 5 centimeters, that's how long the hem is. When we come down here to work hem, you see the hem is going to be 2 inches long. So if you want to change the length of the body, you want to knit it longer or shorter, you would just knit it to 2 inches longer or 2 inches shorter than your desired length. So you can adjust the length of the body to whatever you need for yourself. So you might be tall and add length to the body, or you might be short and you want to remove length. This is where you adjust the length of the body of your sweater by just knitting it to 2 inches short of your desired length. And now the handy thing is, since we're knitting top down, let me back up again. Since we're knitting from the top down, it's very easy to try this on as you go to make sure it fits you properly. Now we're going to talk about trying it on in a minute, but it's not good to try it on when you've got only a few stitches here in the underarm, because this tends to get stretched out and wonky when you put it on. These underarm stitches that you cast on, you can make them all funky if you try it on right this minute, and it won't really look right. So I want you to knit about an inch or two, and then we're going to try it on, and I'll come back and I'll try it on with you. I'll try it on my daughter with you. But knit a little bit before you try it on, because otherwise it won't look right anyway, because you don't have enough fabric in the body for the fit to really come through yet. So I want you to knit about an inch, and then we will come back and we will try it on together. Now, when you are knitting these, well, actually you're going to be purling them, these underarm stitches for the first time, it is a bit finicky. So let's do that together. I'm gonna start purling across the front here, and I'm gonna work through this with you so you can see that it is a little bit finicky to do. It's just when you work those cast on stitches for the very first time, since it's a backwards loop cast on, it likes to tighten up, so you have to be a little bit careful with it as you're knitting across it. But that's just the first time you knit across them. On your second row, they'll just be a normal stitch and you won't have to worry about them at all. But we're going to do the first one together so that you are not left on your own. Nearly there. All right, 2 more stitches. Okay, I am here to my, let's get a little bit closer, shall we? This is my underarm, and you can see they really tightened up over here on the left-hand needle, and I've got this big leg over here. Don't worry about that too much, but you're gonna need to be careful. Let me move this out of the way so you can see. You're going to need to very carefully slide your right hand needle in as you're purling this for the first time, because you don't want to tighten it more than it is on the left hand needle, and you also don't want it to fall off of your left hand needle, because then you'll have lost an underarm stitch, and that's a pain in the butt. So we're just going to go slow and careful across these underarm stitches, since they are a little bit funky on this first time round. Here's the last one. This one doesn't want to go right. There we go. I think I didn't get both plies of the yarn. And now when you come across to the other side of the underarm, make sure you pull this first stitch or 2 stitches nice and snug to make sure that your underarm is not loose and wobbly. as you are knitting. All right, now you're off and I want you to go knit an inch and then come back and we'll try it on together. It is time to try on your sweater. Here I am here. I've told you to knit to an inch, but I've knit further than that because this is just my knitting project and that's just how far I've knitted. It is time to try it on. Put it onto 2 needles or put it onto a really long needle, or you can put it onto waste yarn or barber cords or something. You basically want it to be able to lay flat. She's trying to tickle me. You want it to be able to lay flat so that you can see how your sweater is gonna lay without it bunching while you have it on. This is kind of iffy here where I've only got a little bit of needle poking out on either side. So we're just gonna do it very carefully so we don't lose stitches. And we're gonna try it on here. Come here, Talia. Go. Get it on her without losing needles. Without losing stitches, not needles. Okay. Put it on still. Stand normal. Here we have her sweater. Now I want you to look at the neckline first. We're gonna look at the fit from the top down. So we're gonna look at the neckline. You wanna make sure that it sits really nicely on your shoulders, but you also want to make sure, step over here. You also want to make sure there's a little bit of space here for the button band. So you can see that it doesn't come all the way up her neck. We want it to fit more like this, but there's a little bit of room here for the 1-inch button band to fit. And we can lay the front of it flat, and there will also be that button band here. So I'm making sure that it's gonna fit properly once that button band is on there. We're going to allow for that. Then we're gonna look to see how it fits in the yoke. The depth of the yoke here where you added the underarm stitches, will you just let your hand go? Thank you. You want to make sure there's an appropriate amount of depth here in the yoke. You want to have enough ease under here that you can fit it over top of a shirt or a dress or something, but you don't want it to be hanging super low and you don't want it to be coming up really tight in your armpit and constricting your arm here. So you want to make sure there's a nice fit here in the underarm. Then you want to look at how it fits around the chest. Now remember, we have a 1-inch button band that's going to go in here, so we need to kind of allow for that and kind of estimate how much space that would take up. And then you can look and see, how does it fit? Does it fit closely? Does it fit really loose? Do you like how it fits? That's the most important question, is do you like how it fits? So you can see that this fits her really, really nicely. There's enough room around the neckline for her 1-inch neckline to be put on there, but it's still gonna fit really nicely. It fits really nice in the chest. She has the right amount of space in the underarm that it's gonna give her space to put it over top of something, but it's not going to come up tight in her armpit, and it fits really nice around the chest. So now, turn. Don't get tangled in this yarn as you go. All right, off you go. Shoe. Shoe. Now that we've checked the fit, I want you to continue knitting the body until it's as long as you want it to be, less the 2 inches for the hem. So you can follow the instructions in the pattern that tells you to knit it to a certain length, or you can knit it to 2 inches less. Yeah, hang on a minute. You can knit it to 2 inches less than the total length you want it to be. And keep in mind that since we're knitting top down, you can try this on as you go. So you can just try it on every once in a while and see how you like the length at that point. And you just knit until it's 2 inches shorter than how long you want it to be, or the length that's specified in the pattern, and then come back and we'll switch to knitting the hem together. It is now time to knit the hem. You have completed the body to the length specified in the pattern or to 2 inches shorter than your desired length. And it's time to switch to the hem. Let me move this aside and pull the pattern in here. Zoom in for you. We're here, work hem. First of all, switch to a smaller size needle. This is very, very important. When we're knitting ribbing, we're bringing the yarn from the back to the front, to the back, to the front, to the back, to the front. As you move the yarn from the back to the front, that is creating additional fabric. So a ribbing fabric is larger than a stockinette fabric because you're constantly bringing the working yarn from front to back and so forth. That's why we switch to a smaller size needle. If you don't switch to a smaller size needle, your ribbing is going to flare. The right ratio, roughly, usually, is 2 sizes smaller. This is a US size, 2 US sizes smaller. So we're gonna switch to the smaller size needle. Remember at the beginning of the pattern, you had your gauge needle, which is your main working needle, which in this pattern is a US size 6, and then you were supposed to have a smaller size needle that's 2 sizes smaller than your gauge needle. And in this pattern, that's a US size 4. So I have mine here. This is my US size 4. This one kind of has a funky bend in it, which is kind of annoying, but it doesn't kill me. It's the right size, which is what's important. Now we're gonna move on and we're gonna work ribbing row 1, which is on the right side. So when you're knitting the body, you need to make sure you're ending on a wrong side row because you want to start your ribbing on a right side row. So you have ribbing row 1 and ribbing row 2. And then we'll just continue to repeat those until our ribbing is 2 inches. Now, see here, it says knit 1, purl 1. Do you see that we have the asterisks here and here? Then it says repeat from asterisk to asterisk. So that's between those 2 asterisks. That's this section here, this knit 1, purl 1. That is your repeat that you're going to work over and over and over again until you come to the end of the row. And then when we work ribbing row 2, we're working the wrong side of our ribbing, and it's the same thing, but as we're working, so the front side is a knit, the back side of a knit stitch is a purl stitch, and the back side of a purl stitch is a knit stitch. So after you have worked ribbing row 1, you will be able to just read your knitting and just knit the knits and purl the purls. And I'll show you that in just a minute. So we're gonna move this to the side. I'm gonna back up a bit so that you can actually see again. Here is my body, my left-hand needle. When you switch needle sizes, you don't take your smaller needle and transfer all of your stitches onto the smaller needle. That would be really laborious and unnecessary to do. You just work off of your larger size needle onto your smaller size needle. So you have your normal working needle in your left hand, as you have been this whole time, and you hold your smaller needle in your right hand. And now we just knit and purl. So knit 1. I always pull this first stitch tight, purl 1. And we just do that over and over again. This is a 1 by 1 rib, which means you knit 1, purl 1, knit 1, purl 1. There are other variations of ribbing. Not all of them are knit 1, purl 1. Sometimes you have knit 2, purl 2, sometimes knit 1, purl 3. So make sure you read the pattern to check and see that you're doing the right kind of ribbing for your pattern. Now we're gonna work all the way across the right side row, knitting and purling all the way to the end. I'm going to stop my camera so you don't get bored out of your mind. And I'll meet you again when I'm almost done with this row. So get down to like your last 2 stitches on this row and we will get back together again and finish it off. All right, we're down to our last 2 stitches here. So we're just going to knit and purl the final 2 stitches. Now, my size 6 needle, my working needle from before, doesn't have any more stitches on it. I'm gonna put it into my knitting bag so I keep it handy. You wanna make sure that you don't lose this one because you're gonna need it as soon as you're gonna start picking up the sleeves. So make sure you keep that in your knitting bag so it doesn't wander off. Now we're gonna start on our wrong side row. So turn it around. Now you can look at this. We're gonna zoom in even further than we already are. You can see, it's not super clear yet, but you can see the purl stitches have these bumps and the knit stitches have these little inverted V's, these little loops. So you can read your knitting now, and as you're doing your ribbing, you can just knit the knits and purl the purls. If that's confusing to you, don't worry about that too much. You will get it with time. You can just follow the instructions for ribbing row 2, which tells you to knit 1, purl 1, and repeat that till the end. So you knit the knits, and then see this one has the bump in front, the little bar in front, that's a purl. So we're gonna purl that one. This one has this little inverted V, this little loop, that's a knit stitch. We'll knit that one. Again here, we have a bump across the front, that's a purl, and a knit, and off we go. I'm gonna back up so you don't get seasick here. Now we just repeat ribbing rounds, or ribbing rows, not rounds, pardon me. You're gonna repeat ribbing rows 1 and 2 until your ribbing is 2 inches long. Now, before you bind off, I want you to come back. I'm gonna knit my ribbing to 2 inches, you knit your ribbing to 2 inches, then we'll join back together here, and I'll tell you how to measure ribbing, because you wanna make sure that you don't measure it too scrunched up, otherwise it's gonna measure longer than it actually will be after it has been blocked. So knit your ribbing until it's 2 inches, and then come back to this video and I'll show you how to make sure you're measuring it properly, and then we'll also bind off together. So go ahead and finish your ribbing now and then meet me back here. You have finished knitting the hem and we're coming now to the bind off. Before we begin the bind off, I want to show you how to measure ribbing. So ribbing tends to scrunch up together. When it scrunches up together, when any piece of knitting gets narrower, it's gonna grow in length. So if your ribbing is all bunched up and you measure it, it might be longer than if your ribbing is smoothed out. So when we stretch fabric widthwise, it tends to shrink lengthwise. So when you are measuring your ribbing, we're going to zoom in a little closer here. I want you to smooth it out. Make sure it's not bunched up. Like this woolen spun yarn doesn't tend to have a lot of spring in it, but if you're working with a different kind of yarn, like a worsted spun yarn, it's gonna shrink up on itself some more. So I would smooth it out, maybe stretch it a tiny bit, and then you're going to measure. Now you can see here, my ribbing is just slightly less than 2 inches. You're supposed to knit to 2 inches in length, but I know that if I knit another 2 rows, because I'll have to knit it in multiples of 2 rows, so that I'm ending after a wrong side row, it's gonna end up being at least 2 1/4 inches. And that's way too deep. I think it would look funky. So I'm gonna stop here where we're just shy of 2 inches. And I know that bind off row is gonna make up that last little bit, and will definitely be to 2 inches by the time I've bound off. So let me back up a little bit here and let's bind off together. But before we do that, just a quick note, I'm almost out of yarn, and that made me think of this. You don't want to join new yarn during the bind off or the row immediately preceding the bind off. You're gonna end up with a bulky spot in your bind off. It's not gonna be super duper noticeable, but it will probably bug you. So make sure you don't join a new yarn during the bind off row or the row preceding the bind off row. This is enough yarn to get me through the bind off. You need about 4 times the length you're going to be binding off to make it across the bind off. So let us begin. I'm going to scrunch all my needles up on my left hand needle. We are binding off in pattern. When you are binding off in pattern, that means as you're working, you're knitting the knits and you're purling the purls. Now, we want to make sure, let me get a little closer, we want to make sure that we're not doing this super tight. If you do a super tight bind off, that means all of your stitches are going to scrunch up together and you're going to have a really tight bottom to your sweater. You want to bind off loosely so that there's some stretch in the hem of your sweater. How we bind off loosely, the first stitch is a knit, so I'm gonna knit it. Now I'm gonna actually get a lot closer here. I pull that stitch loose with my right hand needle. You can see that this is tight. That's as tight as it can get. I pull it up a little bit loose. Not super duper loose. The amount of looseness you need is kind of something you develop with practice. I pull it up a little loose. Then we're gonna purl the next stitch because it's a purl stitch. Gotta grab my yarn again. So you've worked 2 stitches. You're gonna grab the very first stitch that you worked and pass it over top of the second stitch. You've bound off 1 stitch. Now I'm gonna pull the only stitch I have on my right hand needle a little bit looser. I work the next stitch knitwise because it is a knit stitch. Then I grab the first stitch on my right hand needle and pull it over the second one. Now I've got 1 stitch here and I pull it up loose. The next stitch is a purl, so I purl it, and then I pass the first stitch over the second stitch. I've only got the 1, I pull it up loose. Now if you can't quite figure out how much looseness to have in this stitch, you can use your working needle in your right hand. So instead of holding both of my smaller size needles, I'm just working with this one needle, I would grab my larger size needle and just have that one in my right hand whilst I work off of my smaller size needle in my left hand. That can help make it easier for you to make that stitch on your right hand needle a little looser as you're working. And really that having that stitch loose is just the key to making sure your bind off isn't too tight. You just want to loosen it up a little bit. I'm going to back up just a little bit here. Now we've worked about 1 inch now. When you are working along, you should stop every once in a while and test and see how stretchy that bind off is. You can see this is quite stretchy. You want it to be nice and stretchy like this so that it will lay nice and flat and your sweater isn't constricted around your hips. So make sure you're pulling the stitch on your right hand needle loose before you work the next stitch. Once you get going, you get into a bit of a rhythm and it's not very troublesome to remember to pull up that stitch nice and loose. Now, I want you to keep working through the bind off of this hem. Get all the way through to the end and break your yarn, and then we will move on to the next part of the sweater, which is the neckband, the neckline. So I've worked quite a bit further now. So I want to show you, when you have first worked your loose bind off, it might look a little funky, but trust me, when you block this and you start wearing this, it's not going to look loose at all. That's just because it's not been blocked yet. But you can see it's nice and stretchy and flexible, and that's what you want in your bind off edge. So go ahead and finish binding off the hem, and then once you've got that done, hit play again, and we'll go to the neckline. Now we're going to move on to working the neckline. Now, most patterns will have you work the sleeves at this point. However, I'm going to have you work the neckline first. The reason for that is when you have sleeves hanging on this sweater, just dangling down here, and you're working the neckline, and you're having to turn the sweater this way and that way because you're working back and forth, so you have to turn the sweater around. If you've got sleeves hanging down, they're in the way, it's bulky, it's obnoxious. It's just a lot easier to turn the sweater back and forth while you're working the neckline if you do the neckline first. It doesn't matter if you're working the neckline first or the sleeves. It really doesn't matter. It's just my preference to not have the sleeves on while I'm turning it back and forth while I'm knitting the neckline. If you're working through another pattern and they tell you to knit sleeves next and you want to follow it exactly in the order it's written, you can go ahead and skip ahead to the sleeves. If you're following my pattern and you really don't want to knit the neckline at this point and you'd really much rather knit the sleeves, you can do that. That's totally fine. It won't mess up the sweater if you knit the sleeves before the neckband or the neckband before the sleeves. The order of these don't matter. The only reason I put the neckband first is because I don't like to knit it while the sleeves are dangling on your sweater. Now, before we pick anything up, I want you to see I've got very, very, very little yarn left. When you're knitting the neckband or the button bands, you don't want to have to join new yarn because they're such small pieces of fabric. This is only going to be a little once inch strip worked around here. I don't want to have to join new yarn while I'm working that. It's a pain in the butt to weave in the ends at the end. You end up with a bulky spot in the neckline. It's just not great. So when you are starting the neckline, make sure you have plenty of yarn, enough yarn to do the whole thing without having to join a new ball. This is a brand new skein, which you can use a brand new skein, or you can just use an existing, like a partially used skein that has a lot left to it. Just make sure you're gonna have enough to do the whole neckline. I have managed to make a giant knot. All right, so the first instruction, with right side facing and using smaller size needles. We're gonna use the smaller size needles here because we're knitting ribbing. And like I told you when we were starting the hem, ribbing creates more fabric, so you wanna make sure that you're using the smaller size needles while you're working all of the ribbings. So I'm back with my US size 4. I'm here at work neckline. This is the top of page 4. We're gonna zoom in so you can see it. This is the note where I'm telling you that most sweaters work the sleeves before the neckline. Now here's the instructions. Make sure you read the notes as you go. I put important information in the notes. With right side facing, using smaller size needles, pick up and knit every cast on stitch at the center front of the neckline, 2 stitches out of every 3 rows up the first raglan increase line, every stitch across the shoulder, back and other shoulder, 2 stitches out of every 3 rows down from the raglan line to the front, cast on stitches in every cast on stitch at the front center. Be sure to have an odd number of stitches. I am not telling you to pick up a certain number of stitches. I am telling you the rate at which you should pick up stitches. You could have 29 stitches or you could have 39 stitches, depending on, basically, the only thing that will change is here. The number of rows you worked here. Well, I guess I could do that math quite easily since I tell you to do a certain number of rows. Maybe I will go in and put in a number of stitches. But the reason I tell you the rate of stitches instead of a number of stitches is because you need to pick up every cast on stitch, because your rows gauge and your stitch gauge are 2 different numbers, but you're knitting away from it. So you're coming this way, your stitches are coming this way, and then your stitches are coming this way. So when you're knitting stitch for stitch and your fabric is essentially traveling in the same direction, you want to pick up every stitch. Now here on this section, your ribbing is going to come out this way and your fabric goes up and down and your ribbing comes out to the side. So you're essentially putting stitches into rows, and since your stitch gauge and your row gauge are different numbers, you're going to pick up at a different rate when you're picking up essentially into rows versus stitches. And then when you come back around here to the whole cast on edge, you are knitting in the same direction. You're knitting in the opposite direction, but essentially your fabric is traveling in the same direction. It's not going sideways to your stitches. So that's why you pick up every stitch in your cast on edge. Then you come around over here, and again, you're picking up against the rows. So your neckline is gonna come this way, whereas this fabric travels this way. So they're not going the same direction. And then you come around here to your cast on stitches at the front neckline and you're picking up in those stitches. So you pick up every one of those. And that's why I give you a rate instead of a number. Now you want to make sure you have an odd number of stitches here because I have the way you begin and end the ribbing done in a certain way to make it look neat and tidy after you've picked up the button band. So that's why we need an odd number of stitches even though we're doing a 1-by-1 ribbing. How do we pick up and knit? Take your yarn, leave a tail for weaving in at the end. Here is your front cast on. I backed up and I should not have. We're gonna zoom back in. I hope you don't mind the dangling needle. Here are your front cast on stitches. They're a little bit wonky to see. They're just kind of, because on one side you did the knitted cast on the other side you did the backwards loop cast on, so they're not gonna be super duper neat and clear to see. So you can roll, this rolls under here. Since it's a stockinette edge, it rolls under. That's why we put finishes on things, because stockinette likes to roll. Unroll it and make it lay as flat as you possibly can. Then come up to the very tippy top of that column and pick up as close to the edge as you possibly can, and still getting 2 strands of yarn over your needle. You don't want to pick up just 1 strand of yarn, because that's going to pull a hole there and you're going to end up with a hole right at the front center of your neckline. Make sure that you have 2 strands. This is 2 strands. You can't see super well on the video, but there are 2 strands on there. So make sure you have 2 strands, then drape the yarn over your needle and pull it back through that hole. You have picked up and knit your very first stitch on your neckline. Now you have the end to weave in and the working yarn. Drop the end to weave in, put it off to the side. You're only holding the working yarn. Hold it like you always hold it when you're knitting. Now we're going to come over 1 spot, basically 1 stitch width, and we're going to pick up 2. You can see it's a little bit wonky here because this strand is longer than it ideally should be. You're going to insert it at the very top. You don't want to come down here and grab it super low, because then you're going to end up with too much fabric above where your neckband is, your neckline is. I need to stop calling it different things. At the very top, there's 2 strands of yarn that I've put my needle under, so I know it's going to be secure. Grab it like you're knitting, and on these ones sometimes you have to hold the yarn back with your other hand just so you can pull it through. There's 2 stitches. How many did we cast on at the front neck? Hang on a second while I figure that out. I cast on 5 stitches at the center front neck, so I need to pick up 5 stitches. You can see this is where the increases are. So in this section between my thumbs, I need to pick up 5 stitches. So I've got 2. I'm going to come over another spot. I have 2 strands of yarn on my needle, which you can't see super clearly in the video. Wrap my yarn around, oops, wrap my yarn around, pull it through. Now I've got 3. Come across another stitch, insert my needle. I've got 2 strands of yarn over my needle, pull through another stitch, 1 more, which is going to go right here, and pull it through. This one pulls up a little bit. This one right where you started your front neck cast on, sometimes it pulls a little bit loose. If you have a hole there, when we come back around, we're going to use this yarn tail to kind of cinch that up and close it up. So don't worry about it too much right now if there's a little bit of a hole there like I've got. Now we are going to move, that's the whole center front cast on. Now we're going to go up to the first raglan line. Okay, so you can see that this is the first line from the raglan. This is right before the sleeve. Here's the second one over here. So in this section here is where we worked the increases as we came down the yoke. So remember when we were knitting the yoke and we were shaping the front neckline with increases? That's where we are right now. That's this section here. We're going to pick up 2 out of every 3 stitches. 2 stitches out of every 3 rows as we work up this section. And it's angled so it's not super duper clear. But we're going to carry on. Let me show you how to do this. Now right here, you can see there's a hole right here. I don't want to stick my needle through there and pick up there because for one, there's only 1 strand of yarn that I can pick up. For 2, if I pick up in that hole, it's going to stretch it out and make it bigger. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to skip right past it. And I am going to consider that my skipped stitch. So that's my 3rd stitch that I'm not picking up. So I'm going to skip past it and I'm going to pick up 2. Now you can you see? me try to pull them apart so you can see. I've got 2 loops of yarn over my needle. Make sure you're always grabbing 2 loops of yarn, and I pull it through. I'm gonna pull it tight when I'm pulling it through because I wanna make sure, I'm sorry, there's one fly living in my house and it's driving me crazy. I wanna make sure that I'm not leaving a gap here because the neckline is gonna come across and then it's gonna start curving up. So I wanna make sure that this bit is snug so that it doesn't leave a hole there. So I've got, out of the 3 in the pattern, I've got 1 skipped and 1 picked up. So I'm gonna pick up the very next spot. Let me zoom in and see if I can show you this better. There's where you've picked up. That's your hole where you've picked up. You want to pick up in the next available spot, which is right here. Do I have 2 strands of yarn? I have 2 strands of yarn over the needle, so I'm going to draw through my working yarn. Oop, didn't want to go. Come on now. Ooh, that makes a big hole. That's only 1 strand. I didn't manage to grab the second one. So I'm going to start over. There is really only 1 there. Here's the second one over here. Now I've got 2. I'm gonna pull through my yarn. There we go. So skipped 1, 1, 2. So now I need to skip the next spot. So the next spot would be right here. Maybe I can show that better with the other needle. The next spot would be right here, but I want to skip that spot because I'm picking up 2 out of every 3. So I'm going to skip to the next spot over and I'm going to pick up yarn there. So you can see every once in a while I've got a little gap between, but that's okay. It won't look gappy when you have finished your neckband. There's 2. I'm going to skip the next one. The next one's right here, so I'm skipping it. And I'm going to pick up the next one. 1, I'm picking up the very next spot. 2, now I'm going to skip the very next one. The very next one is here, right there, but I'm going to skip it and go to the next one. I've picked up 2, I'm skipping the very next one, that's right there. Skip forward. Tighten that up a little bit. 2, so I'm skipping the next spot, picking up the next 2. Now here I am almost to that raglan line. There is 1 more spot I can pick up another stitch right there before I get to my cast on stitches. I'm just going to go ahead and move into picking up every stitch from here on out because I need to pick up this stitch, otherwise I'm going to end up with a gap. Because remember, the 3rd stitch that we skipped before we picked up. So here's our pattern of 2 with skipping 3, 2 with skipping 3. We skipped it first instead of picking up first. So we're to a point where we would either have to skip this, and I don't want there to be a hole right here because you need to think about how the neckline is going to move. I'm going to back up a little bit. As our sweater lays here, we're coming around a corner. We're coming around that corner. And when you're coming around a corner, you have a little more stress on that neckband, and so I don't want there to be a hole right there. So I'm going to pick up that stitch, and then I'm going to pick up every stitch along the cast on edge. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you can see again very clearly what I'm doing. So I'm picking up this one. Scrunch my stitches up a little bit. This one's a bit tight. There we go. Now I'm moving into my cast on edge. Because I'm using a woolen spun yarn, the stitches aren't as crisp as they would be if I was using a worsted spun yarn. But you can see that the best place to pick up isn't necessarily at the very tippy top of each column of stitches. It might be half a stitch off, or it might be between 2 stitches. That's fine if you're picking up between 2 stitches or halfway off of a stitch. That's totally fine. You just make sure that you're picking up one picked up stitch for every cast on stitch. Right here, it's kind of muddy. How am I gonna get that? I'm gonna, this is my column of stitches. If I try to pick up right at the top, it's not working out well. I'm not able to grab that whole strand. You can see I've got a ply, but that's not, there's 2 plies in this yarn, and that's not the whole strand of yarn. I don't want to do that. So I'm going to hop over this column of stitches, and I'm going to go between these 2 columns of stitches. I can easily insert my needle. I can easily grab both strands of yarn. Let me try to separate them out for you here. I can easily grab both strands of yarn, which hopefully you can see that there, and I can easily pull through my loop. So I'm going to pick up between the column of stitches, but I'm going to pick up 1 picked up stitch for every cast on stitch. So it's the same number, it's just shifted over a little bit, and that's okay if you need to shift over a little bit just to make it easy to pick up those stitches. I'm going to back up a little bit so that you don't feel like you're getting seasick as I do this. Here I come across the back. There is a hole here for some reason. It's not a super big one. It's bigger than I would like though. I'm going to pick up in there. Will it show? I just realized I'm not even putting my knitting in the camera. Can I get 2 strands without going through the hole? There, I got 2 strands without going through the hole. Kind of got a loop down there though. Hang on. Stand by. Wonder why I have that hole there. I'm gonna pick this one up again. I probably didn't pull my increase stitch as tight as I should have pulled it as I was working when I just first started. I have really no choice but to pick up there. I'm not a fan of that. When I am weaving in ends, I will come back and I will cinch that up though. Okay? We're just gonna move forward because I can't fix it right now. So I'm still picking up 1 picked up stitch for every cast on stitch as I work across here. And I think we're just going to do this together because I think you might enjoy watching me do this, or it would be good for you to see, or maybe you just want to hear me chatter about things in the background. I'm not sure. You can see as we're working here, they're all extremely even because I'm making sure to pick up, even though it's not in the very tippy top of each column of stitches, I'm picking up 1 picked up stitch for every single cast on stitch. So my rate is correct and even. And here we go. The reason I don't put a number of picked up stitches and I just tell you the rate is because back when I used to knit other people's patterns and they would just say pick up so many stitches, I always found it really difficult to follow those instructions because at the time I was a newer knitter, so I didn't really know the proper rate at which to pick up the stitches. I didn't grab both strands there. And so I would have picked up the wrong rate of stitches in the different parts of the cardigan. So I would have had, you know, too many stitches in a where I was picking up in the rows, and then not enough stitches where I was picking up in the stitches like we were doing now on the cast on edge. And I ended up with some necklines that didn't fit quite right, that flared or bunched up. Or I would just, you know, pick up stitches and then not thinking about it, I'd say, oh, I've only got 5 spots left, but I'm supposed to pick up 10 more stitches, and then you just crowd all of the stitches in at the end, and that doesn't work out very well. Then you don't have a good even rate, and your neckline doesn't lay very flat. Which is why when I started writing knitting patterns, I started writing in the rate at which you pick up stitches instead of a stitch count number. So we've picked up all of the cast on stitches. This is the start of our cast on, so we've got a yarn tail here. To make it nice and neat and even, I want you to pull that to the inside of the sweater, kind of down behind you, out of the way. There is a little bit of a bump. If you pull it up, there's a little bit of a bump you can see poking out there. You don't want that to be on the right side of the fabric because that'll obviously look funky and it'll be kind of a pain in the butt when you're coming around to finishing off the sweater. So make sure you pull that around to the back of the sweater as you're picking up stitches so that that kind of gets rolled underneath and tucked behind. I'm going to pull that back around and I'm going to pick up right in front of it there. And then it will get locked back. Now that I'm coming and I'm starting from the top and I'm going down, I'm gonna pick up 2 and skip the 3rd instead of skipping the 1st and then picking up 2 like we did on the other side around over here. So I've picked up 1, 2, I'm gonna skip the next one. I would pick it up right there, but I'm gonna skip it. Let me zoom in so you can see exactly what I'm doing here very clearly. Picked up 2, I'm skipping that 3rd. 1, 2, I'm skipping that 3rd. 1, 2, that one was a bit snug. Now, you might notice as you are picking up into rows that it will kind of alternate. One will be loose, then the next one will be tight, one will be loose, and the next one will be tight. That's because as you begin or end a row, it can kind of end up with the first stitch being either a little bit looser or pulled tighter. So that's why you might have it go, oops, I'm not even in the screen, like a looser spot than a tighter spot, etc. Don't worry about it too much unless you're ending up with holes and giant gaps in the fabric. So I've picked up 2, I'm skipping the 3rd. See, here's a tighter spot. 1. The next one is looser. 2. Skipping the 3rd. 1. This one's tighter. 2. And you can see I've got a gap between my stitches again. Here's 2 close together, then a little space, then 2 close together, and a little space. That's okay. I'm skipping that 3rd spot. 1, 2, skip the 3rd. As we're coming down here to our, this is our final cast on stitches. There's really 2 spots right here before we get onto the front neck cast on where I can pick up stitches. So I have to make up my mind. Am I gonna pick up 1 extra one or am I going to skip both of them? Because I've just picked up 2 and I need to skip the 3rd, which is this one right here. So do I pick up this one and then pick up these 5? Or do I just jump ahead and pick up these 5? This is kind of a big gap here. If it was a teeny tiny gap, I might skip both. But since this is a big gap here, I'm gonna skip the 3rd, I'm gonna pick up 1, and then I'm gonna pick up the 5. I'm picking up this one, and now I'm going to pick up the 5 cast on stitches, which you can see this side is much neater than the other side was, so it'll be a lot easier to see where to pick them up. 1, 2, make sure I'm in the viewfinder, 3, 4, and 5. That one made a hole. When I am doing the neckline, when I'm picking up the button band, I am going to have a yarn tail right at this point. I know that for a fact. So as I'm weaving in the ends to finish off my sweater, I'm going to just take the yarn around this hole, cinch it shut. You'll never know there was a hole right there. So don't worry about that right now. Now, I mean, realistically, it's not very big. And when I block it, the stitches will puff up, so it might disappear anyway. But when you have holes in various places from picking up stitches, you can just use the yarn ends as you're finishing off the sweater and just cinch all those holes down. Okay, we're gonna count our stitches because we need an odd number of stitches. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, Where they're grouped in twos and then I'm counting in the middle of them, that always throws me off. Hang on, let me start over. You can pause this video if you don't want to listen to me count, or if I'm throwing you off by counting out loud. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48, 50, 52, 54, 56, 58, 60, 62, 64, 66, 68, 70, 72, 74, 75. Oh, fantastic. We have an odd number of stitches, which is absolutely perfect. If you have an even number of stitches, if you're sitting here with an even number of stitches on your needles, don't just add another one or remove one from the very, very edge. If it was me and I had an even number of stitches, I would come back here. Remember how we picked up just one right there before the front neck cast on? I would come back to here and I would pick up another one right there. Or you could come back and drop one right there, just to make your stitch count odd. Or you could even back clear up to the back neckline and just drop one of the stitches out of the cast on edge. One stitch isn't gonna make or break and you won't really notice it, but you wanna have an odd number of stitches because we're working the patterning over an odd number of stitches. Here we go. The pattern again. Oop, wrong direction. Row 1, purl 2, knit 1, purl 1. Repeat from asterisk to asterisk until one stitch before the end, and then purl 1. You have purl 2, then your repeat is 2 stitches, that's all even, but you have an extra purl 1 at the end, which means you need an odd number of stitches to work this row over. And then row 2 is just the very opposite of it. Once you've worked row 1, you can just knit the knits and purl the purls from then on out. So the front side is a knit, the back side is a purl. And I will show you that here in a second. So here is our front neckline. We are working the wrong side first, because when we pick up with the right side facing, your picked up row is the right side. So we're gonna flip that around and we are going to work a wrong side row first, which is also why we start with purling, because when we purl these 2 stitches at the very front edge, on the front side of the sweater, they are 2 knit stitches. So purl 2 stitches. When you work this first stitch, when you purl this first stitch, pull it tight. You don't want this stitch to be loose and wonky. You want to pull that stitch tight. You are going to be picking up into this stitch later when you come pick up the button band. So make sure it's snug, so you have a secure place to pick up into. So we purled 2, and now we're just doing knit 1, purl 1 as we work our way across. Oh, I didn't quite get that right. And that is all there is to it. We're back into ribbing. Now I am going to stop this video because I know you know how to knit ribbing and I don't want this video to be 20 hours long. So I'm going to pause this video and I'm going to work until I am 1 stitch from the end, and then I'm going to record again. So knit until 1 stitch before the end of this row and then hit play again. We are back around to the very last stitch on our needle here, on our left-hand needle here. Now this is the stitch you started picking up with, and look, it likes to pull through and get super duper loose. Just grab your tail and pull it as snug as you need to. And it's fine if it loosens up while you're knitting it. Don't worry about it too much. Just work that stitch, and then you see it's super duper loose here. Pull that snug. Okay? You don't want that to be super loose and sloppy. And as you're knitting, it does tend to loosen up a bit, but just pull it back snug with this yarn tail. Now we're on to row 2 of our neckline, and I want you to notice, I'm gonna zoom wrong direction. zoom way in. You can see here's 2 knit stitches at the very start, and then you get into purl, knit, etc. When you come back and you pick up the button band of this sweater you're picking up here, then you're also going to pick up right between these 2 knit stitches, and that is why we begin and end with 2 knit stitches. On the right side it's 2 knit stitches, on the wrong side it's 2 purl stitches. That's why you have an odd number of stitches, so that you can have these 2 knit stitches here. It makes it a lot easier to pick up the button band, and it also looks a lot tidier right there at the front of the neckline. So now we're on to row 2. I'm going to back up. Row 2 is knit 1. Well, let me actually bring the pattern in here. Knit 1, then knit 1, purl 1, repeat from asterisk to asterisk until 2 stitches before the end. You may notice that I jumped into my pattern and put a space in here and then printed off this page again from the last time I was filming. If you printed this off, you'll have the same thing here. So when you're working row 2, you can follow the instructions that are written here, or you can just look at your knitting and you can read the knitting, and you can knit the knit stitches and purl the purl stitches as you work. Now you're going to repeat rows 1 and 2. Let me bring this back. Repeat rows 1 and 2 until the neckline measures 1 inch, ending after a wrong side row. The reason I tell you to end after a wrong side row is because a bind off looks tidier when it's worked on a right side row. That's literally the only reason why I'm telling you to, see, I'm snugging up that stitch again. That's literally the only reason why I'm telling you to end after a wrong side row. It's because you want this bind off right around your neck to look as tidy as possible. You want it to lay nicely and look good. So that is why you work it on a right side. When you're working patterns, even if they're not mine, if it doesn't tell you to end after a wrong side or a right side row, I want you to just default to binding off on a right side row, which means you stop working after a wrong side row. That should just be kind of your default mode of doing things. Now I'm going to work this neckband. You can see my ribbing is already showing up here in the stitches that I've worked. I'm going to go ahead and work this until I get to 1 inch, and I want you to continue working until your neckline is also 1 inch, and then we will bind off together again, and then we'll work the button bands. So go ahead and pause this video, work your neckline, and then we'll come back and we'll bind it off together. Here is the neckband done, and let's measure it together. Remember to lay it flat when you measure it. So my neckband is right a tiny little bit over 1 inch. Probably the ideal spot for me to stop would have been 1 row before this, but the thing is that was a wrong side row. Well, that was a right side row, and then I would be binding off on a wrong side row, and I want to bind off on a right side row. So I knit 1 more row. We're sitting just a tiny bit over 1 inch. That's okay. For a neckline that goes around your neck, I want you to knit that to at least 1 inch. If you go shorter than 1 inch, or you're kind of short on this, it's going to look really funny. Go an extra row instead of short a row. A little too long isn't going to look bad, but a little too short is going to look really weird. So we're going to bind off now. Again, we're binding off loosely in pattern. You want this to lay nicely, so you want to make sure this isn't going to be tight around your neck. Another thing I want you to note is, since we cast on here, we started the sweater up here, and then we picked up stitches for the neckline, this bind off edge and this neckline isn't structurally important. The weight of the sweater does not hang from this ribbing or from this bind off edge. The sweater hangs from the cast on stitches that you began the sweater with. So you don't need to make this bind off super tight in an attempt to keep this sweater on your shoulders. If you have trouble with raglan cardigans falling off your shoulders, it's because your cast on, not your bind on, your cast on is a flexible cast on, and that's why we use the cable cast on when we begin, because it doesn't stretch out. So back to our neckline here. We're going to bind off loosely in pattern. Again, remember, if you struggle with making the stitches on your right hand needle loose enough, you can just swap out your right hand needle, just grab another needle that's 2 or 3 sizes bigger and hold that in your right hand instead of your working needle. The first one, when we're binding off this ribbing here at the neckline, I do not loosen the very first stitch. That is because when we come here and we pick up the button band, we're picking up that very first stitch, and if this is loose, I'm gonna end up with a hole right there. So I'm gonna make sure that is very first stitch is tight. Then I'm gonna knit the next stitch, pass the first stitch over the second one, and then this second one, I start loosening. So remember, pull it up and away to make this stitch a bit loose, the stitch on your right hand needle a bit loose, and then you work in pattern as you bind off around. Now, I want to tell you, don't be afraid of messing up and having to rip it out and redo it. Once you have finished this neckline, before you break your yarn at the very end, why don't you put it on and see how that neckline lays? If you've bound off too tight, you'll be able to tell pretty quickly. Or if it's way too loose and it's flaring, you'll also be able to see that. And since you haven't broken your yarn, you can just very easily undo the bind off and redo it. You can either tighten it or loosen it, whatever it needs to do. Don't be afraid to rip out or tink backwards if you need to, and to redo your bind off if you need to. There's nothing wrong with that. And since I'm in the middle of this, actually, let me very quickly show you how to tink a bind off. So tink is knit backwards, and that's how you take knitting out stitch by stitch. So these stitches over here to the right are bound off. You take your left hand needle, and they're kind of stacked on top of each other. But you see here, this stitch right here? That's the one below. Insert your left hand needle into that. And then you kind of have to drop the whole thing. Pop that stitch out, grab that loop again. Then you can pull your working yarn out of that stitch. You pull on that, you see that stitch loosen up right there? Insert your left hand needle. Remove your right hand needle, but don't do this super fast because you want to catch that stitch when it pops up. Pull that loose, you can see where that stitch, pull that tight, you can see there where that stitch pops open. Take your needle out, pull your yarn, grab that loop. That's how you tink a bind off edge. That's how you take that out stitch by stitch. So if you need to take it out, you can just do that and do it over again. Don't worry about having to do it over again. It's fine. It will be okay. Once upon a time, I ripped out an entire sweater and completely reknit it because it didn't turn out right. I rip and reknit things all the time. I don't generally show them because, well, I'm busy doing the thing and I'm not taking the time to film it because I'm trying to fix whatever I'm doing. I am first and foremost a knitting pattern designer, not a content creator, so I don't always take the time to film when I'm ripping stuff out. And so that's why you don't always see people ripping things out. But I guarantee you, all of those knitting podcasters and all of those people on Instagram, they rip stuff out all the time. So don't be afraid to rip it out and redo it. Now I'm going to work all the way to the end here, and then we're going to come back and we're going to work the button band. So continue this bind off, and when you're done, come back and we will start the button band. Here is the neckline done, and now it is time to do the button bands. Now I want you to look at the pattern here. Let me zoom in, wrong direction. Work button band. Left, as worn. I am always pretty clear on the left and the right in my pattern. I put this little as worn in the parentheses so that you know it is the left side of the sweater if you had the sweater on you. So if you're looking at the sweater laying in front of you on the table, this is the sweater's left because, nope. Hang on, I've got that backwards. This is my left. So this is the sweater's left, this is my right, so this is the sweater's right. They're flip-flopped if the sweater is laying in front of you. If you hold the sweater up to your body like you're wearing it, the left side of the sweater will be on your left side. So this is the left side. And now we are going to pick up stitches for the button band. This side doesn't have the buttons on it, so it's just you pick up stitches and then you knit an inch of ribbing. This is the side that we're going to be sewing the buttons on to. Now with right side facing, so this is the right side facing, beginning at the neck, which is over here, so we're going to start up here at this side. And with smaller size needles, I've got those here, we're going to pick up and knit 2 stitches out of every 3 rows all the way down the sweater. The reason we're doing 2 out of 3 all the way down the sweater is the direction of knitting for this whole piece is up and down. Now we're going to pick up and we're going to knit sideways to that. So remember, row gauge and stitch gauge are different, so we need to pick up at a different rate. We can't pick up 1 for 1 because otherwise you'll have too many stitches and your button band will flare out. So here's a quick note on whether you have the right number of stitches. If it's too few stitches, it will bunch in and it will pull your sweater in like this. And basically the main effect you will see is over here at the hem will pull up in the front. That's how you know you have too few stitches in your button band. If you have too many stitches, your button band will flare out like this. I mean, this isn't too many stitches, so I'm stretching it, but it's gonna flare out like this when it's laying there because you have too many stitches. The stitches are all crowded together at the very close edge to the sweater, but then as you work away from it, they have room to spread out. And so it flares and you'll end up with a sweater that kind of is stretched here and it will kind of come down lower at the front center here. It'll kind of hang down lower and your button band will hang down lower still and it will kind of hang funny down here. That's how you know you have too many. Sometimes, depending on your own individual gauge, you will pick up differently than what the sweater tells you. Sometimes 2 out of 3 is too many or too few given your own individual gauge. So start with 2 out of 3 and then evaluate your button band. If it's cinched up and pulling up a lot, you might want to rip that out and pick up a few more stitches as you go. Maybe 3 out of every 4 instead. Or if it's kind of flaring out, you have way too many, you might want to pick up 2 out of every 4. Or I guess that's 1 out of every 2. So you need to be a little bit, you need to be ready to make a judgment call sometimes and be willing to rip and reknit. But if this is your very first sweater, I say don't worry about it. We're gonna pick up 2 out of every 3 and you can see how that works for you and you can just roll with it. And if that doesn't work quite right, you can do it differently on the next one. Don't worry about making everything absolutely perfect. I pulled up a bunch of loose yarn because I don't wanna have to pull up more. I'm leaving some so that I have enough for a tail. I'm going to zoom in closer so that you can see exactly what I'm doing. So up here on the button band, remember how we knit 2 stitches? At the very edge, the very first one likes to roll under, so you kind of have to roll that back out. In fact, the whole edge likes to roll under. That's why we need to put a border on stockinette because it just rolls under like that. So this whole way down, you're gonna have to kind of unroll it as you go. Don't worry about making the whole thing stay unrolled, just the little bit that you're working needs to stay unrolled. So I want to pick up at the very tippy top up here because I want to make sure that I have a smooth edge here as I am transitioning from this neckline into the button band. I don't want there to be a little jog either direction here, but I also need to be considerate of the fact that that first knit stitch at the very edge of this button band, you can see how this one here, the very first one rolled under a little. I know that the very first one here is also going to want to roll under a little. So I'm going to pick up at the very, very tippy top. This is our very last stitch from our neck band. and I'm gonna pick up right in there. And I've only got one bar on my needle here because this is the very, very tippy top stitch. I know that this is going to roll under, so I want it as close to the top as I possibly can get it. Then I'm gonna pick up the very, very next one. Now from this point, I'm gonna pick up 2 out of every 3. So I'm gonna pretend this one's not there. 1, 2, oh, let me zoom in closer because I lost my stitches. This is why you use a woolly yarn, the stitches don't slip out. You can see the little V's, right? You can see all those little V's. That is why I had you do 2 knit stitches at the very edge, because you just insert your needle into the very center of that V. Do you see the very center of that V right there? Insert your needle, you have 2 strands on your needle, pick it up. It's super easy to pick up. So I've got 2 there. I'm gonna skip the next one, pick up in the next one after that. You can see the V's right there. I've got 2, I'm gonna skip the next one's right there, skip to this one, pick up that one, pick up the very next one, skip the very next one. Now this one, we're coming to the point where our neckband meets the body. And remember, we've got this hole here and it's kind of messy right here as we're moving through here. So you kind of have to make a judgment call of where you're gonna pick up the stitches right here. I should be skipping that one. I'm gonna come right here, right above this hole. I'm gonna pick up 1. And then I'm gonna pick up, can I pick up in that hole? Oop, I need to make sure I'm in the frame. I'm just gonna go ahead and pick up in that hole. And when I come back around and I'm weaving in these ends, I've got 2 ends right here. I'm gonna come down and I'm gonna cinch that hole closed, okay? So I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Here's the 3rd one that I'm skipping. 1, this one is kind of loose. 2, skip the 3rd, 1, 2, skip the 3rd, and I'm going to continue in this fashion all the way down the front. You might hear my needle scratching on the table. That's the other one, and it's kind of annoying. I'm going to move that. As I'm working, you can see that it's still rolled over here to the left of me, but as I'm working, I kind of unroll it with my left hand as I come down so that I can pick up right on the edge. This is what it looks like on the inside as you're picking up. There's this little tiny ridge. You don't want this to be a giant ridge. There should only be 2 strands worth of ridge over here on the wrong side. Now, down here, when we get to the hem, I'm going to continue picking up all the way down here to the hem, and I want you to continue to do the same. And when you get down here, right here to this ribbing down here at the hem, hit play again and we'll pick up that part together. We are down here to the hem. This is the hem ribbing. We've picked up all of the stitches along the body. Now, this is a little bit tricky because the hem was worked over an even number of stitches. So we had to do knit 1, purl 1, which means we don't have a nice even line between 2 knit stitches to pick up along the hem here. To do the repeat where we have 2 knit stitches on the very edge, we have to have an odd number of stitches, but the body is worked over an even number of stitches. So we would either have to add or remove a stitch when we got to the hem, and that's just funky. So we're just living with it, and I'll show you how to pick up the stitches here. Also, this is valuable because most patterns are just knit 1, purl 1, and you have to just pick up in that anyway. So you'll be able to knit other people's patterns too without trouble after I show you this. I'm going to zoom in even closer. So this on the very, very edge is the knit stitch. This little ditch right next to it is the purl stitch. We still want to make sure that we are grabbing 2 legs as we pick up along here. So what is essentially going to happen is we're going to gobble up the whole knit stitch as we pick it up. And this purl stitch, oh, that stupid fly, I'm sorry about that fly. This purl stitch right here is going to be at the very edge of our sweater. So what we're going to do here is this very last stitch is the one I'm supposed to skip. It's kind of got a little bit of a loose spot right here, but I'm not worried about it. So picking up right here, we're still continuing. Hang on, let me see if I can, let me explain that better. So you can see there is a little teeny tiny hole right there, right there, right there. Right there. That is where we are inserting our needle. This is the stitch I need to skip. This is the stitch I need to pick up. Now you can see that I've got 2 stitches on my needle here. I don't know if you can see. These strands of yarn are pretty tight, so they don't want to come apart. But there are 2 strands. Make sure you only have 2 strands. Make sure you have a minimum of 2 strands over your needle. And then you pick that up. Then the next one, you can see that little tiny hole right there. That's the next one I'm going to pick up. Then that very next hole right there, we're going to skip that one and we're going to pick up in the next hole because we're still doing 2 out of every 3. So you can see there's a little hole right there between the knit and the purl. That's my skip one. I got to pick up this one, which makes it okay to pick up. I don't think it's as easy as picking up in between 2 knit stitches, but it's okay. It works out okay. So we're still doing 2 out of every 3 as we get down to the very bottom. Now we're down to the very bottom and there is a last little bit here. We have one more stitch. Yeah, there's one more stitch. Now I don't want there to be a jog at the bottom either, and I need to remember that the very, very last stitch is going to want to roll under. I'm going to pick up one more right here. There's no other spot to pick up another stitch. So now I have all of these stitches on the needle and I need to count because we need to have an odd number of stitches again. So pause this if my counting is bothering you. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48, 50, 52, 54, 56, 58, 60, 62, 64, 66, 68, 70, 72, 74, 76, 78, 80, 82, 84, 86, 88. I'm going to zoom back in real quick so you can see what I'm doing. I have 88 stitches. That's an even number. I need an odd number of stitches. So what can I do here? I don't want to make my stitch count adjustment at the very, very bottom because that will make me have a funky spot. So I'm going to back up a little ways. I'm going to back up to here. So that's 5 stitches. It's about 1 inch. And I'm just going to pull those stitches out. Pull the working yarn out so you've pulled them all out. And I'm just going to pick up an extra stitch. Remember, we're picking up 2 and skipping the 3rd. I'm just going to pick up that 3rd that we skipped here. But I'm only going to do that with one of them. And then I'm going to pick up 2, skip the 3rd, pick up 2, and then I have to pick up the very bottom one. So now I'm going to have 89 stitches. But because I have messed this up before, I am going to recount the whole thing instead of assuming that I managed to do this correctly, because a few minutes of counting right now saves a lot of trouble at the end. I learned that one the hard way. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 58, 50, 52, 54, 56, 58, 60, 62, 64, 66, right, 62, 64, 66, 68, 70, 72, 74, 76, 78, 80, 82, 84, 86, 88, 89. I have an odd number of stitches. Now I'm going to continue. Now look here, row 1 is purl 1, then purl 1, knit 1. Repeat from star to star until 2 stitches before the end, and then you purl 2. We're starting on the wrong side, and we're going to have 2 knit stitches on the very edge at both bottom and top on the wrong side. So since we're on the right side, they will be knit stitches, but since we're on the wrong side now, they are purl stitches. And that way you have a nice, neat, tidy edge on your ribbing. Now you're just knitting and purling as you go. You're following the repeat. And then you're also going to just work row 1 and 2. I need to go add in ending after a wrong side row on here. But essentially you're doing the exact same thing you did with the neckline. You picked up stitches, now you are knitting 1 inch of ribbing, and then you're going to bind off. And again, I want to bind off on a right side row. So I'm gonna go ahead and work rows 1 and 2, and I am going to come back when they're done and we'll talk about binding off again together. So pause this video, go knit 1 inch of ribbing, and then hit play again and we'll bind off together. Here is my button band. I have already measured it, and just like with the neck band, we are just a touch over 1 inch, but like I said before, a little too long is better than a little too short when it comes to the neckline and the button bands. Now I want to mention something at this point. You have your ribbing done. When you lay your sweater out like this, it should lay nice and flat like this. Oh, you can see, this is a dining room chair that I have my camera set up on, and you can see it. If you are using a woolen spun yarn, the ribbing really doesn't have much spring to it. It lays nice and flat. But if you are using a worsted spun yarn, which honestly most yarns are, it has a lot of spring and it's probably going to be scrunched up at this point. So before panicking and thinking you might have too few stitches that you picked up, just lay out your sweater and just kind of smooth it out and see if it smooths out nicely to the right length, which is as long as your sweater is. And if you're still hesitant about it, block it first before you rip it out, because with a worsted spun yarn, the ribbing will relax when it has a nice soak in a warm bath, and then you'll pin both ends and it is probably just fine. So if you're working with a worsted spun yarn and it's all scrunched up, just recognize that that style of yarn construction gives the yarn a lot of spring, and when you knit it into a ribbing fabric, it tends to suck in on itself. So now I am going to go the other way, and we're going to bind this off now. Oh, my yarn is caught around my tape measure. And we're going to bind this off the exact same way we have bound off every other ribbing at this point in time. We're going to bind off loosely because, again, if you bind off really tightly, that's going to suck your ribbing down in and it's not going to lay flat. So a nice loose bind off means that this will lay flat in the end. I suppose I should have told you how to start it from the beginning. Knit 1 stitch, or work 1 stitch, whether it's knit or it's purl. When you have 2 stitches on your right hand needle, pass the first one over the second one, and pull the loop up loose on your right hand needle as you're going along. Now I am going to finish this bind off, And then we will come back and we will do the button band together. The other side of the button band, the side that actually has buttonholes. It is now time to work the right side of the button band. And this is the side that has the buttonholes on it. And I don't say as worn because on the previous page, you already did the left side. So it should be pretty obvious that the right side is the only one left. So with the right side facing, beginning at the hem, using smaller size needle, pick up and knit 2 stitches out of every 3 rows along the, ooh, there's a typo, it says left. It's supposed to say right. Yours better say right. I better fix this. Be sure to have the same number of stitches as you had on the left side. So I had 89 stitches on the left side, so I need to make sure that I have 89 stitches on the right side. And I want you to notice something. So here it says beginning at the hem. Remember when we did the left side, we began at the neck. And that is because when you're picking up stitches, you have the right side facing you and you work from the right to the left. If you're left-handed, it might be easier for you to work the opposite way, but most people are right-handed, so we default to the right-handed, the one that's easier for right-handed people. So over here, you worked from the right to the left, which meant you started at the neck and worked to the hem. Here, we're working from the right to the left, so we're starting at the hem and we're working to the neckline. Now, this one is going to be exactly the same way as the left side, except down here at the hem, we have a purl column at the very edge. Whereas over here, it was a knit column at the very edge. This side is a purl column, so it looks a little bit different. We're gonna do that together, and then I'm gonna turn you loose to get started on it now. Wrong direction. Let's zoom in so you can see. The purl side looks a lot messier than the knit side does. And you can see, here's the column of knit stitches, and then it's kind of just a mess here. This is the purl column over here. And it kind of just ends up being super messy. I'm going to zoom in further. There we go. Now we're going to start down there in the purl stitches, and I will show you how it's done. First of all, I'm going to pick up my very first stitch at the very, very bottom. So this is the last loop from when I bound off. This is the last stitch on the hem bind off. This is the last piece of yarn. I'm going to just pick up my first one in there. I know there's only one single loop, but I just want that to be at the very, very, very bottom. And then I'm going to tighten everything up. Now, I'm using my, is this my middle finger? Yes, I'm using my middle finger on my left hand to kind of push these stitches around because we want to grab the 2 loops on the very edge, and they roll even further underneath when it's a purl column on the very edge. So they roll even further underneath. So I'm pushing it up and kind of trying to roll it around so that I can see it here. I have 2 stitches here on my needle here. When I roll it around, you can see that here's the column of knit stitches, and then immediately on the far side from me, on the other side of the column of knit stitches, if you insert your needle right there, you will have both legs of that purl stitch, and that is where you want to be picking up stitches. Now, when I was working on the hem on the other side, I had 5 stitches underneath or on the bottom of the sweater side of my extra stitch. Remember when I had to go back and pick up an extra stitch to make it an odd number? So I'm going to pick up 5 stitches. Pick up 2, whoop, I didn't grab my yarn. Skip the next one, which is right there. Pick up this one. Now, instead of skipping this next one, so I have 2 and I should be skipping this third, so I picked up the very bottom edge, but then I didn't skip any because I didn't skip any when I was picking up on the left hand side. So I picked up that bottom edge and I didn't count it, and then I did 2, skipped 1, 2. I should be skipping 1, but since I had to pick up that extra one on the left hand side, I'm going to pick that extra one up right here, right now. So that's the third. And then we're going to pick up 2 and skip the 3rd, 2, and skip the 3rd, which is right there. Sometimes it can get extremely messy, like right in here it is extremely messy and it's difficult to see. So that's the one I skip, and this is where I pick it up. I pick it up in here. I skip that one. Skip that one. So I pick up here. And now I am off on the stockinette portion of the sweater, which you've watched me pick up stitches on the stockinette portion before. So this should be very familiar to you. I'm rolling it flat because it likes to curve underneath. Remember, I'm rolling it. I'm pulling the stitches back around flat, and then I'm just picking up in this V that's right along the edge, and I'm making sure that I have 2 loops of yarn over my needle so that I'm not making holes as I go. So I want you to continue picking up this whole thing. I'm trying to make this video not overly long. So you're gonna pick it up, and then I want you to work the ribbing, which you should be able to work this ribbing by yourself. This is the same thing as we did on the left-hand side and on the neckband. So you're gonna work rows 1 and 2, and then right here it says repeat rows 1 and 2 once more. So you're gonna work 4 total rows. You're gonna work 1, 2, 1, 2, and then it's time to knit the buttonholes, and we'll come back when we're right here at this place locking stitch marker section. So pick up the rest of the stitches, work rows 1 and 2, 2 total times, and then we'll come back together here. Okay, we're working on the right side of the button band. This is the side with the buttonholes. You've worked 2 repeats of rows 1 and 2, and it's now time to place our stitch markers. So we're looking on page 5. Let me zoom in a bit. Don't mind my notes to myself. These 2 rows are written a little inconsistently, and I'm going to fix that. And then I realized that these are the same 2 rows as these up here, but they're swapped. But I thought that having 2 and 1 out of order would be confusing, so I'm going to change the numbering. So don't worry about that. Right here, place locking stitch marker 2 stitches from the top, another locking stitch marker 3 stitches from the bottom. So we're going to do that bit first. 2 stitches from the top. So the top is at the neckline. So this is the top of the sweater. 2 stitches, we're putting the locking stitch marker on. Coming down here, 3 stitches from the bottom. We're putting the locking stitch marker there. We're not putting it through the fabric, we're just putting it on the cable of, on our circular needle cable, as opposed to like, say, like actually putting it through the fabric. We're not putting it through the fabric, we're just putting it on our knitting needle. Now we're going to evenly space locking stitch markers roughly 2 inches apart between the top and bottom markers. This one might be a little bit different depending on how long your sweater is and what your gauge is. That's why it says roughly 2 inches. It might be just shy of 2 inches, and it might be a little bit more than 2 inches, depending on how your sweater works out. So I'm gonna lay my measuring tape down. I'm lining my 0 up with my top stitch marker. I like to start from the top and work my way down, and I'm just going to put a stitch marker every 2 inches. Make sure I have it lined up still. And then after I've placed them all, I will come back and I will count how many stitches are between each one. So I'm just doing roughly 2 inches at this point. Ultimately, I'd like the same number of stitches between each stitch marker. I am going to run out of stitch markers. I thought I had enough. Maybe I do have enough. I have 2 more. Oh, yeah, I've got enough. And here's the last 2-inch. Yep, I can't close it. All right, there we go. Now you can see they're all roughly 2 inches apart except for these two over here. These are extremely close together. I don't want to put buttons that close together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move them a tiny bit further apart, and then hopefully this space will, well, not hopefully, I'm going to eradicate this little space. If you wanted your buttons closer together, you could, or if you wanted to leave this one in and you didn't want your buttons spaced more than 2 inches apart, you could move them all a little bit closer together. But I hate sewing on buttons, and I don't want to sew on any more buttons than I absolutely have to. So I am going to work on eliminating this space. This is a judgment call that you get to make for your own cardigan. Do you want your buttons to be a tiny bit closer together or a tiny bit further apart so that you can not have this weird spacing here? So I'm going to move them all. I think I'll just, how many stitches is there down here? 2, 4, 6. I'm just going to move every one stitch over for starters. By the time I get down through all of these stitch markers, you'll be, actually, if I move that one once, if I move the top one 1 stitch, then I have to move the second one 2 stitches, and then I have to move the next one 3 stitches. The next one goes 4 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, the space is going to be gone in just a jiffy. This one goes 5 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one's going to have to go 6 spaces. 2, 4, 6. And then this one down here at the very bottom is completely unnecessary, and we're going to take it off. Now I'm going to count how many stitches are in between each stitch marker. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So they're all 12 stitches apart except for the very top one. Now if there's any unevenness, so there's one stitch too many, or 1 stitch of slop, I prefer to put that down at the bottom because that is the least noticeable spot. Like 1 stitch isn't going to make a really big difference. Realistically, you're not going to notice it, but just to satisfy myself, I like to have that extra stitch or 1 too few stitch down at the bottom. So I'm just going to shift all of my stitch markers up by 1 stitch. So all of them from the top down will be 12 stitches apart, except for the last 2, which will be 13 stitches apart. Now I don't want to move the buttonholes closer to the edge or further away from the edge. I like them to sit neatly right on the edge. That's just how I like my buttons to be. If you are comfortable with them being further in from the edge, like deeper into the, in this way, you can move them in this way if you want to. Do not move them further out or you won't have enough stitches to have the buttonhole there. There we go. Now these stitch markers mark where you work each buttonhole. As you work this next row, which is the row where you create the buttonhole, you will remove the markers as you work. So you literally just need them for this one row that you're working right now, which is the buttonhole row. Now notice we are working the buttonhole row on the wrong side. I'm going to move this so it lays flat. We're working it on the wrong side. You do not have to work the buttonhole row on the wrong side. This is a yarn over buttonhole, so it doesn't really matter if you work it right side or wrong side. There are some other buttonholes that have to be worked on the right side so they look right, but this one, We're working it on the wrong side row because this row is exactly right smack in the middle of the button band. So that's why we're working it on the wrong side row. I just wanted it directly in the center, and this was the row that was just perfectly in the center. So removing stitch markers as you come to them. It's only gonna say this at the beginning, so you just have to remember to take them off as you go. You're gonna purl 2, then you'll yarn over and purl 2 together. After this, you have the asterisk. That begins your repeat there. So you're gonna start by purling 2, then you'll yarn over, purl 2 together. Then your repeat is work in pattern. What does work in pattern mean? It means you just keep doing what you have been doing all along, which in this case is knitting, knit 1, purl 1, ribbing. So you knit the knits and purl the purls until the next stitch marker. So you just knit the knits and purl the purls until you hit the next stitch marker. RM stands for remove marker. You take the marker off, yarn over, then decrease in pattern by knitting 2 together or purling 2 together. I will show you how to figure out which one to do in just a minute. Then you repeat from asterisk to asterisk, which is this whole section here that I just read, until all of the buttonholes have been worked. Continue in pattern to the end. Let's do this together. All right, I think we're at a good level of zooming in or zooming out, whatever the case may be. I think you'll be able to see clearly enough. Let me get my sweater to cooperate with me here. Okay, so we start off with purl 2. Remember, we're on the wrong side, and that's just continuing in the pattern. The first 2 stitches are purl 2. We're at our first marker. It's not telling you to remove the marker. I should put that in right there. It will when you have the pattern. I put a note to add that in. We're going to remove the marker. Now we're going to yarn over. To yarn over, do you see how the yarn is coming kind of underneath the needle? We're going to take the needle on the top of the yarn to the back, scoop around underneath the yarn, and then kind of come back again. So your yarn comes from the back, underneath, around over the top, then underneath again. You do not bring your needle forward, underneath, then around over top. If you do it that way, your strand of yarn is shorter and your hole won't be as big. So when you do a yarn over, take your needle back, underneath your working yarn, forward, up to essentially wrap it around the needle, and then you're good to go. Now we're gonna purl 2 together. I'm gonna actually zoom in a bit closer. Do you notice the second stitch on my left hand needle? That is a purl stitch. When we yarn over, this yarn over is going to take the place of this knit stitch. So to make this continue in pattern flawlessly, when we come back and knit the next row, we are going to purl 2 together because that is the stitch over here. This stitch, this knit stitch, is going to disappear and be replaced by the yarn over. So we need to purl 2 together to keep in pattern. To purl 2 together, bring the whole kit and caboodle of your yarn over and your right hand needle forward. Make sure you don't mess up the way it's wrapped. Insert your right hand needle through both stitches, the 2 stitches on your left hand needle, as if to purl, and purl them together as one. And that is a purl 2 together. And there is your first buttonhole. You see your purl 2 together continues that pattern. This knit column disappears and is replaced by this yarn over. Now I'm going to back up a little bit. And we're going to work in pattern. So we knit each knit stitch and purl each purl stitch. I am losing the light very rapidly, I have just noticed. Hopefully I can get through this before the sun actually disappears. We've worked in pattern to our next stitch marker, remove it. Now we're going to yarn over and decrease in pattern. Depending on how many stitches between each stitch marker you have, this may alternate whether it's a knit or a purl. Whether you knit two together or purl two together is determined by the second stitch on your left hand needle. So this is a knit, it's going to be gobbled up by your decrease and replaced by the yarn over. This is a purl, so you need to purl two together to continue in pattern. So remember, your needle goes behind, underneath, forward, and up to do the yarn over. Then we're going to purl these two stitches together. There's our second buttonhole made. We're working in pattern by knitting the knits and purling the purls until we get to the next stitch marker. If you have an odd number of stitches between each buttonhole, whether you knit two together or purl two together will alternate. So when I come down here to the very last one, the second to the last one will be different. So we'll be able to demonstrate that as well. Remove your stitch marker. Yarn over, you take your needle behind, down, under, scoop it around, bring it all forward. We're going to purl two together. No, hang on a second. I apparently messed up my stitch counts somewhere along the way and they weren't all 12. Oh well, we're gonna keep going. So look here on our left-hand needle. We have a purl that's going to be eaten up by our decrease and a knit stitch that needs to be replaced by the knit two together that we're going to work. So we yarn over by taking our needle, our right-hand needle back, down and under, bring it forward, scooping that up. And now to knit two together, we insert our right-hand needle through both stitches. So there's two stitches there. We insert our right-hand needle through both of those stitches, wrap the working yarn around, and bring it through. There is our next buttonhole done. Now we work in pattern until the next stitch marker. Here we are. Get rid of that. The second stitch on our left-hand needle is a knit, so for this one we are going to knit two together. We're going to yarn over and knit two together. This is a little bit, when you have a yarn over on the needle and you're knitting two together or purling two together, you kind of have to hold the yarn over in place or it likes to run away and drop off your needle, which you don't want to do because then you don't actually have a buttonhole anymore. I've worked to my next stitch marker. The second stitch on the left-hand needle is a knit stitch, yarn over, knit two together. You can see I'm using my pointer finger to hold the yarn over in place as I work this. Knit two together. Perhaps I should have mentioned that at the very beginning. Working in pattern to our next stitch marker. Drop it off the needle. The second stitch on my left-hand needle is a knit stitch, so we're going to knit two together, yarn over, knit two together, and then continue working. Oops, that's a purl stitch. Accidentally knit it. I need a little more working yarn here. Almost done with these buttonholes, and then we'll knit the next row together and I'll show you what we do as we knit the very next row and we work those yarn overs. The second stitch on my left-hand needle is a knit stitch, so I'm going to knit two together, yarn over, knit two together. I have somehow managed to make this very awkward on this one. There we go. Then we work in pattern. We only have one more to go. Well, I only have one more to go. If you're knitting a bigger size, you probably have more than this to go. This is the very bottom stitch marker. The second stitch on the left-hand needle is a purl, so we need to purl two together, yarn over, purl two together, That's your last buttonhole made, and then it says continue in pattern to end, which the very last stitch is a purl 1. So there is your buttonhole row done. Now you come around, and when you have this pattern, it will be row 3. Now, you are essentially just working in pattern again as you come around this side, but as you go along, you will have these yarn overs that need to be worked into the pattern. You can see those there. So let's go through this row together so you're not confused at all. We start off with knitting 2 at the very bottom. This is a right side row, so we knit 2, and then we get into purl 1, knit 1, or you could say knit 1, knit. No, I'm gonna drop that thought because that will be confusing. Here's our first yarn over. We're going to purl it. So you're going to purl it just like you would a normal stitch, but be careful that you do not drop this loop off your needle, like if you shove it too far, because it can be kind of hard to pick back up again. So we're gonna purl this yarn over. Then we're knitting again. There is our very first buttonhole right there. Working in pattern as we go. And the instructions tell you to knit 1, purl 1, but you are just repeating the ribbing pattern, which is knit 1, purl 1. So here you purled, and now we need to knit the yarn over. So you just knit that like you would a normal knit stitch. There is your next buttonhole, and we'll just continue going across this whole row together. I'm trying to make sure that you can see all of this before the sun goes down. Here's my next yarn over. It needs to be knit, so I'm just going to knit that. After you have completed this row, there are some fluffies in my yarn. I don't know exactly what this is. I think it might be like a piece of cotton string that got stuck in there. After you have finished this row, you will continue, you will knit 3 more rows. So there's this row, then a wrong side row, then a right side row, then a wrong side row, and then you will bind off. Now, if your gauge, your row gauge, is substantially different from the pattern, you might not be knitting the same number of rows. This is the exact same number of rows as I knit on the left-hand side. So I will have the exact same number of rows on the right side and the wrong side. Ideally, you would like to have the exact same number of rows on both sides. Now, where you are measuring the left side and knitting a number of rows on the right side, if your row gauge in the yarn that you are working with does not match the pattern, you may end up with a bit of a mismatch when it comes to the measurement of your button band. If you have a right side that is not as long as your left side, I would encourage you to knit another couple of rows or however many you need to make your button band measure exactly 1 inch or slightly over 1 inch. Essentially the same as the left-hand side. If your row gauge differs in the other direction, so for you to knit additional rows, you would have to have a row gauge that had more rows per inch than the pattern says. But if you are going the other direction, where your row gauge has fewer rows per inch, then you might end up in a situation where you knit the number of rows and it's wider than the left-hand side, the left-hand button band side. If it's just a couple of rows, I wouldn't worry about it. If it's substantially more, you If it's substantially more, you will just have to live with it because there's no good way to change that and fix that. So here is our button band row. You can see here's the buttonhole row done, and the next row is knit. These buttonholes are not super duper huge. I don't want them to be super duper huge because then you end up with, you have to have a giant button, or your button always pops through the hole. So I like this size. I need to go buy buttons. I don't actually have buttons for this sweater. I give you a size of buttons in the pattern, but the tightness or looseness of your buttonhole can vary depending on your individual gauge and how tight you're holding the yarn as you work. So it's not a bad idea to wait until you have knit your button band with your buttonholes before you go buy your buttons, because now I can just take my sweater into the store and I can try the different size buttons and see which one fits through this buttonhole. But I need to go buy some buttons for this sweater, and I'll show you how to sew the buttons on at the very end. Now I want you to go continue rows 3 and 4, so you'll knit 3 more rows from this point. You'll do a repeat of row 4 at this point, and then you're going to repeat 3 and 4 once more. Then you're going to bind off loosely in pattern. Considering that we have done this already multiple times on the neckband and on this side, I think that you can manage that bit by yourself, especially considering that the sun is about to go down and I am about to lose all of my light. I do not have lighting equipment in my life, so I have to film while the sun is up. So I want you to finish your rows here and then bind off your button band just like you did on the left-hand side. You've done it before. And then when I have more light again, we will film the sleeves. It is now time to pick up the sleeves. I have the first one done here, and we're gonna pick up the second one over here. When we're picking up sleeves in a top-down sweater, the greatest concern people have is holes in the underarm. And there are 2 ways to address this issue, and I'm gonna show you both of them. So you can see here on the first sleeve, there's a little tiny hole there. And there's another one on this side here. You have the stitches that are on hold, these live stitches that are on hold, and you have the underarm stitches that you cast on that you need to pick up. Between those underarm stitches and that first stitch, that first live stitch, there's a bit of a gap there, and that's why you end up with a hole in a top-down sweater. But there are 2 different ways to handle this hole issue, and I'm going to show you both ways. Then you can do whichever one you think is easiest or you prefer. So the first method is to just put all of your live stitches back on the needle, pick up your underarm stitches, and don't worry about this hole. And then when you're weaving in ends at the end, you just cinch this hole closed. So I'm gonna show you that method with this sleeve, with its holes here, which you can see they're not horribly huge. And then on this sleeve, I'm gonna show you the other way, which is my preferred way to do it. Let's pull our pattern in over here so that you can see exactly the instructions that we're going to be following here. Let me zoom in on it. Okay, using larger size needles. Remember that is our US size 6. You had just used the ribbings, you had just used a smaller size needle to do the hem ribbing, so make sure that you are not using the smaller size needle still when you come back to pick up the sleeve. So using larger size needles, place a certain number of sleeve stitches back on the needles. Those are, let me back up a tiny bit. Those are these stitches that we put on waste yarn, these live stitches that we put on waste yarn. Then we're going to pick up and knit the so many stitches in the underarm. Remember when we cast on with backwards loop, right when we were starting the body, we cast on with backwards loop in the underarm? Those are the stitches that we're picking up here. Placing the beginning of the round marker in the center of these stitches. I'm talking, these stitches refers to the so many stitches in the underarm, because you want to have the beginning of the round of your sleeve directly in the center of the underarm so that all of your decreases end up underneath the arm where it's not really visible. In a stockinette sweater, it's not going to make much of a difference, but say you're doing a sweater that has some sort of patterning on the sleeve, you're going to want those decreases to be as invisible as possible so that that little jog when the patterning gets messed up is not really noticeable. And then here we have the stitch count given. Now this is the stitch count that you will have after you place your stitches back on the sleeve and then pick up your underarm stitches. That's how many stitches you should have. And let's just do that real quick here. I'm gonna back up a little bit so that you can see a little better. You need to start going from the right to the left. If you're left-handed, you may want to do this oppositely, but if you're trying to go this way, this way makes more sense. I'm realizing that this way is also from the right to the left, but this way it's just weird. Have the sweater body towards you and the opening of the sleeve away from you. Take your working needle, remember this is the larger size needle, and leave the waste yarn in place until you've put the needle on, because otherwise these stitches are gonna start coming out as you are picking up stitches, because every time you pick up a stitch you kind of pull on it a little bit and you'll pull its friend away and then you'll end up with drop stitches. So make sure you leave this waste yarn in until you have picked up all of your stitches. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more, wrong direction. This very first one tends to kind of get pulled down because there's a little bit of strain on this right here. So this very first stitch tends to get pulled down. You can see this little bit of yarn that's right here. That belongs to this first stitch, but it's kind of been pulled out of place just from moving this sweater around. So the first one's kind of hard to get down in there and pick it up sometimes. You can use your waste yarn and you can kind of pull it up like this if you need to, if it's popped too far down in there. Get your needle, just slide it in. You don't want to come in from this side because then you're going to end up with twist stitches. You just want to come in this way and you're just going to follow the working yarn all the way around. Sometimes they need a little bit of teasing to get them over the hump, you know, where your needle is super thin and then it gets wider over here. Sometimes it needs a little gentle pushing to get over that because the stitch has been pulled out of place. You might hear my dishwasher in the background. When you're about halfway through, pull your needle through so that these stitches are sitting on the cable, and pull it through a good bit. Don't just pull it through, you know, a tiny little bit. Pull it through a good bit because this is a curve, so you can't really pick them all up on a straight needle or something straight and inflexible because this is wanting to curve like this. So if you pick up about half of them, then you pull your needle through and those ones are on the cable. Then you turn your sweater around and it's super easy to pick up the rest of them as well. You're not fighting the way your knitting wants to sit, and it doesn't want to sit straight here because it's supposed to curve. It's a sleeved. So here we come around, and then the very last one again tends to disappear. Like you can see, that stitch is just sunk all the way down through. So I'm going to get my working yarn, pull it up a little bit, and I'm just going to use it to kind of pull that stitch back up. Sometimes you have to take the next stitch down and pull it down a little bit, just so I can get enough to get my needle underneath it. This one really doesn't want to cooperate here. There we go. There we go. I know you can't see it very well because there's too much yarn in the way. There, now I've got it on the needle. Now that we're at this point, we have all of the live stitches on the needle. I like to pull the whole thing through so that all of the stitches are sitting on the cable. The needle is fatter than the cable, so if I have them all sitting on the cable while I do this next bit, there's less tension and there's less friction and it goes a lot easier. I'll come up here about the center and I will find that waste yarn and pull it up, and I will just pull it out this way. You can also pull it out from one end or the other, but I find that going to the center and just pulling it means it's mostly going straight out, and there's just not as much friction and it's not as difficult to do. Nope, there's a knot on this end. I'm just gonna break that off real quick and pull it out. Then you can either tie it all up in a neat little bundle so you can use it again, or you can discard it, your choice. I like to just kind of tie them up like this and throw it back in my knitting bag, and then I've always got a little twisty of scrap yarn in my knitting bag for whenever I need some. So now we need to pick up these underarm stitches. Here we are. When I am first starting the very top of the sleeve, since we're going to be doing this magic loop style, I like to split it so that I have half of the top half of the stitches separated from the bottom half of the stitches. I do this because it's easier to pick up the underarm stitches when it's split in half this way as opposed to splitting in half this way. You'll see what I mean in just a second. So what I do is I come, maybe a fourth of the way. So this is 100% around the sleeve. I come maybe 25% up this way and 25% up this way, and I just pull up a loop. So I just pinch my cord like this, and you can see that it kind of pops out anyway. Shove the stitches to the side, and I pull it through so that my needle is through those stitches. That's not very many stitches, but it's fine. And I do the same thing on the other side. Pinch my cord, push those stitches to the side, pull out a loop. And then I pull my needle through those live stitches. So I have live stitches on my right hand needle, live stitches on my left hand needle. The underarm is in between the two, and the other half-ish, roughly half of the stitches are on the cable, on hold over there. Doing it this way makes it a lot easier to pick up the stitches in the underarm. Now you need to have your stitch marker handy. These are my favorite, these little locking stitch markers. Any kind of stitch marker works. I've even taken a little piece of yarn and tied a little tiny circle into it and used that as a stitch marker. You don't have to get fancy with stitch markers. My grandmother always used to use bobby pins. So you can use whatever. Here's my yarn. I'm getting a little bit loose, ready to go. When I start here, I want a fairly long tail, because when I'm coming back to weave things in, I want to make sure that if I have any holes here on the sides, I have enough yarn in my end that I can weave those closed. So I usually do about a foot. That's 12 inches. I'm not sure what that is in centimeters. Multiply it by 2.5. So I usually do about a foot of a tail here. That gives me enough to weave in everything neatly at the end. Make a little loop, just a little loopy in your yarn. Now we're coming over here to this section. This is our first underarm stitch that we're going to pick up. But like I said, here's the first live stitch. If we just picked up right there, we have a giant gap in between. That's how I did it on the first sleeve. I just came through and I just started picking up stitches here in the underarm. You can see that's gonna leave a hole because there's a giant gap there. And that's what I did on the first sleeve. So you can do that if you want to, and then you just have to sew these closed when you're weaving in all of your ends. But how I like to do it is I come in this area between the underarm and my live stitches, and I pick up 1 or 2 extra stitches in this section right here, this little bit between my thumbs. Whether I pick up 1 or 2 kind of depends on how big I think that gap is going to be. So I'll kind of look at it. Sometimes in sweaters you only need 1. Sometimes in sweaters you need 2. I'm not sure what the difference is there. I kind of just go by feel on this. If you are unsure, just pick up 2 extra stitches every time. So we're gonna pick up 2 extra stitches this time. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit closer so you can see exactly what I'm doing here. So here's my first underarm stitch. In between here, we're gonna pick up 2 stitches. We need to make sure we have 2 strands of yarn over the needle whenever we pick up stitches, otherwise everything's gonna get messed up. So I'm gonna pick up the first one right here. There are 2 strands of yarn. It's in the center of a stitch, and there are 2 strands of yarn. They're kind of twisted around each other, so you can't really see them individually, but there's 2 strands of yarn there. I'm gonna take my little loop on my working yarn. I'm gonna put it over the needle and I'm gonna draw it through. That is my first picked up stitch. Now, between that first picked up stitch and this underarm stitch, in this area here, I'm gonna pick up another one. So I'm kind of looking at it and judging where the next best place is. I don't wanna pick it up here because you can see when some stress is put on that strand, it's just gonna make another hole. You could come down here and pick up both of them if you wanted to, or you can come here and you can go into this stitch here. Do you see this stitch here? And you can come under those 2 strands and pick up another one there. That's what I'm gonna do for this one. Now notice, I have both the working yarn and the tail held together over my finger. I like to do this because this stitch tends to get loosened up because it's the very first stitch with the new piece of yarn. So it tends to get stretched out a lot. If I take both pieces, both ends of it, the tail and the working yarn, and I knit the next stitch with both strands, it's a lot easier to tighten up when we're at this point. So I'm gonna pick up the next stitch with both strands. Remember that you've got 2 strands here, even though it's 1 stitch, but there's 2 strands of yarn. Now I'm gonna drop the tail. Here's the tail, and I like to just stuff it down inside so it's out of the way. And now I only have the working yarn on my hand here. So now we're gonna pick up in the underarm. How many stitches do I need? I need 8 stitches in the underarm. So I'm gonna pick up 4, then I'm gonna place my stitch marker and pick up the next 4. Keep in mind that the size you are making may have a different number of underarm stitches. When you look at these backwards loop cast on new stitches, you can see that the stitch itself is right here between my thumbs. It's coming down this way. So if I try to pick up at the top of that stitch, right in that crisscross right there, it's really tight and really inflexible, and it's kind of a pain to pick up stitches there. So I don't pick up stitches right at the very tippy top of the column of stitches. I come over between the columns of stitches, and you can kind of see this little strand of yarn comes over, it loops over like this piece. That's for each stitch. There's going to be that little crisscross loop of yarn coming over, and I'm going to insert my needle underneath that, and you can see I've got 2 strands of yarn over my needle. Make sure you have 2 strands of yarn over your needle, so it's not at the tippy top of the column of stitches, it's between the columns of stitches. So we're going to pick up there. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now where's my stitch marker? I'm going to place my stitch marker on, kind of hold it over with my pointer finger on my right hand, and now I'm going to pick up 4 more stitches going across. You can also, if you have a removable stitch marker, you could pick up all of the underarm stitches and then open up your stitch marker and put it in place afterwards, but I prefer to put it on as I'm going because it just seems easier to me. So 4 more stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4. This kind of pulls a little bit loose. It may disappear when you block it, it may not. That's why we have a nice long tail. Don't worry about it for now, we're gonna keep going. We'll fix it at the end. Now we have this space again between our underarm stitches and our first life stitches, and we're gonna pick up 2 stitches again. And basically what we're doing at this point is the exact opposite of the other side, because the other side we were coming down this way and now we're just going up this way. So I'm gonna pick up my extra stitches. Ooh, where should I pick them up? I wanna pick up one here. that will be my second one. I'm gonna pick up the first one here. I'm coming into the center of this stitch. I've got the 2 strands over the needle. I'm gonna pick up that one. This one's kind of loose and wonky. I bet you it disappears when I am closing this up, but do not pick up in there because you see there's only 1 strand there. If you picked up a stitch here, you're just gonna end up with a hole there. So pick up here when we've got 2 strands over the needle. There is our second stitch. Now we've picked up all of the stitches in the underarm. I'm gonna back up. I can never remember which way is zooming in and zooming out. Now we're just going to work across all of our live stitches that are on the needle. So I'm gonna knit all of these. This first one tends to be a little bit tight. Remember, it got sucked down into the fabric because it's the edge stitch. It tends to be a little bit tight at first. Don't worry about it if it's a little bit difficult to work. That's normal. So we're just gonna knit across these stitches. Now I've knit all of the stitches on my left-hand needle. I'm gonna pull my right-hand needle through, and at the same time I come over here to the right and I kind of pull this cable back. We're gonna turn the work. And now this is the underarm over here. I'm gonna push this needle through and we're gonna work the top half of the stitches, the top half of the sleeve. When you are moving from your stitches on the cable to the stitches on the needle, this little first stitch here, you want to make sure you're knitting it kind of snug because otherwise you'll end up with a ladder here where you are always turning the corner. You don't need to pull it super duper tight, just a little bit snug. That's one of those things that kind of comes with practice too. So you might knit it too loosely for a bit, you might knit it too tightly for a bit, but with practice, you'll figure out exactly how tight to pull that first stitch. It's kind of hard to explain it without me sitting right next to you and helping you in person. But now we're to the end of these stitches. We've knit them all up. So we're going to pull. I'm pulling the cable through first. Turn this around. We've knit across these stitches. Now we're going to knit across these stitches. I'm going to push the needle through and pull the other needle out. Now notice they're sitting half and half, okay? I've got a loop of cable that comes out over here. If I pulled this through and I tried to knit just around and around and around and around, it would just get crowded because there's not enough stitches to give you enough space to get around comfortably. Perhaps if you had one of those really short 9-inch circular needles, that would work okay, but I find those to be very difficult to work with because the needle is so short and I don't want to tell you to go buy another needle. You can also do this on double pointed needles if you are familiar with double pointed needles and you like them. I really do not like double pointed needles. So we have about half of the stitches split into half on each side. I'm going to come over here, I'm going to pull my cable out again. So we're working half and the other half are sitting on the cable waiting their turn to be worked. I've got a bit of cable sticking out the other end to make sure that everything can move and flex, because now see, I can put all of these stitches on my needle and these are free to flex how they need to. So we're going to work across the stitches on this needle. On this very first time that you're working, you're not going to do anything different to the 2 extra stitches you picked up on each side. We're not going to decrease them away quite yet. If you try to decrease the picked up stitches, they kind of do funny things. So we're going to knit them. Now, here we are. Here's where the very first picked up stitch is. It tends to pull a little bit loose. Don't worry about it at this point. Remember, this stitch has those 2 strands, but they're 1 stitch. So we're just going to work them together. I'm going to zoom in so that you can see exactly what I'm talking about. See, it's 2 strands, but it's 1 stitch. So we're just going to knit those 2 strands together. Voila, done. Now we'll back up again. Hopefully I'm not making you seasick with my zooming. We're going to knit across all of the picked up stitches. When you reach the marker, just slip it across to the other side. It just stays in its place. You just slip it from needle to needle. Okay, now we have worked all of these stitches all the way across to the needle. We're going to pull this needle through. We're going to pull the cable back away because we don't want them to end up getting all joined together again. We want to keep them in their halves. Turn your work around, push the needle in, pull the other needle out so that the stitches you just worked are sitting on the cable waiting their turn, and the stitches you're about to work are coming onto the needle so that you can work them. This is the magic loop method. We're going to pull this first one a little bit tight, work across them. Now, because of the nature of picking up sleeves and where the beginning of the round is, you're kind of off by half of a round because you picked up some of the stitches, then you placed your beginning of the round, then you picked up the other stitches. So that beginning of the round marker being in the middle of your picked up stitches can kind of mess up your rounds. Let me explain to you exactly how. This doesn't matter going forward, it just matters for this little bit where we're going to decrease away our extra stitches. We picked these up, put the marker, picked these up, then we knitted around. And we knitted all the way around, and we knitted around to the beginning of the round. These picked up stitches have now been knitted, while these picked up stitches have not yet been knitted. So you're going to pick up your stitches, knit all the way around to your beginning of the round once, then knit all the way around to your beginning of the round again, so that you can make sure all of your picked up stitches have been worked before you start decreasing away, which means the ones on this side will be worked once more than the ones on this side will be worked, but it's fine. It won't make much of a difference in the end. You can start your decreases on this side, but I prefer to do them on the same round, starting at the beginning of the round, because generally when you do any kind of patterning, you start at the beginning of the round and you work around to the end of the beginning of the round. So if I start doing things over here first before I do them over here, it can end up where I forget to do the one on some side, or I do an extra one because I've messed up how I usually do things. And usually when I'm knitting, I don't like to have to remember a lot. I like to be able to just kind of turn my brain off and enjoy it. So that's why that's what's going on here and why we're knitting this side once more than this side gets knitted. So we're going to work to the beginning of the round here. This will be the second time these picked up stitches have been worked, but I'm not going to decrease yet for the reasons I just told you. Here is the beginning of the round. Now, look at your pattern. How many stitches did you pick up in the underarm? For me, it was 8. So what's half of 8 is 4. So I have 4 underarm stitches here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to work those 4 stitches, and then the next 2 stitches are the extra stitches that I now need to decrease away. So I'm going to work my 4 stitches. Remember, your sweater might have a different number of stitches you're working here. Take how many you picked up in the beginning, or how many you picked up in the underarm, divide that number by half, you work that number of stitches. When I am decreasing these stitches away, I like to work them together with the stitches that are over here, because I think that gives it a nice line into the underarm. I don't want these decreases to look messy, even though they're in the underarm and they probably will never be seen. I still want them to look nice. Since I picked up 2 extra stitches, I'm now going to work the first one. If you've only worked or only picked up 1 extra stitch, you're going to do the decrease right now instead of working that 1 stitch. On this side, we want to do a decrease that leans towards the underarm. So it's a right leaning decrease so that it tips in this way. If you did a left leaning decrease, you probably wouldn't notice it. Again, it's in the underarm, but it would tip away from the underarm, and I think it looks nicer when it tilts towards the underarm. So a right leaning decrease is a knit two together. So you just, let me zoom in so you can see exactly what I'm doing. I've got these two stitches on my needle. This very first one is one of the extra picked up stitches, and this next one is the stitch from the live stitches that we had on hold and put back on the needles. I'm gonna work these two together. I insert my needle through both stitches as if to knit. So I'm coming this way, I'm putting it through both stitches that are there. I wrap my yarn around and pull it through. So I've just worked them together. Now I've decreased one stitch, and you can see that it leans to the right, it leans to the underarm, and that's the way you want it to lean. Now let's back up a little bit so you can see what's going on. We're going to knit around. We're going to swap our needles around, turn our work around. And we're going to move to working the top half of the stitches here. It's a very stormy day here. I don't think we'll get any precipitation here, but it is definitely snowing in the mountains today. It's very gray, so I'm sitting right next to the window to get the good light. Very gray and very cold. It's almost like it's November or something. Okay, we're done with those. So I pull my needle through a little bit. I pull the other cable back a little bit. Turn my work around. Now on this side, we're kind of doing it the opposite. On the first side, we were counting away from the beginning of the round marker. And now we're kind of counting towards the beginning of the round marker, or we're starting here and going this way when we're counting. So I'm gonna work a little ways until I get closer. Then I don't have to remember as much when it comes to decreasing that stitch away. Should be about there. Okay, now remember, half of your underarm stitches, for me is 4, but half of your underarm stitches, count them away. Oh, look, perfect. Here are the 2 extra stitches that I picked up. Now on this side, we're not gonna work one stitch and then decrease away the second one. Since the first stitch is nearest to the stitches that were left on hold, we're gonna decrease away this first stitch first. I'm gonna tink back one stitch because that's my last live stitch that was placed on hold that I then picked back up. This is my first extra stitch. Now on this side, we're wanting to lean towards the underarm again. So this time we're doing a left leaning decrease. So we're going to slip, slip, knit this one. So we have our 2 stitches that we're gonna work. We slip the first one as if to knit. We slip the second one as if to knit. Now let me show you this again. When we're slipping stitches, we're not working them with our working yarn. We just take our right hand needle and slip them onto our right hand needle. And we're doing it as if to knit. Don't do it this way where you're just sticking the needle straight in. This is as if to purl. We want to do it as if to knit, and it twists that stitch a little bit. We slip the next one as if to knit. Now I've got these 2 stitches on my right hand needle, and I take my left hand needle and I insert it into both of those stitches. And I want to insert it so that it comes up the front. So my left hand needle is in front of my right hand needle. Then I use my working yarn to work both of those stitches together. You can see that decrease leans over here to the left. Then we work the rest of the stitches down to the beginning of the round. Here we are at the beginning of the round. We're going to work our 4 stitches that are in the underarm. I'm just gonna stay zoomed in, so hopefully this doesn't make you dizzy or anything, being so close to my hands. So here's the 4 stitches for our underarm. Now this stitch is our other extra picked up stitch, and this is right where the decrease was worked last time. We are now going to knit these two stitches together. So that's our one extra stitch here, and this is where we decreased last time. So we're going to knit those two together on this side. Just insert your needle through both stitches as if to knit, draw through your working yarn, kick them off your left hand needle. And there you go. And you can see that the decreases lean very strongly towards the underarm now, since we've worked them over 2 rows. So you've worked this decrease over 2 rows, so you've decreased 2 stitches on this side. And remember, we picked up 2 extra ones, so we are now done decreasing away the stitches on this side. If you had only picked up 1, you would only work the first decrease, because you're only decreasing the number of extra stitches that you picked up. So we're done decreasing away the extra stitches on this side. Now I'm going to back up a little bit so I don't make you seasick, and I'm going to knit around to the other side. We're done with the ones on this side. I'm pulling the cable through, turning it around, pushing my needle in, pulling this needle out. We're going to work across these stitches. We're done working across those ones. Pull my cable around, turn it. We have one more decrease to work on this side, and then all of our extra stitches are gone, and then we can move forward with knitting the sleeve. Not all patterns have the extra stitches picked up and decreased away, written into their instructions. I don't write it into my patterns because it gets confusing to people when you do that. And so I just have it be a thing that you know outside of the pattern. Or if you prefer, you can just weave the holes closed at the end. So here we are, 2, 4, those are my underarm stitches. Here's my remaining extra stitch. Here is my stitch that I worked the decrease with last time. We're gonna slip, slip, knit again because that is the left leaning decrease. Slip, slip, knit is abbreviated SSK. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we slip as if to knit, slip as if to knit, insert the left hand needle into the front of those 2 stitches and work them together. Now you can see our decrease here. The line leans quite strongly to the left towards our underarm. We have now decreased 2 stitches on this side. That means we're done decreasing here. I'm going to back up a little bit, and I'm going to work across to the beginning of the round. Now, when I am working a sleeve, I always do the magic loop where half of the stitches is on hold and you're working the other half of the stitches. I do not usually like to have the beginning of the round in the middle of one of these sections of stitches because I'm working decreases on either side of that, and I just kind of enjoy having the beginning of the round be somewhere where the needles start and stop. So I took the marker off. I'm going to pull through both needles. So all of the stitches are together on the cable, and this right here is the beginning of the round. I like to have it so that I'm stopping and starting right at the beginning of the round. That's just my preference. And also this means I don't have to have the stitch marker on, and I'm not having to slip the stitch marker from needle to needle, which isn't that onerous, but I just don't like to do that. So this is the beginning of the round here. I'm going to have that be the start and stop of one part. And I'm going to come over here. I'm just going to pinch the whole thing together. I'm going to come up here. It doesn't have to be exactly in half, just roughly in half. And I'm just gonna shove those stitches aside and I'm gonna pull through a loop. So now when I'm working my magic loop, I have half of the stitches on this side and half of the stitches on this side, and the beginning of the round is over here where we're kind of starting and stopping. I mean, you could start and stop over here too, but generally when I'm knitting a sleeve, I like to stop at the beginning of the round just because it's an organized place to stop, and I like to do that. Now, to make sure I remember which side is the beginning of the round, I take my removable stitch marker and I pop it in here. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit so you can see exactly what I'm doing. You can see here, there's one stitch, and these two columns kind of come together. I take one side of each of those stitches and I put the removable stitch marker in there just like this. The reason I do this is because once upon a time, as I was knitting along watching a movie, I worked the sleeve decreases on this side instead of this side. So now I always make sure to put a beginning of the round marker on this side, coming in a little closer, on this side, so that I don't make that mistake again. And this also functions as a little bit of a progress keeper. As I knit, I'll move it down every single day to right about here, right where the needles are, right underneath the needles. And then I can kind of see how much I've knit in a day, and that's kind of fun to see, as opposed to, you know, buying a fancy, expensive progress keeper. So now my stitches are like this. I'm gonna knit one round of this so you can see exactly how I do it and you're not left confused. And then we'll read the next set of instructions in the pattern. So my working yarn is on the bit away from me. When I'm working magic loop, I want to have the stitches that I'm working towards me or on top. So this is the one, these are the ones that I'm gonna work next, so they're the ones that are near me. Then I pull the other needle around. Remember, I've got the little loop over here. Put them all on the needle and work across them. Now we've worked all of those stitches. I'm gonna pull this needle through a little bit. I'm gonna pull this cable out a little bit. I'm pulling it out of the stitches that are on the back. Then I turn it around. When the sleeve gets longer, you don't have to turn the whole sweater, you can just turn the sleeve. But for right now, at the very beginning, you kind of have to turn the whole sweater. Now the stitches I'm gonna work are towards me. I push my needle in, pull the other one out, and now I'm ready to work across this half. When we get to the next section, working the length of the sleeve, there are going to be different instructions for both the adult size and the kids size. The kids sizes have their sleeves all worked straight, and you do all of the decreases right before the cuff. The adult sizes are worked straight for 4 inches, and then you work decreases. Not a ton of decreases. You work some gentle decreases, and then you do a bunch of decreases right at the cuff. The reason for this is I want to have that little bit of blousiness at the top of the sleeve. Here we are at the end, the beginning of the round. I'm gonna pull this cable through and that needle through. This is how I like to leave the stitches, the sleeve stitches. When I'm not working them, you don't need needle holders because they're not gonna slip off. They're not sitting right at the end. They're securely like this. They're still split in half. That's how I like to leave them when I'm done. Now let's get back to the sleeve, kind of jumping around topics here. I'm gonna back up a little bit. You can see I still don't know which way is in and which way is out. I like to have this little bit of blousiness at the top of the sleeve. And here is the adult version. You can see it blends in very nicely with my table. You can see it's got that little bit of looseness and blousiness at the top too, but it's not a full-on balloon sleeve. It's kind of a more gentle ballooning, little gentle volume there. This one looks more substantial because this is a woolen spun yarn and it hasn't been blocked yet. And this one looks a little less because it is a worsted spun yarn and it has already been blocked and it's very silky and loose, so it's kind of relaxed and doesn't look as puffy as this one does. But they're both about the same puffiness. So a kid's sleeve, a kid's arm, let's talk about a kid's arm. A kid's arm doesn't vary a lot from the top of the arm down to the wrist. Their arm is kind of the same size all the way down. They don't have very well developed bicep muscles and they don't put on, you know, a ton of fat in their upper arm, whereas their wrist stays skinny. Their arm just kind of stays the same size from top to bottom. There is some difference, but it's not as extreme as in an adult. For instance, my bicep is, I think, like 12 inches around, but my wrist is only 7 inches around or something like that. So there's a pretty big difference from the top of my arm to the bottom of my arm. And in a kid, the difference is not that extreme. So for this sleeve, we've just knit it straight and then we do all of the decreases down here at the bottom. For an adult, if we had taken the adult size sleeve and we had worked this straight all the way down to the end, this would be huge and it would just be weird and floppy, and you would also have a lot of extra volume in your forearm and it would just look weird. I know because I knitted it and I did not like it and I ripped it out and I knitted it again. So you can see that the adult version is worked straight to about here and then it kind of tapers a little bit. Not a lot, but it kind of takes that excess volume away and then you still have the nice volume at the wrist and you still have room in here for wearing over top of a blouse or a dress with sleeves or whatever. So we need to keep in mind that the instructions for the sleeves on the adult size is different than the instructions on the sleeve on the kid size. So I'm going to show you both of them. I'm going to move these out of the way. We're going to talk about the adult one first. Whoops, wrong way. I will learn that eventually. So on the adult one, you've picked up all of these stitches here. You've already done that bit. Now here it says work in stockinette by knitting every round until the sleeve measures 4 inches. So you'll just knit, whoops, let's back up. Oh, wrong way. You will knit around and around and around until it measures 4 inches. Now, I lost all of my crafting tape measures, so we're using this one today. You measure from this little crook right here. You can see that this is right where you picked up the stitches in the underarm, and you've got a little bend and a little crook there. You put your tape measure there, and you measure 4 inches, and that's to right here. So you knit straight until it's 4 inches, and then you're going to begin the decreases. Your decreases are, you're starting at the beginning of the round, remember. So you knit 1, knit 2 together, then you knit to 3 stitches before the beginning of the round, slip, slip, knit, that's SSK, slip, slip, knit 1, there's a dog hair on the pattern, and then you're at the beginning of the round again, and you've decreased 2 stitches. So I tell you how many stitches are decreased, but I don't tell you how many stitches you will now have. So just keep that in mind. You've decreased by 2 stitches. Now we come up here, repeat the decrease round. That's this one here. You'll just repeat that round. Every 16th, 11th, 9th, however many rounds, a further 4, 6, 8, so many times. Now these are ordinal numbers we're working with. So you knit 15 and on the 16th you decrease. You knit 10 and on the 11th you decrease. You knit 8 and on the 9th you decrease, and so forth. And now here it says a further so many times. Your first one, your first decrease round is not included in this number. So your total decrease rounds that you will work is this number plus 1. So it's a total of 5, 7, 9, 10, etc. So keep track, like pay attention to your pattern. Does this say a further so many times, or does it say a total so many times? Pay attention to that. Then when you're done with all of your decreases, this is how many stitches you will have left on your needle when all of your decreases are done. This isn't after the first decrease round. This is after all of these decrease rounds, your, total of 5, total of 7, etc. All of those decrease rounds are done. That's how many stitches you will have left, okay? Then you continue in stockinette by knitting every round until the sleeve measures 15 inches, 37.5 centimeters, or 3 inches / 7.5 centimeters short of desired length. You can modify the length of the sleeve to whatever fits you. You can make it shorter, you can make it longer, but just make sure that you are done knitting your stockinette 3 inches short of your desired length, because your cuff is 3 inches long. That's basically all that's telling you there. So I'm going to show you how to work these decreases. No, first I'm going to show you the kid instructions. This is the kids pattern that we're working on here. So we picked up all of these stitches. We have this total number of stitches. Now we're just going to work in stockinette by knitting every round until the sleeve measures this many inches, this many centimeters. So you just knit, knit, knit every round till it's, in this case for this size, 15 inches long, okay? And then we're gonna work the decrease round, and we'll do this together later. And you can see that there's a lot of blank space here because I haven't done all of the math quite yet. Each size, this is for the kids pattern, not the adult pattern, each size has its own decrease round. Make sure to follow the instructions for your size. So you just find your size and you will follow the instructions for your size, and it will look something like this, but we will talk about this when we get there. I don't want to get too far ahead and make you too confused. Right now, what we're going to talk about is how to do this decrease round 1 in the adult pattern. So we're going to pretend this is the adult sweater, and I am going to just work some sleeve decreases to show you how it's done. I originally thought that there would be decreases in these sleeves, and then I realized that it would look best if the sleeve was knit straight with all of the decreases worked at the very bottom, because it didn't need a ton of decreases in this kid sleeve. So you're at the beginning of the round. Well, first of all, pause this video, go work your 4 inches that you're supposed to knit straight, and then come back and hit play again. Now that you're back, you've knit your 4 inches that you're supposed to knit straight on your adult size. You're supposed to knit 4 inches straight. You've got that done now. This is the kid pattern. I'm showing you how to work the decreases on the adult pattern using this one. So it looks a little bit different. Don't overthink it, it'll be okay. So we're gonna work decrease round 1, which says knit 1, knit 2 together, knit to 3 stitches before the beginning of the round, SSK, which is slip, slip, knit, knit 1, 2 stitches decreased. So this is our beginning of the round over here. Oh, I should zoom in. This is our beginning of the round. We knit the first stitch. Now these 2 stitches, we knit 2 together. You take your right hand needle, insert it underneath both of those stitches. So the 2 of them together, we're doing it knitwise, remember? Wrap your yarn around, pull it through, kick them off the needle. You've just knit 2 together and you've decreased 1 stitch. Now we have to knit around to 3 stitches before the beginning of the round. So we knit all the way across this. I'm watching my sheep out my window as I knit, because I can knit stockinette without looking. If you can't knit stockinette without looking, don't worry, I didn't always used to be able to do this. It will come with practice, I guarantee you. If you keep knitting, you'll get to this point. We flip it around because we just finished all those stitches. Push this needle in, pull that needle out. We're gonna knit to 3 stitches before the beginning of the round. So this is the beginning of the round over here. So we're gonna knit to right here. 3 stitches before the beginning of the round. We have a little flock of fin sheep. that we raise for fun and to give the children chores. And we also make their fleeces into yarn. And they're out eating some of the now dead grass that's in the pasture. And I now see that my camera card is almost full. Oh my. Okay, here we are. Nope, not quite. There we are. 3 stitches before the beginning of the round. We're gonna slip, slip, knit, and then knit 1. So slip, slip, knit, insert your right hand needle knitwise, slip it off, and the next stitch the same way, insert your right hand needle knitwise, slip it off. We take our left hand needle, insert it into those 2 slip stitches, have your left hand needle in front of your right hand needle, wrap your yarn around, pull that through, kick it off the left hand needle. You've just slip, slip, knit. Then you knit 1. Now you need to knit the certain number of rounds called for in your size. I'm going to go take all of this off of my camera card and I'm going to knit a few rounds, and then I'll come back and I will show you how to count your rounds. We are talking about sleeve decreases for Jane, which is the adult version of the pattern. If you're doing the kids version, remember that you don't have to do decreases while you're knitting the sleeve. You just do the 1 decrease round right before the cuff. So if you're doing little Jane, which is the kids version of the pattern, you're knitting your sleeve in stockinette, just knit round and around and around until it measures this long from the underarm. And then come back and we'll do the cuff decreases together. But if you're doing the adult version, which is called Jane, we need to talk about how to do the decreases. So we've already done decrease round 1. I'm showing you with the kids sleeve, remember, because this is what I've got to show it with, to demonstrate this with. I have this to demonstrate this technique with. I don't have the adult version to demonstrate on because it's already completed. So here's the sleeve on the kids version. You can see my slip, slip, knit right here. It kind of leans to the left there and it's pretty obvious. So we're going to talk about this part of the pattern right here where it says repeat decrease round 1. Remember, decrease round 1 is this right here. Repeat decrease round 1 every so many round a further so many times. Now pay attention to this. We are dealing with ordinal numbers here, 16th, 11th, 9th, 8th, 6th, etc. So you're not going to knit 16 rounds and then work the decrease round on the next round. You're going to work 15 rounds and then on the 16th round you will decrease. You're going to work 10 rounds and on the 11th round you'll decrease. For this one you'll work 8 rounds and on the 9th round you'll decrease, etc. Make sure also that you have circled the numbers for your size so that you can keep track of what you're doing and you don't accidentally snag the number from a different size and mess up. So how we count the number of rounds, there are different ways to do this. You can get a row counter and push the button on your row counter every time you do a round. That wouldn't work for me because my children would monkey with it all the time. You can make a little tally mark for every single round you complete. You could do that, just keep track of it on your pattern. But how I like to do it is I count the rows between my decreases, and I'm going to show you how to do that now. So here is my sleeve here, and you can see right here is where my slip, slip, knit is. Now we don't count on the side with the knit 2 togethers because they disappear and you can't really see them. You can see that it's right here, but when you have a whole sleeve it can be quite difficult to pick out the knit 2 togethers. So turn to the side that has the SSKs, the slip, slip, knits, and count from that side. I'm going to zoom in even further so you can see even more clearly. Now this is a woolen spun yarn, which means it doesn't have as much stitch definition as a worsted spun yarn, so that's why my stitch doesn't stand out and pop, but you can see this in any kind of yarn. So here's my SSK right here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to count each row as I go up. So here is my decrease. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now take note, I'm not counting the stitches that are on the needle, but I am starting to count immediately after I see this slip knit. The reason for that is the row on which the decrease is actually worked is this row. This is the loop that's drawn through the 2 stitches, so this is technically the decrease row. And since I'm counting it, then I would have 1 additional row if I also counted the stitches that are on the needle. So when I'm counting, I count this stitch right here, and I don't count the stitches that are on the needle. So I would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is my 7th row. Well, what I would work next is my 7th row. So if my instruction said to repeat it every 7th row, I would work decrease round 1 once more. That is how I count how many rounds I have completed. Now there is, oh, I'm losing my sweater, it's falling down. There is another thing we need to talk about, which is, where are we at? How many times have you done it? So you need a further 8 times, which is 9 total. I'm just using 8 because that's the one I circled there. When you have your sweater, ooh, I need to back up, sorry. Can't see what I'm doing here. When you have your sweater sleeve and you're working your decreases, this is the completed sleeve for Jane. There are 2 ways to count. One way is to, well, there's 3 ways, I guess. One way is to just make a tally mark every time you make a decrease. But what I prefer to do is just count the decreases. I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer so that you can actually see them with me. I count the side that has the slip knits. You can see it right here. Sort of. They're hard to see. I get that. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And the last, yep, 9. That's all that my decreases for the size is 9. There is not a last one there. So that's how I count them. I just identify the slip knits, which you can see because they're a little stitch that leans over to the left. Or another way to do it is every single time you work a decrease, you take one of these removable stitch markers and you just put it through that decrease. Right like that. And it blends in because it's the same color. So you just, this is a white one, you will be able to see this one a lot easier. It is November and the light is no longer great. Then you put a stitch marker in every single decrease, and then when it comes around time to count, it's super easy to count how many decreases you've done because you can just quickly count your stitch markers. It's also really easy to keep track of the decreases on your next sleeve because as you work the second sleeve, you can take the stitch markers off of your first sleeve and transfer them to the decreases on your second sleeve so that you know your decreases are all done when you have taken all of the decreases off of sleeve number 1 and transfer them to sleeve number 2. So that is how you work your decreases, or you keep track of your decreases on your sleeve. And now I need to grab a tape measure. I have one here. I actually got some new ones, so I don't have to use my husband's tape measure anymore. When you're measuring from the underarm, remember, see this little crook here? You're gonna put your measuring tape right there and just measure straight across. Make sure that you kind of smooth your sleeve. You don't want to press it and stretch it because that will make it longer, and then when you block it and you're trying to wear it, your sleeve will be too short. I'm just going to smooth it out and measure how long it is. If you have the needles on it still, this part does tend to try to roll up a little bit, so it is especially true when you're measuring it on the needles that you kind of pull your needles flat and lay them smooth and then measure it. So I want you to work your decreases. If you're doing Jane, work all of the decreases and then also do this bit here, wrong direction, where it says continue in stockinette by knitting every round until the sleeve measures 15 inches. Do it until it measures 15 inches or is 3 inches short of your desired length. And when we come back and I'm filming again, we're going to work through this last decrease round together. This is Jane, the adult pattern, and this will be little Jane, the kids pattern, and we'll work through this round together. So complete your sleeve down to right before decrease round 2, or the only decrease round if you're doing little Jane. And then we will do that together and we'll do the cuff together as well. You have your sleeve done and it's time to move on to the decrease round at the cuff. First of all, let me grab my tape measure. Let's measure this real quick. I'm gonna, just to make sure that you know exactly how I measure. So we're finding the little crook in the underarm, the little bump where you picked up stitches. It makes a little exact crook right here. You can also feel there's a little bump right there. This is right where you picked up stitches. That's where I put the beginning of my measuring tape. Then you want to smooth the sleeve down as you go. And then over here at the end, when you come over here to the needle, it likes to roll up like so. You want to make sure that you smooth your whole sleeve out, and you also smooth out that bit. Because remember, when we've got our sweater done, that's gonna lay perfectly flat. It's not gonna stay rolled up. So we wanna make sure we're getting an accurate measurement here. So smooth your sleeve out, smooth that down, pin it down a little bit. Make sure you're to 15 inches. Well, for my size, it's 15 inches. Your size might be a little bit different length. Make sure you check the pattern for the length your sleeve is supposed to be knit to. Double check that it's to the right length. And now we're gonna go to the cuff. Now here is the, oops, knocking everything over. Here's the adult size sleeve. You can see we have a little bit of a balloon cuff, not a super big balloon, but there's a little bit of a balloon right here. So we're gonna work one decrease round right before we begin the cuff, and that's how you get this little gentle balloon shape. On the kid, I've already done the first sleeve, and here's how it looks on the kids version. You have this little gentle balloon here right before the cuff. So the instructions for that, this is the kid version of the pattern. We're gonna zoom in. Oh, I never remember the way to zoom. Okay. This is the only decrease round for the kid pattern. So we need to go in here, decrease round right here. Make sure you circle the numbers for your size. I'm making size 12, which is the largest size. That's why I've got those circled. We have here, knit so many stitches, and then we start our repeat. And our repeat is knit 1, knit 2 together. And then you repeat from star to star. You see the asterisk here? That's what I'm calling the star. So we repeat in between there. So that's this bit here, this knit 1, knit 2 together. That is our repeat. And we just repeat that until we get back to the beginning of the round. Then it tells you how many stitches you will have decreased and how many stitches you have in your cuff. This is the adult sized version of the pattern. In this pattern, it's called decrease round 2. In the adult size, you made some small amount of decreases as you work down the length of the sleeve. That's decrease round 1, so that's why we have decrease round 2 here for the cuff decreases. And it's the exact same thing as the kid pattern, knit so many stitches. Notice that not every size requires you to knit a certain number of stitches here. That's just the way the math works out. Work a certain number of stitches, and then we work our repeat, which is knit 1, knit 2 together all the way around till you come back to the beginning of the round marker. Then you have the number of stitches decreased and your total number of stitches in the cuff. So we're gonna set this one to the side. And I'm gonna set this to the side so that I can see it while I'm working. Now keep in mind you're doing this on your working needle. We're not switching to your smaller sized needle yet for this decrease round. I'm gonna back up again. Someday I will learn which way is which. Okay, for size 12, we need to knit 4 and then knit 1, knit 2 together. This is my beginning of the round is on this side. Remember when I showed you how I knit my sleeves magic loop style, I split them in half and then I just put this removable stitch marker on the side. That is the beginning of the round, and I just never shift where I have my split between the halves of the stitches. So we're gonna knit 4, or look at your pattern to see how many you knit It's different numbers for each size. Now we're going to knit 1, knit 2 together around. So that's knit 1, knit 2 together. Knit 1, knit 2 together. Knit 1, knit 2 together. That is literally your whole repeat. It's pretty uninteresting, pretty boring. Just knit 1, knit 2 together all the way around. And I'll just go ahead and do that with you on the video because it won't take very long to get all the way around this little tiny cuff. Now I've knit 1, but to knit 2 together requires 2 stitches, and I only have 1 stitch left on this half. So I'm just gonna pull the needle through, which essentially moves this last stitch to the other side. And then I'll just pick up over here with my knit 2 together. We just got a new puppy. It is another livestock guardian dog, which, in case you didn't realize, we have a small flock of Finn sheep. And we also have mountain lions and wolves here, so we have livestock guardian dogs to stop them from being eaten. And we just got a second one who is an 8-week-old puppy. So the kids are pretty excited. They're all actually outside playing with the new puppy right now. So that's why my house is nice and quiet. She's huge. She's probably 20-25 pounds already, because she's an Anatolian Shepherd. It's a large breed, but she's super fluffy, super cute. All right, now to the end. Here we are, knit 2 together. We've worked all of our stitches. I'm just gonna turn it back around so it's not all messy and twisted. Now we're going to count our stitches. Remember, every time there's a stitch count in the pattern, you should count your stitches just to be sure. So I should have 36 stitches here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36. I've got 36 stitches. That's the correct number of stitches. So now we're gonna move on. Now you can hit pause if I'm going too fast. We're gonna move on to work the cuff. Ooh, look, I did it the right way this time. So here, when we start the cuff, we switch to the smaller size needles. Remember, we're working on US size 6 as our working needle, and then I have a US size 4 is my smaller size needle. You work the ribbings on a smaller size needle. Your smaller size needle should be 2 US sizes smaller than your working needle. And then here we have ribbing round, knit 1, purl 1, and you've got the asterisks, again, showing you what the repeat is. So you just knit 1, purl 1 over and over and over, all the way around. And this is the adult size version. Where are we? This is Jane, the grown-up size version. It's the exact same thing. So you switch to smaller size needles, exact same ribbing round repeat. The only difference is in Jane, the adult size, you work the ribbing until it's 3 inches long. And in the kids size, you work the ribbing until it's 2 inches long. So let's start the cuff together. Whoops, wrong way. I will eventually get that. So when I'm switching to a different size needle, I just knit with the old size in my left hand and the new size in my right hand. There's no need to like swap all of the needles over or anything like that. So this is my US size 4 that I'm holding in my right hand. I've got my stitches still on my US size 6, which is my larger size needle, and I'm just gonna knit 1 and purl 1 all the way around. I like to do a 1-by-1 rib, which is where you do this knit 1, purl 1, because it only requires an even number of stitches. And then I don't have to try to make things be a multiple of 4 for a like 2-by-2 rib. That's why I use a 1-by-1 rib so often in my patterns. It's just easier for me to do. It can be a little bit a little bit bumpy or a little bit difficult to maneuver your needle in sometimes with these knit two together. So this is where I've knit two together. It can be a little bit bulky and tight, but just power through it because the next time around will be much easier. So I've finished over here on a knit. Now the first stitch over here is going to be a purl. Now this is important. When you are working your cuffs, a small circumference cuff, and you're switching from one needle to the other, either in magic loop or DPNs, no matter what it is, DPN stands for double pointed needle. No matter what method you're using, when you're moving from one needle to the new, and you're starting a new needle, like I'm doing here, I'm swapping around stitches, you want to start on a knit stitch, not on a purl stitch. So you can see if I'm gonna purl, I need to purl this stitch. I've got to bring the yarn forward over here to purl. That means I'm gonna end up with a ladder right here. So in order to keep that tight, I want to start with a knit stitch because your yarn doesn't have to travel as far to do a knit stitch. Whereas for a purl stitch, you have to bring it way around in the front. So since this needs to be a purl, what I'm going to do is I'm going to purl it. I'm not going to pull it tight yet. And then I'm just going to pull the needle all the way through. And that purl stitch is going to be on the back cord, or it's right here. So it's sitting there waiting on hold. And I'm gonna start this front needle, I'm gonna start my new needle with a knit stitch. That way I don't end up with ladders here. We have named the new puppy Sage. Well, I decided that would be a nice name. And I just started referring to her as Sage. And so we'll see if it sticks or not. The kids and my husband may come up with better ideas and try to change her name, but I've been calling her Sage. I think it's a perfect name for her. All right, here we are all the way to the beginning of the round, and I have worked my first ribbing round. Here it is. Your US size 6, your larger size needles, just set to the side, put away in your knitting bag. And now we're going to just continue in ribbing. Let me pull the pattern back over here so you can see exactly what it says. Continue in ribbing by repeating ribbing round, which is just knit one, purl one, until the ribbing measures 2 inches, or for the adult size version, it is 3 inches. So I want you to just hit pause, and then you're going to go and knit this ribbing while I go knit it off camera, because that's gonna probably take me 40 minutes to knit. No, maybe not that long. So we're gonna go knit the ribbing on the cuff until it measures 2 inches or 3 inches if you're doing the adult size pattern. And then we will come back together and we will work forward with how we, oops, you can't see it. We're gonna work on binding off loosely in pattern together. I'll show you how to do that. And then we're also going to begin the finishing section. So hit pause and go knit your cuff. All right, you have the cuff knitted. I've got my cuff knitted. Let's measure it together. Let me show you how I like to measure. So I'll set my tape measure right at the very bottom of the ribbing, the very beginning. And then I like to kind of smooth the ribbing out a little bit widthwise, because when knitting shrinks widthwise, it grows lengthwise. And ribbings generally stretch out a little bit and stay stretched out. So I'm kind of anticipating that when I am measuring this cuff. So I'll kind of smooth the cuff out a little bit and make sure it is still 2 inches, because let me pull this over here. Here is the adult size cuff. You can see it's about 3 1/4 inches, right? But it's all shrunk up together. And when I put it on, I'm just gonna put it on backwards. When I put it on, it's a little bit stretched out. You see that it's not sucked in as much as it was before. So when it stretches widthwise, it's gonna shrink lengthwise. And I don't wanna put this sweater on and then have my cuff look short and have it look a little funny. So again, I'll put my tape measure there, and then I'll just kind of spread it out a little bit. And you can see it hits right about 3 inches once I've spread the ribbing out a little bit, because I want to make sure that my ribbing is not too short once it's done its whole stretching out bit as you wear it. So here we are at 2 inches. 2 inches for the kid version and 3 inches for the grown-up version. Now here we have bind off loosely in pattern and then repeat for the second sleeve. I've already got the second sleeve done, but it's just telling you to go knit the second sleeve after you knit the first sleeve. So we're gonna bind off loosely in pattern here. Binding off loosely is important. Let me show you. So you can see my cuff stretches significantly. You want it to be able to stretch quite a bit. You don't want it to be super tight here at the end of the sleeve because that just is very uncomfortable. Plus, if it's super duper tight, that can make the pieces of yarn in your bind off break, and then you end up with a worn out sweater already. So we want to make sure we're binding off loosely. You don't have to go to fancy bind off methods to get it nice and loose. This is just binding off in pattern, and you can see how stretchy this cuff is. The key to binding off loosely in pattern, let me move this so it's not visual clutter here. The key to binding off loosely is to make sure that you are pulling your loop. See, I've knit. The first stitch is a knit, so I'm gonna knit. Now I've got a loop on my right hand needle. You wanna pull that up loose. It's pretty loose. It's not super duper duper loose, but it's pretty loose here. If you have trouble figuring out how loose to make this loop, you can always hold a larger size needle in your right hand. You could go up and hold like a size 6 or a size 8 or something in your right hand, and that will help you pull this up looser and bind off more loosely. But I just use the needle that I've been working with, and I just pull this up loose. Now, since this is binding off in pattern, we're just gonna follow the knit purl pattern of the ribbing. So the first one was a knit, so we knitted that one. The second one is a purl, so we purl that stitch. We have 2 stitches on our right hand needle. I'm gonna take this very first stitch on my right hand needle, grab it with my left hand needle. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit closer. I'm gonna grab this very first stitch on my right hand needle with my left hand needle and just pull it over top of the second stitch, like so. Now I've only got 1 stitch here on my right hand needle, and at this point I pull it up loose. The next one is a knit stitch, so I knit it. Now I don't worry about pulling this loop up loose right now. The first thing I do is I pass this first stitch over, and then I pull this loop up loose. The next stitch is a purl stitch. So we're gonna purl it, pass the stitch over, pull that loop up loose. We're gonna knit, we're gonna pass it over, we're gonna pull that loop up loose, we're gonna purl, we're gonna pass it over, we're gonna pull that stitch loose, knit, pass over, pull that stitch loose. Now I'm gonna stop saying that over and over because that's probably annoying at this point. I'm gonna work a few more stitches here in that fashion, and then we're going to check and see how loose this is, okay? I've done about an inch, inch and a half here. That's, you can hear it, my dog is stomping on the door. Stop, she wants in, just ignore her. Here we go. You can see it's nice and loose. It stretches nicely. If this was super duper tight, you would want to tink back and redo it, pulling this loop up looser so that you have a looser bind off right here. Here's the cuff that I've already done. You can see that it's really, really stretchy and really, really loose. This is what we want. So if you're binding off and you're checking to see how tight it is, and it's not nice and loose and stretchy, then you want to undo your bind off and pull that loop, this loop on your right hand needle, pull that up looser. It may take you a few tries before you figure out exactly how loose you need to get that loop. You might have to tink back a few times. Ooh, I should show you how to tink back. All right, so we're gonna zoom in even farther. I went the right way that time. Okay, I've got my bound off stitches. Pull on your working yarn and you can see where the stitch is. Insert your left hand needle. But now at this point, everything's bound off, so everything's tied up together. You're gonna have to drop this loop of yarn off of your right hand needle and pull it out and then your next stitch here will pop up. And you pick that up with your right hand needle. Put your yarn back to the back. You can see here's the stitch here. You can pull on the working yarn and it'll kind of tug that stitch open. Then you're gonna drop the loop off of your right hand needle and pull that yarn out. You can pick up that loop again. Pull on it, you can see this is where the stitch is down here. Put my left hand needle in, take the loop off of my right hand needle, pull the yarn out. And that is how you tink your bind off. Tink is knit backwards, so that's how you just slowly undo your bind off. Now we're going to work around together, and it is important that I show you exactly how to finish this off, because it is very easy to end up with a really big jog when you're binding off in the round. So I'm going to show you how to prevent that. So let's just bind off together, and then I'll show you how to prevent that. Our dog, who was at the door just now, she's a very old German wire hair pointer, and she is outside with everybody right now, but she doesn't like it when it's not summer, so she likes to just come in and out and in and out. It's very annoying. She will go outside, she will stand on the edge of the deck for, I don't know, 15 seconds, realize it's not summer, and then immediately ask to come back inside again. And she does it like 40 times a day. But she's old, so we are gracious and we just tolerate it. In the summer, she'll just go outside and sleep on the lawn all day. But it's too cold for her to do that now, so that's why she's just going in and out over and over again. It's not very cold today though, so she's fine to be outside with everybody for a little while. All right, we are almost to the end here. Just a few more stitches. You can see that I am moving pretty quickly. Once you get figured out exactly how loose you need to pull that stitch up, you can actually move pretty quickly through this bind off. That's one of the reasons why I don't want to switch to doing like a sewn bind off or something, because they're so fiddly and they take so long. And I don't think they look that much better. Maybe a little bit better, but is it enough to do all of that extra work? I don't think so. There's the last stitch. Hang on a minute. That was not a stitch, I just managed to grab an extra loop. I'm gonna untwist my sleeve because I have it all twisted up. Okay, here we go. I have my very, very last stitch on my right hand needle. Now look at this. If I just pulled this yarn through, I could break this yarn right over here in where I'm showing in my left hand, pull that through and be done. But you can see, maybe you can't see, and I'll put a piece of paper behind, you can see if I did that, I'd end up with a giant step right here because it's a spiral, it's not rows stacked on top of each other. Knitting is a spiral. So this is gonna be an unsightly jog if I just leave it like that. I'm gonna show you how to prevent that. So I'm gonna put my needle back on and cinch that back down. Move that to the side. You need to come here to your very first bound off stitch that is over here to the left, and take your right hand needle and insert it into the top there. I'm going to zoom in even more because I want you to see exactly what I'm doing. So this is my very first bound off stitch. You can see it's kind of like a V and it comes around under here. We're going to insert our right hand needle under these top two strands of yarn here. This is the very, very first bound off stitch. Then I'm going to wrap my working yarn around and pull it through. So now I have 2 stitches on my needle once again, and I'm going to pass the very first one over the second one. Now I have 1 stitch here. I'm going to break the yarn. I'm going to back up first. I'm going to break the yarn. And don't ever pull this up and then break the yarn over here. You're going to end up breaking the wrong side. I learned that lesson the hard way. Make sure you break the yarn over here. Use a pair of scissors if your yarn doesn't easily break. And then you just pull it through. And now you really don't have a jog there. You can see there's a tiny little bit of one, and when we weave this yarn tail end, we will make sure to get rid of the last little bit of it, but there's not a giant jog there at the beginning of the round. So now that is our second sleeve done, and we are going to begin, wait, where's my paper? The finishing section. Weave in ends, wash and blocked measurements, also sew on the buttons. I do not have buttons, so we are going to skip the button section for now until my buttons come. I'm gonna go let the dog in. Hang on a second. When we weave in the ends, the only thing we really need is a tapestry needle and a pair of scissors. Where did I put my scissors? There's my scissors. I like these scissors that are folded up. You can find them on Amazon. There's just a craft scissor, it folds up. I like this because I can just fold it up, throw it in my bag, and a child doesn't immediately recognize it as a scissor and immediately start cutting everything up. So these are my scissors. Here is a tapestry needle, and we're going to start weaving in the ends. The first thing you do when you're weaving in the ends is turn your sweater inside out. So we're gonna weave in the ends on the wrong side. You probably hear my dog walking around at this point. I'm sorry, but this is done in my home, not a closed studio, so that's just part of life here. Okay, I've got it turned inside out. We're gonna start with the cuff here. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit more. Here's my tapestry needle. When I'm threading my tapestry needle, I don't take the end of my yarn and try to put it through the eye of the needle because the end of the yarn is always really frayed and fuzzy. I will take it between my fingers, twist it so that it's even tighter, and bend it over. So I've got a really tight little loop here, and it's kind of sitting right against my thumbnail. And then I put the tapestry needle over it, and I use my thumbnail to shove it through the eye of the needle. And there we go. Our needle is threaded. So I'm gonna look at my cuff, and I'm gonna see the direction that this is traveling in. So if I wove my end in going in this direction to the left, you can see that very last bound off stitch there is gonna pop up, and it's just gonna stick up and look funny. So I'm gonna pull it over to the right, and that bound off stitch is gonna get tension placed on it, and it's gonna lay nice and flat. So what I like to do is I like to look at the top here. You can see, here's my final bound off stitch. Here's one more stitch. I'm gonna come in right to the right side of that stitch there. I'm coming, this is going from the right side, which is away from me, towards the wrong side, which is towards me. And I'm gonna pull that snug. And you can see that just makes everything lay nice and smooth, and I don't have any jog there at the end. Now I'm gonna turn it around because it's easier if I'm working away from myself. To weave in ends in ribbing, there are a couple different methods that you can use. I'm gonna show you both of them in the different cuffs. So first of all, you can see the column of stitches here. We're basically gonna follow the direction of half of this column of stitches. So you can see the yarn comes around like this. And we're just gonna twist our needle around and around. It's kind of hard to do a whole bunch of stitches at once, to kind of follow it around like this. Sometimes in some yarns you can do like a whole column of ribbing all at once, and sometimes you have to just do it one stitch at a time. It just kind of depends on the yarn that you're using. I don't want to stress the yarn out too much, so I'd rather do it one stitch at a time instead of trying to force multiple stitches at a time. I'll come back down to the base of the cuff pretty much. Just work my way down here. And then when I get to the bottom, that's about 2 inches. That's enough. So I'm gonna take my scissors and I'm gonna trim it. Now I'm not gonna trim it really, really short right at the edge of the fabric, because I know that if I trim it super short, when this cuff stretches and is worn for the first time, that might pull this this end a little bit, and it might pop through to the other side, which is the right side. So I'll leave a little bit of a tail, not enough of a tail to be irritating, just like a little bit. See, maybe 1/8 of an inch, maybe a little more than that. Not a whole lot. I just leave a little bit because I also weave in my ends before blocking. This gives a little bit of play so that this end doesn't pop around to the right side of the fabric. Now, let's do the other sleeve cuff, and I'll show you the other way to weave in ends in ribbing. I'm gonna start with this facing away from me. I'm gonna twist it, make a tight little loop, and shove it through with my thumbnail. Remember to pause the video if I'm getting ahead of you. I'm gonna come over here to the other side, pull it through, pull it snug. Now I'm gonna look at this column of knit stitches. I'm right in between two, so I could pick either this one or this one. It doesn't really matter which one you pick. I'm just gonna pick the one that's away from me because it's gonna be a little bit easier from the way that I'm holding it. I'm gonna turn it to the side. It's kind of sideways to me. What I'm going to do is I'm gonna come across. So I'm taking my needle and I'm inserting it underneath the knit stitches. You can see that this knit stitch comes around behind here, and that's basically what I'm following. I'm coming behind there and draw it through. And then I'll come down to the next one and go the other way and draw it through. And then I'll come across to the next one. And I'm just going back and forth, and I'm gonna work my way down. This won't show through to the other side, and it's just another way to weave in your stitches on ribbing. It does show on this side a little bit. You can see, you can kind of see it here, you can see it a little bit. But it doesn't show through on the right side of the fabric, and she wants back out again. Oh my goodness. And I don't mind seeing the woven in stitches on the wrong side of the fabric very much. It doesn't bother me. I just don't want it to be seen on the right side of the fabric. So I'm down to here. I'm going to trim my yarn again, remembering to leave just a little tiny bit of a tail, just like that. And now I'm gonna go let the dog out. Now that we have finished the cuffs, let's go talk about the underarms. You will remember that one underarm had holes and one underarm did not. And I'm gonna look and remember which one had holes and which one didn't. I think that's the good one. Aha, here's the holes over here. This is the underarm. These are your underarm stitches where you picked up, and you can see these two holes here. That's either side of the underarm, and I'm gonna show you right now how we're going to fix those. So this is the underarm where I did not pick up extra stitches. So I've got a little hole there. The size of the hole can vary based off of the kind of yarn, the number of stitches, the size, the weight, all kinds of things. Sometimes the hole is small, sometimes the hole is bigger. It just depends on a number of factors. So remember we have this nice long tail from when we started the sleeve. So I've threaded that onto my needle, and we're going to close up this hole. But first I'm going to zoom in so you can see better what I am doing. Essentially what I'm doing, you can see the yarn is connected here. Essentially what I'm doing is I'm gonna run around the outside of the hole and cinch it closed. So what I'm going to do is come through here, right here. I don't want to go across a huge span with this because that will make this pinch funny. So I'm going to go through this stitch here, and then I'm going to look around the hole, and I'm going to try to follow the path of a piece of yarn and pick up stitches. So this is a stitch right here. I'm going to go underneath that. I'm going to pull my yarn through. Then you can see that I've got this yarn traveling around over here, and then it goes into this stitch. So I'm gonna follow that. And then it goes into this stitch over here. So I'm just gonna keep following that around. And I can come over here, and then I'm gonna try to pick up something down here along this side. So here's a stitch here right here. I'm gonna go under that, and then I'm gonna go back underneath where I originally went under at the very, very beginning. So I've made a full circle now, and now I'm just gonna pull it closed. And you can see, voila, no more hole. Now we need to travel across to the other side of the underarm and close up this hole. You do not want to just, go straight across with your yarn and maybe just like go like do across. That's going to give you an underarm that will not flex, and as you're putting this sweater on and off and on and off and on and off, you need this underarm to flex. If it doesn't flex, it's going to be really uncomfortable. It's going to be kind of hard to put on, and eventually this strand of yarn will break, and then you'll have an even bigger problem. Oops, I'm stuck under here. Let me get that back. So what we want to do is we want to kind of follow the stitches as we travel across. So I have come down this way. You can do it down here on the body, or you can do it up here on the sleeve, depending on where your yarn is. But since my yarn is coming down towards the body, I'm going to do it down on the body. If my yarn was coming up towards the sleeve, I'd just do it across the sleeve. What I am going to do is come at a diagonal, and I am going to travel underneath these stitches. So I'm just going to kind of pick a diagonal line and come underneath. You can see when you're knitting, you kind of have these little half U shapes on your wrong side. You're going to want to pick a diagonal line of those half U shapes. I guess they're U's without the, they're the very bottom of a U. And you're going to want to travel across in a diagonal fashion like that. That's going to keep your knitting flexible. So I'm going to start right here. And I'm going to look, and I'm going to travel across in a diagonal fashion about halfway. That's about halfway. You can see I've gone underneath the bottom of the U. I don't know if that's a good way to describe it, but I've just come underneath this little crescent here. I'm going at a diagonal. I'm going to pull my yarn through. You can see that's still flexible because I'm coming at a diagonal and I'm traveling through the stitches. Now that's about halfway there. I'm going to travel up towards here, again at a diagonal, and I'm going to go, so previously we were coming into the U's that are down this way. Now I'm going to go into the U's that are up this way. So I'm going to plan my route. I'm going to come and start here. I'm just going to go up a row and across a stitch, basically, is what it is. As I travel across, and then I end up back over here by this other hole. And you can see the yarn here. I've come down and then back up again. And it's still really flexible in this underarm. It's not going to be funky to put on and off, and you're not going to end up breaking this strand of yarn. So again, we need to just travel around this hole and cinch it closed. I'm going to go around it this way, I think. Or I guess I can go that way. I think I'm going to go this way. You could go either direction. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to find, so see this here is loose too. So I'm not going to pick this up as my first one. I'm going to come here. I'm going to find this stitch right at the edge of the hole. That's pretty secure. And I'm going to start finding stitches. There's the dog again wanting back in. I'm going to kind of follow the yarn around, and I'm going to find stitches at the edge of the hole that I can go underneath and just work my way around. And back here to the beginning. I'm coming through right here at the very edge. I'm coming down. Now I've traveled all the way around, and I'm going to cinch it closed again. And there we go. We have this hole closed up as well. Now the only thing that we need to do is we need to finish weaving in this end so that everything is secure and it doesn't slide back out and open these holes back again. What I'm going to do is I'm going to find, so you can see this is where I came up before. I'm going to kind of jump over it, and I'm going to find a little U to go under. Doop. And then I'm still traveling at a diagonal, and I'm just going to go underneath those stitches, and I'm just going to pick up about an inch, inch and a half, You can draw them through one at a time as you go. I just like to pick up a whole long stretch of them, pull my yarn through. Then we're gonna come back up immediately alongside that. So I'm gonna come over here, I'm gonna look for, see here's my end, I'm gonna look for my closest little U that's above it, that's going up. So I'm gonna start picking up stitches here. And I'm basically traveling parallel to my previous strand of yarn, but just a little bit to the side of it. And I'm gonna go back up again. Make sure that you do not pull this tight. If you pull this tight, you're gonna pull these stitches down here at the bottom out of place and it's gonna look funky. So make sure you leave this bottom a little bit loose. You don't wanna leave a giant loop sitting there to get caught on things, but you just wanna leave enough yarn there that it's not gonna distort your stitches. And that is it. It is done. If you are working with a slippery yarn and this doesn't feel really secure to you, you can do that again and put a third line next to it. But this is good enough for me. Remember to leave a little bit of an end there. Once this is blocked, those stitches are going to just kind of find their permanent place and they will stay there forever. Here is the other underarm, which we are going to do as soon as I let the dog back in. This is the underarm that we picked up extra stitches for, and you can see there's really no holes here. Sometimes there still will be a little tiny hole that you may need to close up, and you'll do the exact same thing that we just did on the other underarm, exact same method to close it up. But this is looking pretty good, and I'm not worried about a hole here, so I'm just gonna weave in this end. And do you remember what we did at the very, very end where we just wove it in at a diagonal? That's exactly what we're going to do here. I'm gonna turn it around so I'm working away from myself. That way my arms don't block what I'm doing. So you can see exactly what I'm doing here. Okay, I'm gonna find the bottom of my little stitch here, and I'm just gonna work at a diagonal, go down a row and across a stitch. I'm just gonna work my way down. When you're working at a diagonal like this, it's not gonna constrict your fabric and your knitting is still gonna be able to stretch like it needs to. And then I'm gonna come away from myself again. So I'm gonna go in another parallel line next to it. I'm looking, and where am I gonna go? I can go right here, which is immediately next to it, right there. You can see it would be immediately next to it. Sometimes that can show through to the front, not as your yarn showing through to the front, but kind of just it pulls too many stitches in the exact same spot and it gives you a funny look on the front. So I like to come over another little bit so it's not immediately next to, there's just a little bit of space there. But they're running parallel to each other, pretty darn close. And then if you don't feel that secure enough, you can always just hop over and do another parallel line. And that yarn isn't going to go anywhere. Make sure you leave a little bit of room when you trim that off. Now, here is where I added a new piece of yarn here in the body. Let's weave this in together so you can see exactly how I like to do these. I'm going to turn this around because you can see that where I joined it together, it has a definite direction that this yarn wants to go. It's not coming this way, so I want to kind of work this way still so that I'm not pulling this around and making a funky bump on the fabric. When I have two strands of yarn together like this, I will work them at a diagonal in opposite directions. You want to make sure that since you added stitches here, you want to make sure that this is laying at the same amount of tension as the rest of the fabric. Like, this is not pulled tighter or hanging looser than the rest of the fabric. So either tighten it or loosen it, whatever the case may be. And then you just find the nearest little bottom of the stitch, and that's where you start. And you just come up at a diagonal, traveling the same direction that yarn wants to go, but away from your other piece of yarn. So you're taking them in opposite directions. Come up this way, pull it through, and then another one, over a little bit. And come back down. That's it. Make sure you leave a little bit of a tail here. Then we're going to do the other one. Thread it on my needle. I'm still going, it wants to go this way, so I'm still going up. I'm going to find the nearest little bottom of the stitch, and I'm going to start traveling up and away. I'm moving to the right, which is kind of awkward for me. So on this one, I'm only doing a couple stitches at a time because it's just kind of awkward for my hands to work in that direction, to pick up a lot of stitches. And I'm going to come around, make sure I'm still on camera, and weave in this way again. And then it's a lot easier for my hands to do it this way, so I can pick up a whole bunch of stitches here. There we go. Now, if you've pulled it too tight, like so, like this is way too tight, you don't want to cut this first. Make sure you don't cut this. So that you've pulled it way too tight, you can just pull the fabric, kind of manipulate it until it's laying at the appropriate length. But you can see it kind of puckers over here. This is where we turn to the corner. I'm going to take my needle and I'm going to grab that and just pull it back a little bit. I'm not going to do it too hard because I don't want to break it, but just gently pull it back a little bit so that it's not laying puckered. And we're going to trim that. And that is how you weave in the ends. There are a bunch of ends on a cardigan because you have picked up for all of your button bands and all of that jazz. So on these ones, where they're right here where you've picked up the button band, I actually like to do these together. And I like to do them in this little ridge that is, oops, got them both. Make sure they're the same tension. This is the ridge that's created when you picked up for the button band. And what I'll do is I'll just come in here and do the two strands at the exact same time. I'm going to turn this around because it's a lot easier to work away from myself than towards myself. And I'll just go back and forth. I'm not coming around to the front side. I'm just going through this ridge that's right here. I'm just going underneath it. And I don't go immediately right next to where I first went through. I come down a little bit and I just go back and forth there. It's a really easy and convenient place to weave in the ends. It's already a kind of bulky spot, and I don't have to worry about a bunch of ends being woven into a ribbing that's right along the neck and possibly making it bulky or look funny there. I'll just bring them down a little ways and then trim them off and leave a little end there too. You don't want to pull that super short because it is going to want to pop back a little bit. But there it is. Those two ends are done. I think the dog is looking for my oldest daughter because my oldest daughter is her absolute favorite person in the world. Now here is where we bound off our button band. It's over here in the far, far, far corner. Let's do this one together. Dog is walking all over the house looking for her favorite person who is not in the house right now. Okay, here we go. This is the wrong side. This is the right side. I'm going to work on the wrong side of the fabric. Now you can see, no, you can't see because I'm too far away. I'm going to zoom in. I'm going too fast. Don't worry, just pause. You can see this is a little loose right here. It can hang a little bit loose, so I like to pull it tight and kind of tighten that up a little bit. I want this to lay as neatly as possible. And often I will come around, so there's just this little loose bit on the edge there. There always is. And I will put my needle through it and kind of pull it around to the back. And I will just kind of pull it around and then come up in the front So that little loop of yarn is just kind of pinned down. Now, since we're working right along the edge, there's no really great place to weave in this end. So I will just kind of come along here and go back and forth. She wants it out again. It disappears down into the knit right along the edge. You can see I'm just going up and down through the fabric. I have 2 strands over the needle here. And it kind of just pops down in there and disappears. And I just keep moving along. Oops, I went in the exact same spot as last time, so that's how you know it's invisible. And I just go through each stitch as I work towards the body of the sweater. Daisy, hang on a minute. Well, yes, she is very annoying. Here we go. Now, I've come through here and you can see I'm right here by this ridge from the picked up, where we picked up the button band. So now I'm going to switch to going underneath, just like I did immediately previously to this, except I've only got 1 strand. And I'll just go underneath here for an inch or 2 to really lock this piece of yarn in. And there we go. And then I'll trim that. And that one's all done. What else do we have to do? This one here, this is your yarn tail from the very, very beginning cast on. You can't really tell because I'm too close and you can't see the whole sweater. So this is the top, this is the back neck, this is the yarn tail from when you first cast on. This yarn tail, I will just weave into the ridge that is created by picking up for your neckband. So here's the neckband, and there's a ridge here that goes along the top. And I will just pick up into that, or not pick up into that, I will just weave into that. And I'll kind of follow the direction of the yarn that's already there. You can see it kind of likes to travel, loop around and around and around. I'll just follow that with my needle, just to make sure that it blends in and you don't really see it. Ooh, it looks like Daisy is going to take a nap now. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. Oops. This one was a little bit short, so it popped off my needle. I want to go a little bit further before I cut it, though. I've only gone about, I don't know, 1.5 inches. I'm not very good at estimating distances, so we're just going to pretend it's 1.5 inches if it isn't really. Do a few more. There we go. Make sure you leave a little bit of space when you trim that end. What else do we have here? These over here, these ends on this button band over here, I will weave in exactly like I wove in the ends on the very first button band that I showed you. And that, I think I showed you everything for how to weave in ends. So just go weave in and all of your ends as I have just shown you. You'll have a lot of ends. It's kind of a pain in the behind. Yeah, there's ends where you started new yarn. That's most of them. But yeah, go weave in all of your ends. And then as soon as my buttons come, I will show you how to sew on the buttons, and then we will also do the blocking part. You have woven in all of the ends, and it's now time to sew on the buttons. You can see I've done the first 4 already. We'll do the next 4 together. But first, before we get into that, I want to talk about what you use to sew on the buttons. You can use 2 different things. You can use sewing thread. This is just some sewing thread that I had in my sewing box. I don't sew very often anymore, but I still have thread hanging around. It's a nice color to match both the buttons and the sweater, so that's why I'm using sewing thread for this one. Or you can use the yarn that you use to knit the sweater with. I don't know that you can really tell, maybe if I hold it up close, but the buttons on the adult version of Jane are sewn on with the same yarn that I used to knit the sweater. So when do you choose the yarn versus a spool of sewing thread? Well, that kind of depends on how fragile the yarn is and whether this sweater is for a small child or not. So the yarn that I used for my sweater, my cardigan, is really strong. It's a worsted spun yarn and it's got a really long staple length. I know that the fleece that was used to make this yarn had a really long staple length, so that makes it even stronger. A staple length is the length of the fleece that's used to make the yarn. The yarn used in my version of Jane, I purchased from the same farm that I purchased my original sheep from, so I know what their fleeces are like. So whoops, where am I going? You can see here, I've used the yarn that I used to knit the sweater with. Since it was a 2-ply yarn, I separated out the plies, so I only worked with 1 ply when I sewed it on. When you're sewing the button on with the yarn, I'll just pull the yarn through and I'll leave a tail of about 4 inches, and then I'll do usually 1x. I'm gonna zoom in here. Usually when you're using the yarn, the yarn is too thick to do multiple passes through the button. So generally I'll just do like 1 pass through each hole. And since this is a 4-hole button, that's basically just an X done through this button. When you're starting, leave like a 4-inch tail, then at the end have a 4-inch tail, knot it together at the back, and then weave in those 2 ends into the back of the button band here, which you can see that you can't see it at all. That makes for a really nice match, and it's pretty invisible on the back side. So if you want something that doesn't show on the back, using the same yarn is a fantastic choice. But you need to make sure that it is a strong yarn, because if it is a rather more fragile yarn, like the yarn I am using to knit Talia's version here, this is a rather fragile yarn. Like, it breaks pretty darn easy. So if I use this to sew on the buttons, I guarantee you these buttons will fall off within, well, probably before the winter ends even. So I want to use something stronger than the yarn to sew it on, which is why I'm using the sewing thread to sew on these buttons. Another reason is this is a kid sweater. She's not gonna notice if a button falls off. So if a button falls off somewhere, it's gonna be gone forever. If a button falls off of my sweater, I'm probably gonna realize it. I'll hear it hit the ground or something, and I can just pick it back up and then sew it back on. But if she loses these buttons, they're gone, and I don't have a replacement for them. I just bought the exact number that I need. So I want to make sure these buttons stay on. The yarn is kind of fragile, so I'm using sewing thread to sew on these buttons. So we're going to sew these on together. You can see I've done the first few, and now we're going to do the next few together. These buttons are from Bare Naked Wools. They're a yarn company, but they actually have a really nice selection of buttons. Actually, these buttons are also from Bare Naked Wools. In fact, I've knit 4 cardigans this year, and all of the buttons are from Bare Naked Wools. They just have a really nice selection. So I'm going to take my thread and get about 2 feet long of a 2-foot long piece of thread. I'm going to thread it through my needle. Now this is a really fine, skinny tapestry needle. If you have really tiny holes on your button, you might need to use like an embroidery needle or a cross stitch needle, or even just a sewing needle, just so you have a needle that's small enough that it can go through the hole on the button, because you want it to pass through nice and easy through the button. So I'm going to thread my needle here. I'm going to bring the 2 ends together. I like to double it up and tie a knot over here at the end, and then it's just much faster and easier because I don't have to tie a knot at the beginning. This is how my mother taught me how to tie a knot in sewing thread like this. Lick your thumb and your pointer finger, then wrap the thread around your finger once. See, it's wrapped all the way around, and then use your thumb and your forefinger to rub it together, and it'll twist it around. Then use your middle finger to come along and use your nail to scrape that twisted up portion together, and you have, oops, it's not focusing. You have, oh, it's not gonna focus at all. You have a little knot at the end of your thread. Okay, now I've got my thread and needle ready to go. What you need to do to make sure your buttons are in the right spot is you need to button all of your buttons, or you could just do the very last one, but I've done them all. If you're starting at your very first one, you need to very carefully line up the top edge of your button bands, your top to bottom button bands, line them up very carefully, and then do this next process that I'm about to show you. So I'm making sure that my buttons are buttoned, and I'm making sure that the bottom edge of the button band matches up. Nothing is gonna lay super smooth or flat because we haven't blocked this sweater yet. I just wanna make sure that I'm putting this next button in the exact right spot. So I'm gonna zoom in closer so you can see exactly what I'm doing. So here is the buttonhole. I'm gonna take my tapestry needle and I'm gonna put it through the buttonhole. I'm not gonna like draw it through or anything, I'm just gonna stab it through the buttonhole. Then I'm gonna pull the top button band away, and I'm gonna put my thumb where it is under there. So this right here is where the button needs to go to be in the right spot. I don't mark where to put the buttons as I'm knitting, I just do this. I've unbuttoned the next two up so that I can fold this to the side and it's out of the way. Here is my button. I'm going to come from the back up with my needle. I'm going to make sure that I'm over here a little bit to the inside edge of the button band. Now you can notice this button is not directly in the center. When you button the buttons, the button band tends to kind of pull apart a bit, and this button slides to the edge of the buttonhole. So if you want the edge of your button band, this edge of your button band to line up nicely with this edge here, you have to sew your buttons on a little bit to the inside so that when this slides over a little bit, it just comes and lines up exactly with the edge of the sweater, as opposed to being a little bit over to the side like this. Because if you sew these buttons directly in the center, when they slide to the edge of the buttonhole, you're gonna have it do this thing where you've got a little bit of the button band underneath peeking out to the front. So if you want it to line up nicely where the top button band is covering the whole bottom button band and it's lining up with the very edge of the sweater, you need to sew your buttons on just a little bit to the inside. Okay, now we're back down here to sewing on this button. When you're bringing this thread up for the first time, I like to split the yarn. You can't really see because it's kind of dark today, but I haven't come up through a space between stitches. I've stuck my needle through the middle of a strand of yarn just to make sure that there's a bit of a base at the back to make sure that my thread doesn't pull through. Now I'm gonna pull this through, but not all the way. I'm going to leave a tail of, say, a couple inches over here. This is a couple inches of thread over here. I'm not pulling it all the way through. Then I put my button on my needle and slide it down. My first pass through the yarn at the back is not necessarily exactly where I want it to be. I worry about that on my next pass through, and then I kind of hold my button exactly where I want it to be with my thumb and my forefinger, and I've got my fingers at the back. You can see it's a little bit to the inside, and I'm just gonna hold it here with my left hand while I sew this button on. I'm gonna come down through another pass here. I'm gonna try to split a strand of yarn, again, for the exact same reason as the first one, and then I'm going to take my needle through. You can see I've got the loop here because I tied the knot. I'm going to put my needle through there and I'm going to pull that tight. So I've secured my string and the button, and I didn't have to tie a knot at the back, is basically why you do that. Now I'm gonna hold this exactly where I want it. I'm gonna orient the holes exactly how I want it. You know, I don't want it to be a little bit tilted like that. I'm gonna hold it in place while I sew this on. Now with the thread, I do multiple passes. If I was doing just the yarn to sew on this button, I would just do 1X, but the thread is much finer and we can do multiple passes with the thread. So we're gonna do multiple passes through, and I just sew it on like you sew on a normal button. I'm going to assume you know how to sew on buttons. I'm sure you do. You've probably done this before. Don't pull your thread super duper tight. You don't want this button tied too tightly because you need to remember there's a little bit of thickness in the top button band that this is going to be underneath this button. So I don't sew it on too super duper tight. It needs to have a little give so that there's room for that fabric underneath the button. And we just sew on this button. I actually really hate sewing on buttons. It is my least favorite thing in the entire world. Well, maybe perhaps not my least favorite thing in the entire world. I'm being a bit dramatic there, but I just really do not like sewing on buttons. It's not my favorite. Usually when I knit something that requires buttons, it sits there finished waiting for the buttons for like a month or two before I bring myself to sewing on the buttons. All right, now I have done what I feel is enough crisscrosses. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to slide my needle down one of the bits of thread and I'm gonna cut it up here. So I've got 2 pieces of thread now. Got the one my needle is on, and I've got just this one over here loose. I'm gonna come around and make sure it's not all twisted together because that makes a mess. And I'm going to take another pass through with my 1 piece of thread that's on my needle. And then I'm gonna go make sure I'm coming out of a different hole than I was coming out of on the last time I went through. I don't want these 2 pieces of thread immediately next to each other. You can see there's a space between them. If you put them immediately next to each other, you're not gonna have a solid base for this knot to not pull through the fabric. And then I just knot these 2 pieces of thread together. I do it 4 times or more just to make sure that I have a nice secure knot. And then I trim the threads. I leave a little bit of a tail, just a little tiny bit of a tail. And there you go. It is a little bit, well, it is a little bit messy looking. It's not super duper bad, but you can see, I'm gonna zoom in this way. You can see the thread. The amount of, how badly you're gonna see the thread depends on how good of a match your thread is to your yarn color, but you are gonna see some thread at the back with this method, whereas when you're using the yarn to sew on the buttons, you can't see anything on the back of your button band at all. It doesn't bother me that you can see the thread because that's gonna be on the inside anyway. Whoops, wrong way. So now we have 5 buttons sewn on, and it's time to do the other 3. To determine where I'm going to put the next one, I'm just going to button my bottom button. I'm going to line up my bottom button band. I make sure it sits right on top of each other. And I kind of smooth it out, pull it a little bit just to make sure that it's sitting right on top of each other. Nope, I forgot to thread my needle. Thread my needle real quick. My strand of string is, I don't know, 2 feet long, roughly. Then again, I'm going to use the trick that my mother taught me. Lick your thumb and your pointer finger, wrap the thread around your pointer finger and rub them together. Then use your middle fingernail to scrape that down and you have a knot. Sometimes you'll have a little bit of ends poking out. I just like to trim those off. Make them short. All right, now our next button goes right here. I'm stabbing through the buttonhole, then moving my cardigan aside so I can see exactly where that button needs to get sewn. marking it with my needle. There we are. Then I'm going to come through from the back to the front, making sure I'm splitting this strand of yarn. Leave a bit of a tail of the thread, grab my button, put it on here. Remember, we want it to sit a little bit over to the side so that it the top button band sits nicely. I've put it through 2 holes. Now I'm putting my needle through this loop over here to secure it. Pull that snug. And now I hold my button in the exact orientation and place that I want it, and then just sew it on. I suppose I should probably zoom in a little closer so you can see exactly what I'm doing. Although I'm not sure sewing on buttons is the most fascinating thing that anyone has ever watched. And there we go. Once we've sewn on the buttons, all we have to do is block this cardigan, and then we are all done. Then I have to go take pictures of it. That's another thing I need to do. And if you want to put it on social media and have it look all pretty, you could go take some nice fancy finished object pictures too. We went and we got our Christmas tree yesterday. That's how late in the year it is. It's almost Christmas. We got our Christmas tree out of the forest. We went up with my in-laws. They always come along. They don't cut down a Christmas tree, but they like to come along for the fun. We went, and my husband and my oldest daughter climbed clear to the top of the ridge to find our tree and hold it all the way down. It's a beautiful tree. It's one of the nicest ones we found. Nice and full. Sometimes when you go to the forest, you get kind of a Charlie Brown tree because they're not, you know, perfect Christmas farm trees. This one is really nice. It's nice and bushy and full. It's really nice and tall. So, perfect tree this year. All right, I've been talking about the tree and not telling you what I'm doing. I've cut my 2 pieces of thread apart, so I've got one piece over here. I'm going to come through one more time with the piece that's still on my needle so that I can make sure I have a good solid knot. I'm trying to find a spot to come through. Here we go. Pull it through one last time, and now I'm going to tie a knot. All right, there we go. And trim my threads. Only 2 more to go. I think that I am going to let you guys go sew these on yourself. I don't know how much chit chat I have in me today. Let's do 1 more together. Well, we might as well just do the rest of them together. I've got to do them anyway, and you've got to do them anyway, so we may as well do it together. So cut your thread about 2 feet long. Thread your needle. Make sure the ends come together. Oop. I cut my fingernails super short and now I can't grab anything. There we go. Lick your thumb and pointer finger, wrap the string around, twist it, slide it down, you've got a knot. Now I've buttoned this last button. I'm making sure my bottom matches up nicely. I'm going to poke my needle through my buttonhole to mark where that button goes. It goes on this spot right here. Button that so I have some room. Bring my needle through, making sure I'm splitting a piece of yarn just to make it nice and secure. All right, make sure you leave your tail over here. Where are my buttons? Here's the second to last one. All right, now I'm gonna come down over here, making sure I'm splitting through. I'm not super picky about the placement at the very beginning like this. I'm just trying to secure my thread on with this first pass. As you can see, it's way over to the side. I don't want it that far over. So I'm gonna scooch it over to exactly where I want it and the orientation I want it in, and now I sew it on. Our tree is so far round this year that I ran out of lights. I've only got like the bottom 2/3 of the tree with lights on it, so I've had to order some more lights. And we're definitely not gonna have enough decorations, you know, shiny red balls and whatnot. But I'm not gonna buy more of those. I'll wait till everything goes on sale after Christmas before I buy more Christmas decorations for next year. I haven't bought decorations in a long time, so they're kind of mismatched, but we're in the stage where some of them get broken every year, so I'm not too worried about it. The kids love it, that's all that matters, really, right? Okay, I've got it sewn on securely, so I'm gonna come around here to the back. I'm going to separate my two pieces of thread and cut them apart. And now I'm going to untwist them, do one more X with my remaining piece of thread that's still on my needle, and then I'm going to tie a knot back here. And there we go. It is sewn on. One more to go. Almost done. All right, I'm gonna button this last one. Get some more thread on my needle. I'm gonna come down here and make a knot at the end. I'm pretty zoomed in, so you can't see all of my hand movements, but you can see the important ones. Match up my ends. Twist them together. There's my knot. All right, where does my last button go? Make sure the bottom edges match up nicely. On this one, it is especially crucial to make sure they match up nicely because this is the very bottom button. So we want to make sure that this one is in the exact right spot. When you're doing the very top button, you need to make sure it matches up really perfectly up here. I like to start from the top and go down so that maybe if you mess up a little bit, it's down at the very, very bottom, and that's less noticeable. But I've done this right. I've made sure that I have the same stitch count for both the top and the bottom, so they will match up perfectly. I'm just making sure that they are sitting nicely together because the edges like to curl under a little bit before they're blocked. So I'm making sure they are behaving while I'm putting the buttons on. Matched them up, stabbed through with my needle, mark where that button goes. The last one. All right, here we go. I'm coming through from the back to the front, splitting through the yarn. Make sure I leave a little tail over here. And then I'm gonna do the first crisscross on this button. Make sure I come down through a bit of yarn again. And then come through my loop. Make sure I'm still on camera. There we go, we'll tighten that up. Place it exactly where I want it, and now I sew it on. so glad to be almost done with this because it is nice and cold, and I wish Talia had this in her wardrobe already. She really needs another sweater. I meant to have this done for her by the end of September, but that didn't work out. We have been sick a lot this fall, which is way more than usual. So I am way behind on absolutely everything in my entire life, including the knitting. Try to find the hole. There we go. All right, I'm going to do one more. Okay, now I'm going to slide my needle down one of the legs of the thread, cut them apart, make sure they're not too twisted. I'm going to come through one more time with this last single strand of thread. And tie a knot. There we go. We are all done. Now, when you are blocking this sweater, you want to make sure that it's sitting exactly how you want it to sit. So I want you to go ahead and button all the buttons again so that they are just how they should be. All right, there we go. Now they're all buttoned, and now I'm going to change the orientation of my camera. It's laying nice and smooth, just perfect like that. All right, I'm gonna go change the orientation of my camera and we will talk about blocking this sweater. All right, it is now time to block our sweater. The first thing that you'll need is wool wash. This is the one that I use. It's called Eucalan. I buy it off of Amazon. This is the unscented version. They have scented versions of this as well. Most yarn stores will have some kind of wool wash that they sell. There's liquid forms, there's bar soap forms, whatever kind you want to use, just get a wool wash that you like to use. Then we're going to put it in with some water. The temperature of the water depends a little bit on the yarn that you use to knit your sweater with. For most sweaters, I like it to be the temperature you would bathe a baby in. So nice and warm, but not too scalding hot. If you're using a really rustic yarn, something that's really crunchy, use hotter water. That kind of softens it a little bit more. If you're using something that bleeds, if your yarn bleeds, when you blocked your swatch back at the beginning, did it bleed? If it bled, then you're probably going to want to use cold water. Use cold water and don't soak it for super long, especially if it's red, because you want to use something that's not going to encourage the dye to come out of the sweater any more than it absolutely has to. So if it bleeds, use cold water, only soak it for about 10 minutes. If it doesn't bleed, then you want warm water. So this is nice warm water. I've got the Eucalan mixed in. When I put the soap in, I put it in as I'm filling the sink or I'm filling the bowl so that the action of the water going into the sink mixes the soap in, and so it turns out nice and bubbly, as you can see. You're also going to want a towel. If it's a really small item, then like a hand towel or a dish towel is big enough, but if you're doing a sweater, you're gonna want a bath towel. If it's a really big sweater, you might want 2 bath towels. And then I've got this black mat over here. This is just like the kind of pad that used to be underneath exercise equipment, like a foam pad. You can stick pins into it easily enough. That's what I use. You could also buy expensive blocking mats if you want to, but this works just fine. And then I've got these blocking combs. These are super handy when you're pinning things out. You can also just use stainless steel pins. You want to make sure you're using something that is not going to rust. You don't have to pin things out if you don't have pins. You just need to be very careful about smoothing it out. But I would recommend, if you're going to be knitting a lot, get some of these blocking combs because they are really super nice. If you do not have anything like this foam mat or anything to put it on, You can block this, when you're laying this flat to dry, you can put it on like a spare bed or even just a clean patch of the floor. You can put it just about anywhere. You don't actually have to use anything like this to block it on. Back before I had these, I would just put it on my spare bed and then I would pin it to the mattress. I would make sure that I didn't have like a waterproof mattress cover on, and I would just, you know, pin it to the mattress. It works just fine if you are putting it on top of something that is like fabric, if you're on top of carpet, or if it's on top of a bed or something. It will take longer for your sweater to dry because the water kind of soaks down into the fabric underneath and then it has to dry all the way out. If you're putting it on something a little more solid that's not absorbent, then it will dry faster. So I'm gonna put it on this. I'm gonna pin it out on this, but first we're gonna soak it, put it in. My bubbles are trying to escape. Put it in, press it down in. You want it completely submerged. You want to, oh, I'm glad I used this bowl. It's pretty much filling that whole thing up. You want to make sure your whole sweater is submerged under the water. You can see it's all the way under there. I push it down in. I want to get as much air out of the fabric as possible, but I don't want to agitate this in any way. If you agitate it at all, you're going to start felting it. So just kind of push it in, get the air out of the yarn, get it completely full of water, and then we're going to let this soak. It needs to soak for about 15 minutes. If it's something that bleeds, do it for 10 minutes tops and then take it out. So I'm gonna let this soak for 15 minutes and then we're gonna come back and I'm gonna show you how to take it out. All right, we've been soaking for long enough here, so it's time to drain off the water. If you're doing this in a sink, you can just very easily drain the sink. That makes it super easy. I'm just gonna very awkwardly pour the water off. But first, before we do that, you don't want to distort this wet fabric. You don't want to twist it, you don't want to wring it, you don't want to stretch it. You want to be very careful that you do not distort it in any way. So I'm going to very carefully and awkwardly pour off this water. That wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Now, when you are lifting your wet sweater for the first time, you want to be careful because it's heavy. First, before I lift it out, I'm going to lay out my towel here. I'm just going to leave it folded in half so that it fits nicer on my table. So what I'm going to do, I want to squeeze the water out of this sweater. I'm going to scoop all the way underneath it. I'm going to kind of have it supported in the bottom still, and I'm just going to start at the top and start squeezing. I'm just squeezing. I'm not twisting, I'm not wringing, I'm just squeezing. You can see you get quite a bit of water out of there, and this actually bled more than I expected it to. That's okay. All right, once you've got a good amount squeezed out, this is a lot lighter now and it's a lot easier to hold. You're gonna lay it out on your towel. Try to have it fairly straight. You don't want this to be stretched and distorted while you roll it up. So I'm gonna lay it fairly straight, but not perfectly so. And then I'm gonna roll it up inside the towel. And now you can walk on it, or you can recruit a handy child to walk on it for you, or you can just press on it like this. You're just trying to get as much water as possible out. And then I like to do like a quarter turn and do it on the other side. Just get as much water out as you possibly can. That makes your drying process much faster, and it also makes it much easier to pin it out if it's not sopping wet. So here we go. Put the towel to the side. Now it's time to pin it out. I know that this is backwards for you, but well, actually, no, I can do this. I can turn this around so it's the right way around for you. I was gonna do it. I like to have it facing me when I'm pinning it out. That just makes the most sense, but we'll do it this way so it's facing you. where do you see it the best? I'm going to adjust the angle of my camera real quick and then we'll continue. When you're blocking it out, you don't need to do a lot of work if it's just plain stockinette. If you have lace, you need to pin the lace out. If you have cables, you do need to kind of smooth them to open them out a little bit. But for stockinette, you're basically just laying it flat, and you see all these wrinkles. You're trying to get these wrinkles smoothed out. You want to make sure that the neckline is laying flat. This kind of wants to tuck down, so you're going to want to get that to come and sit properly. This is where pins are handy because I can put a pin where my fingers are and that will be held in place the entire time it's laying here. When it dries, that's how it's going to stay. So if I leave it wrinkled like this, when it's dry, it's going to be wrinkled like this. And I'll take a few wears for these wrinkles to kind of settle out and go away. So what I do is I lay it flat and I get it to the dimensions, roughly to the dimensions that it needs to be. And over here at the sleeves, I like to make sure that the sleeves are laying flat. Here's the sleeves laying flat. I want to make sure that there's not like some funky thing where it's pinched in over here. I'm just going to make sure that everything's laying flat, and then I just take my hand and I lightly go over it with my hand. I'm not pressing down firmly. I'm just gently going over it with my hand, and you can see that it really nicely just removes all of those funky little wrinkles. I don't worry too much about the back side because since it's flat against something, it generally lays pretty flat just from the pressure from the top layer and the bottom layer together kind of sandwiches it flat. So I'm just smoothing this out gently with my hand. You can see how much better this side looks than that side. Don't be super enthusiastic and pressing down super hard because that'll stretch it out. Just gently smooth over it with your hand. I'm going to do the sleeves as well. Now since these sleeves are kind of a little bit, they have a little bit of a, oop, you can't see what I'm doing. Since they have a little bit of a pucker down here, I'm not going to try to smooth this bit right before the cuff out too much because it's supposed to be a little bit puckered. But if you had a sleeve that was supposed to sit perfectly straight, you would want to smooth it all the way down through the cuff and make sure that's laying flat. Make sure your sleeve is the right width it's supposed to be. If you pull on this sleeve at this point, you will make it longer. If you pull on it width-wise, you will make it wider and shorter. Blocking can kind of change things in your finished sweater, so you can use that to your advantage if you need to change a little bit of something in your finished sweater, or it can be a bad thing if you're at this point where you're just stretching things out of place. So be careful, like if you want your sleeve to be a little bit longer, like it needs to be a ½ inch longer and you don't want to rip it out and knit another ½ inch, you can at this point just pull it longer and see if that works. But be careful, because if you don't want it longer and you pull it, it will get longer. So I'm making sure the sleeve is laying nice how it's supposed to. Making sure the cuff is kind of even. At the very end, I just make sure this lines up. I don't want it to be sitting all cattywampus like this. I just make sure it sits nicely. I make sure that my neckline looks really nice. This is one of the most important things, is making sure the neckline sits nice, because it's gonna look like this when it's dry, and that's the part that sits next to your face. So at this point with my my neckline and my button band, I'm gonna pin this out. So I've got these smaller blocking combs, and I'm gonna put them here at the top of the neckline. Now I'm not pulling this in any way, I just made it lay smooth, and now I'm pinning it in place so that as it dries, it stays smooth. I think I'm gonna put another one right here in the middle just to make sure that doesn't do any funny stuff. Now I want to pin the top of the button band and the bottom of the button band, and I want to pin them in such a way that they're sitting exactly where they're supposed to, and I'm not stretching it too long or scrunching it too short. Now you can look down here. I don't know if you can quite see it with your angle, but the outside corners over here are hanging a little lower than the middle of the button band. So I'm just gonna pull the button band down a little tiny bit. They're not that far off, just a tiny, tiny bit. I'm just gonna pull it down so that my bottom hem is even. I want that bottom hem to be even. And now that it's even, I'm gonna take my big combs. I'm gonna put one here in the very center of my button band here. I can't do it at the very edge because my button's too close to the bottom, so I'm gonna do it right above the button just to hold that in place. And then I'm gonna do these combs over here just to make sure that my hem stays even while it dries. I'm gonna do the same thing over here, just making sure my hem stays even. You don't have to pin it out. If you don't have the stuff to pin it out, you don't have to. But I have the stuff to pin it out, and so I make sure everything is, you know, just so. I've also got some of these, ouch, stabbed myself, some of these stainless steel T-pins that I got in some blocking supplies once upon a time. They're stainless steel, they don't rust. They're pretty thick, they've got a nice top. They're not sewing pins. You can use a pin like this to pin things out too. I don't use these super often when I'm doing sweaters because I have my combs. Now with the button band here, I want to make sure that the edge is laying smooth. Sometimes it likes to get a little bit wobbly, and I don't like that. So I just like to encourage it to be straight. It's about all I can say about it. I like to encourage it to be straight. Now at the very top here, I'm just gonna pull it straight, and I'm gonna use these T-pins at the very tippy top because again, my button's too close to the top to put a comb at the very top, and I just wanna make sure the top of my button band stays perfectly lined up. So I'm lining up the top and the bottom button band perfectly together, and then I'm just pinning them into place so that they just stay like that forever. And here it is, ready to dry. Now, it might take a very long time for your sweater to dry at this point. You don't want to move it or play with it or put it on or anything until it is completely dry. I would recommend waiting until you think it's completely dry and then give it another day. Because if you start shifting this around and messing with it while it's still even just a little bit damp, you can end up with something being stretched out of place or kind of wonky. So make sure you leave this somewhere until it is completely dry. Just leave it laying flat somewhere. I'm gonna go put it on the guest bed in my office. It won't be touched by anything or anybody, and it can just lay there for a few days until it's perfectly dry. At that point, you just remove all of your pins and combs and whatnot, and then you can wear it, and there's really nothing else you need to do beyond blocking your sweater. Once it's dry, you're done. Thank you for knitting Jane with me. I hope you enjoyed this process, and I hope you feel empowered to knit all of the cardigans and all of the sweaters that you ever wanted to knit. If you enjoyed this video, please make sure you're subscribed to my YouTube channel, and even more importantly, I hope you sign up for my email newsletter. I send out emails with written educational resources that will make your knitting life a lot easier, and I also send out emails when I put up new videos on my YouTube channel, and in addition to that, you'll get the best discount when I release new patterns. There's a link to sign up for my email newsletter in the description box down below this video. So go ahead and sign up for my email newsletter, subscribe to my channel, and go pick out your next project, because I'm sure you're not going to stop knitting sweaters now. Happy knitting! Bye!